Chapter 574. Among them were Rong-En's neighbors, his relatives, and even a few people who were his enemies. Some encouraged, some provoked, and some cursed. They were using different methods to help Rong-En get back on his feet. Uncle Rong-En. The one who walked in front of him was the little girl who had been lying on the stone steps. She was the only surviving Martian other than the Martian hunter, Megan Moss. The little girl also had a strong psychic ability. She communicated with many wills and quickly understood the situation. She walked to the side of Rong-En, who was half kneeling on the ground, and gently placed her palm on his back, silently giving him her support. Uncle Rong-En, that guy is dying. You can give him the final blow. Thea also appeared at the right time. Rong-En was a few hundred years old. He did not need the encouragement of a 20-year-old to be able to strengthen his confidence. Superman was able to overcome the influence of kryptonite and kill Doomsday. Did he rely on his physical strength? No, he relied on his tenacious willpower. Thea felt that the Martian hunter should also have such willpower. After taking this step, his fear of fire would also be reduced by more than half. The Martian hunter finally stood up shakily under everyone's expectant gaze and walked forward shakily. Whether it was Thea, Megan, or even his family, they were all secretly cheering him on. He walked a short distance of 100 meters for 5 minutes. As he got closer and closer to Ron Mill, his confidence slowly recovered. I can do it. I won't be afraid of fire anymore. I can't let Cam down. The Martian hunter roared out his daughter's name and started to stagger forward. The soul ability that would automatically extinguish upon seeing flames once again lit up in his heart. It was very weak, as if it could be extinguished with a single breath. However, the hope of his family overcame the defects in his body. His soul ability was repairing his body with an incredible ability. The Martian hunter felt very strange at this time. His idealistic psychic ability gave him an intuition that maybe he was not so afraid of fire anymore. As one of the top hypnotists in the entire universe, the Martian hunter did not know if he was hypnotizing himself or if he was really not afraid of fire anymore. He did not want to think too much about it. He wanted to kill his enemy first. Ramar of Malay Kadra, your end is here. By the time he reached Ramar's head, even though he was still a little dispirited, he had recovered 30% of his psionic force. It was no problem for him to deal with a guy who couldn't even retaliate. At this moment, Ramar had already lost half of his body, and the divine power was still devouring him without hesitation. One of his eyes was blinded by the holy sword, and he struggled to open his remaining eye. Ranjen Rongzi, you can't kill me. I'm your god. I was the one who protected all of you before your abilities blossomed. Was me. Thea despised the way this guy begged for mercy, but she believed that the Martian hunter would not be fooled. As expected, the Martian hunter acted as if he did not hear anything. He started to recite names in a low voice. Every time he finished reciting a line, he would stab Ramar with the spirit blade. His divinity was shattered, and without the support of the divinity, Ramar's realm dropped rapidly. Half of his body was burned by the divine power, and he was now just an ordinary being with strong vitality. Facing the Martian hunter, the strongest Martian, without the protection of the divinity and losing half of his body, Ramar could only beg bitterly. As the Martian hunter mechanically recited names and stabbed him, no matter how strong his vitality was, he could not withstand such consumption. Meron Rongzi, Saki Rongzi, Milia Rongzi, Gram Rongzi. I've taken revenge for all of you. The Martian hunter unleashed all of his power, and a sharp blade of light pierced through Ramar's head. This god who had tried to get his hands on the divinity of death and destroyed all of the Martians had ended his long life. The Martian hunter, who had exhausted all of his strength, lay on the ground. Carefree, reminiscing, relief, regret, and all kinds of thoughts gathered in his heart. He had lost his goal and just wanted to lie down quietly for a while. Sia was a little depressed. Come on, we were originally here to look for the mineral deposit, okay? Looking for the mineral deposit turned into looking for the person, then looking for the truth, exposing the real culprit, and finally getting our revenge. This messy situation could only be described as strange. Uncle, don't lie down. Your relatives. Thea kept him in suspense, and the Martian hunter took the bait and immediately got up. He knew that she would not speak without thinking, and there must be a reason for bringing up this topic. He asked in disbelief, You can revive them? I can't. The rules of life and death are too big. Thea thought to herself. Perhaps she could try it when she mastered the equation of life, but there was no need for that now. She continued, There's a place on Earth called Nandarbad. I once found a city left behind by the ancient Earth civilization in the deepest part of it. It was a city formed by spiritual power. If the Martian hunter still did not understand, he would have lived for hundreds of years in vain. You mean that my wife and children can continue living there? Thea nodded. Then, she communicated with him through the spiritual channel. That world is very small. I estimate that it can only hold a few dozen people. After all, your people's spiritual power is too strong, and it's a huge burden on that small world. Yes, Thea meant to take away a few people who could be related to her. As for the rest, they would slowly assimilate. They could slowly assimilate with the planet. He had helped them take revenge and they could rest in peace. As for the selection criteria, of course, it was to know people first. Who cared about Martian nobles? I don't even know you. Thea used the remaining divine power in the air to set up a large-scale time barrier. The time flow was 51, and the spiritual bodies immediately became sluggish. After all, she was using Romir's scattered divine power, so she did not feel the pinch. The motivation of the Martian hunter was instantly aroused. He was not a selfless person. He first removed his parents, wife and daughter from the list. Megan was a little surprised when she heard about this. She also picked out her parents, the two siblings. The more than 300 relatives of the same generation could only say sorry. The two of them picked out 20 people. Thea directly teleported to Nandarbat. She was familiar with them now. She immediately turned into a heroic spirit and brought everyone into the spiritual space. It was worth mentioning that the Martian hunter and his niece could enter the formless state. They could squeeze into the spiritual space. The people in the space were still the same. However, Thea had left behind many spiritual animals for them, which made the space livelier. The work of settling the new residents was completed smoothly. Chapter 575. Everyone chatted in the mental space for a long time. The Martian hunter, who was reunited with his wife and daughter, was grinning from ear to ear. Thea looked at the time and left the world with the two living people. After becoming a new god, her power was too strong. She was so strong that the space around her became unstable. In addition, the strength of the Martian hunter uncle and nephew was also not bad. The space was also heavily burdened. The three of them directly returned to the outside world. These people who had been dead for hundreds of years could be settled, but Megan Moss was a living person. The way Martians gave birth was very strange. Even though the race had been extinct for so many years, she was only 40 years old. According to the Martians, she was still a child. The fatherly love of the Martian hunter was brought out again. He reprimanded the Martian girl who wanted to explore the universe and asked her to settle down on Earth first before thinking about exploring the universe. Thea asked him to go back and deal with the naughty child first. She went back to touch Romir's body. In fact, she thought that the whip was not bad. It was suitable for a 100-meter-tall giant like him, but it was too long for Thea. She planned to go back and ask Diana to refine it. In addition, she also carefully packed up Romir's special ability, Living Fire. This unique flame needed to be slowly studied. She then spent 3 days exploring all the mineral resources on Mars and had a simple communication with the will of the planet. This place was already barren, so there was no problem of destroying the environment. After settling the problem of mining resources on Earth, she returned to the metropolis. Through several different channels, she met with the actual rulers of several countries. The problem of resources was a big problem that anyone with a normal IQ could see. Thea not only gave them the results of the Mars survey, but also a simple design of a single mech. Want to become stronger? Come, mining resources is your only way out, and interstellar mining is a problem that can't be avoided no matter what. The countries were pulled into the war chariot by her and began the preparatory work. The rocket launch centers of several countries were in full swing. All the talents in aerospace technology were recruited by the government. Thea didn't let them close the door and think about it. She provided several upgraded versions of existing technology for them to refer to. Rockets, airships, spaceships, and giant satellites similar to the Batman Watchtower space base. Several major countries unanimously chose the plan of changing aircraft carriers into space carriers. This was the inspiration that Thea got from Marvel's S.H.I.E.L.D. mothership next door. Now her enhanced version can not only fly, but also travel short distances in space. Of course, it was a short journey for her, but for the people of Earth, this was simply an epic-making invention. In order to integrate alien technology with human science, many human scientists began to research without sleep or food. Thea could not help much in this. She was a real scientist, but there were too many disciplines in modern society and the division of labor was too detailed. At most, she could give some suggestions. She did not know much about the details, and the specific implementation would have to be studied and mastered by the people on Earth. Otherwise, it would be a tragedy if the mothership fell halfway. After hanging out with the scientists for less than a month, she had to leave the laboratory because Diana had returned. "You've become beautiful." This was the first sentence that the long-legged goddess said when they met. This made Thea very happy. Her attributes were now very magical. Strength and dexterity were the weakest, and intelligence and perception could only be said to be good. Charm, which she had never paid much attention to, was the highest. Perhaps this was the ability of wealth? In the eyes of different people, she would show different beauty. No matter what gender or race the other person was, even a silicon-based creature would think that she was beautiful when they saw her. Even if the two aesthetic standards were worlds apart, they would still think that she was very beautiful. "Have you found your source?" Thea carefully looked at Diana. Her aura was not the same as before, but it was also different from her own. It did not look like she had fused with her source. "Source?" Diana asked. Thea suddenly realized that she didn't tell her about these things because she was afraid that it would affect her choice. Now that she didn't have these scruples, she told her about the whole process of her ascension, and also mentioned the Heavenly Father and a lot of people. "Well, I don't think it's fusion. If you want to name it, I think it's more like cultivation." The long-legged goddess thought about it very seriously and said carefully. Diana's concepts were very vague, so she could only answer Thea's questions. The two of them studied for a long time and finally figured out the basic context. Unlike Thea's source, which was directly plucked and matured, Diana's source was too young and needed to be patiently cultivated, or it could be called a symbiosis between the two. Unlike the original time when she obtained the war priesthood of Ares, Diana was already on the road to becoming a new god. Her source was called Guardian. From the name, one could tell that it was a source with fighting ability, which was fundamentally different from Thea. However, that was all in the future. The gap between a new source and an adult source was huge. For the first time in 100 years, Thea suppressed Diana in all aspects, so she was very happy. Using the excuse that clothes obstructed the communication between the source, the goddess of wealth happily dragged the guardian goddess to bed. Golden hair and black hair were entangled together, and two pairs of smooth and long legs were entangled with each other. The battle between the heavenly thunder and the earthly fire ended with the goddess of wealth's complete victory. The two of them were intimate for half a month before they finally remembered that they still had business to do. Diana needed to gradually understand the meaning of guardian. Thea's advice was to start with some simple things such as guardian of love or guardian of family, and eventually expand to the whole world. "You still need me to protect you?" The Valkyrie had been defeated in the past few days and was very proud to express her dissatisfaction. It was rare to see such an expression on her face. Thea's body felt light for a few days, but she did not relax. Temporarily leading did not mean that she would lead forever. Diana was immersed in catching up, so she had to continue to maintain her advantage. However, she still prepared a surprise for Diana. The two of them came to the eastern Mediterranean. Thea had returned Paradise Island to its original position. She used her official position for personal gain to absorb power from the new creator star's magic net. Now, the people using her magic net were no longer limited to the magic army, but the whole new Protoss race benefited from it. There were tens of millions of spellcasters, so the amount of magic power gathered on the magic net every day was immeasurable. She just took out a little bit and rearranged the enchantment of Paradise Island. Seeing that Paradise Island, which she had lived on for 1,000 years, had returned to the human world, Diana was excited and moved. She was even more certain of her mission. She wanted to stay here for a while and think about her future. Thea took out Hramir's whip and gave it to her to modify. Paradise Island had all kinds of forging equipment, so it was only a matter of modifying a whip. Diana hammered the whip, which was hundreds of meters long, until it was only 3 meters long. The function of storing fire inside was still intact. However, Thea could not use the living fire that was refined by the light of the soul. She could only use magic power to replace it. Based on the characteristics of the living fire, she named the pure and untainted magic power Silver Fire. Thea stayed with her for half a month before she was chased away by Diana. The two of them were the only ones left on the deserted island. The two of them had sex every day, which made Diana feel dizzy and exhausted. Although they were still very happy mentally and physically, and they even had more divinity than ordinary people, they were actually quite happy in all aspects. However, if they continued to play like this, they would not be able to discover anything serious even after 1,000 years. The two of them needed to continue moving forward. Thea's divine seat needed to be further excavated, while Diana's origin law needed to be developed slowly. They did not have much time to waste. Chapter 576. Shortly after leaving Paradise Island and returning to the city, Thea was summoned back to Star City by Moira. She saw her mother mysteriously dismiss the secretary and close the door. She didn't know what had happened. Oliver has a son. Moira's words were shocking. The moment she opened her mouth, it was big news. The first thought that came to Thea's mind was that Shadow had a child. The second thought was even weirder. Did he get back together with Laurel and give Tommy a forgiveness hat? In less than a second, she knew that she had been wandering around Paradise Island for the past few days. Her mind was too active and she was 100% sure that she was wrong. When she passed by the Green Arrow base just now, she didn't see any signs of pregnancy. What Moira was talking about was definitely not the current situation. Moira didn't let her think too much and handed over a photo. In the photo was a little boy of 7 or 8 years old. He was thin and small with a few freckles on his face. This child is 8 years old. His name is William. I gave his mother a sum of money to send them away. Do you think we should accept this child? Moira's words were vague, but Thea understood her subtext. At that time, the Quinn family was a rich family. In order to prevent unrelated outsiders from sharing the property, and Oliver was indeed a bastard at that time who fooled around and had a child, Moira, as a mother, sent them away. It was not wrong. However, now that the election was imminent, Moira was a little uncertain whether this incident would cause a domino effect. Thea didn't speak. She looked at the photo first. His eyes and chin were a little like Oliver's, but other aspects were not obvious. She felt that Moira was a little confused because she cared too much. A child like this was actually separated from Moira by a layer, so it wouldn't cause a direct impact. She had a little impression of this child named William. He should be the child that Oliver had before he went to sea. At that time it was still Thea 1.0 era. She remembered that this unlucky child was repeatedly captured by bad guys in the American TV series. Oliver said that he hid the child in a place that he didn't know. However, the bad guys' secondary professions were all detectives. Every bad guy could capture his son and threaten him. It was a pain in the ass. Now there were only two options. To maintain the status quo or to protect him. Let's maintain the status quo. I'll send someone to protect you. Thea said with clear eyes. She could only take precautions in advance. This was Oliver's flesh and blood. There were many methods that could not be used. What about Oliver? Don't tell him. Thea said straightforwardly. It wasn't that she had any bad intentions, but she had a divine premonition that if this child named William didn't get involved in Oliver's life, his future would be very happy. Not everyone wanted to be a superhero or the son of a superhero. This could be seen from Professor Alec Holland and Miss Abby, who both lived in seclusion, not to mention Damien, who was still training hard after returning to Gotham. Not everyone had an iron will. Superheroes were definitely not the first choice of ordinary people. William had lived for 8 years without any illness or disaster. Thea could guarantee that once the Quinn family recognized this child, his originally peaceful life would fall into an unknown abyss. There was a complicated cause and effect relationship. Thea was not prepared to talk about those mysterious things with Moira. As an outstanding politician, Moira also did not want to recognize this child. However, she could not consider the cause and effect relationship. She could only consider it from the perspective of herself, politics, and family. Now that she heard Thea's words, she was secretly relieved. Little William, who was living in a small town thousands of miles away from Star City, did not know that his future was decided by a few words from his evil grandmother and aunt goddess. He was still enjoying his childhood peacefully. Thea left Moira's mayor's office and made some arrangements. The child's various birth certificates were disguised. The child's mother was also promoted slightly through indirect relationships. She did not have to worry about food and clothing and had a stable income. This was considered a good ending. She originally wanted to set up 2 security guards, but after thinking about it, she gave up. How could one guard against a thief for 1,000 days? Setting up security guards would only raise suspicions. Apart from this child, Thea did not do any more concealment measures. As a presidential candidate, as long as Moira did not have any major problems, she would be fine. Even if there were political enemies who tore a hole in Oliver's body, it would do little harm to Moira. The most important thing was that Oliver's previous private life was too unrestrained. There were at least 800 women who had dated him. With such a large base, as long as someone wanted to find them, they would definitely be able to find them. No matter how powerful Thea's eye of obliteration was, it could not kill more than 800 people. She could not hide it at all. If Oliver were to run for president himself, then there would definitely be more than a dozen children with different skin colors jumping out in public to call him father. Now that they were separated by a layer, the impact on Moira was very small. The United States was deeply influenced by the United Kingdom, and the requirements for leaders were slightly more serious. In Europe, it was common to see a young president with an old wife, and which lover the president had dinner with. The private life of the president was not a big deal, let alone the private life of the children. Even if there was a problem with a little public relations and control the direction of public opinion, maybe this could be regarded as an example of being close to the people. Putting Oliver in front as a target, this was the tacit understanding between the mother and daughter. Anyway, he was thick-skinned and did not care about these trivial things. The intense general election had begun at a certain level, and several candidates had begun their activities. The president who was in office benefited from the destruction caused by the Black Decay. He had the lowest public support rate in history. He was attacked by rotten eggs when he went out, and shoes were thrown at him when he gave a speech. It was said that he was looking at the calendar to count the days. He did not want to stay in this broken White House for one more day. But as the saying goes, the tree wants to be quiet, but the wind will not stop. He wanted to honestly wait until he left office, but someone did not want to follow his wishes. The central city, which had always been stable, was still in trouble. The enthusiasm of the military for the conversion of the aircraft carrier into a flying carrier was simply indescribable. Thea now had a month. 10 days were spent in the new Creation Star, 10 days dealing with various affairs and occasionally communicating with Diana, and the remaining 10 days were basically spent in the secret experimental base of the Pentagon. Thea, Barry Allen is awake. At noon that day, the young lady had just left the Pentagon when she received secret information from Caitlin Snow, who was actually the Frost Killer, who usually pretended to be a naive and sweet girl. The Flash was about to appear, and the peaceful days of the central city were coming to an end. She just needed to tell the Frost Killer to maintain the original rhythm and pass on the information. There were more and more superheroes in this world, and with it, the outbreak of villains began to appear like a blowout. There was a very mysterious causal relationship in between. It was biased to say that there was no disease without a cure, but at a macro level, there was still some truth. Chapter 577. It was as if a valve had been opened. On the day the Flash woke up, the bank in Central City was robbed by a paranormal who could control the weather. The police could not do anything about it. Witnesses from all walks of life expressed their opinions on social media and criticized the government's inaction. Thea deeply despised the behavior of robbing a bank just because they had some ability. It was too scary to be ignorant. How much money could they have robbed? One day later, on the way home from work, Sia felt that something was amiss. Her secretary, Miss Maisie, quickly put up her guard. Miss Maisie might look delicate, wearing high heels and a one-step skirt every day, and even walking like a cat. She looked like she was ready for the unspoken rules, but she was actually not any weaker than Death Knell. Oh, don't worry. It's not a bad guy. You should be looking for me. You can go back first. Thea looked into the distance and flew to a nearby building. Miss Maisie was relieved. Thea and Luther had something in common. They didn't need her protection. Miss Maisie trained so well to protect herself so that she wouldn't die in the aftermath of a chaotic battle. Now that she heard from Thea that it was nothing serious, she calmly went to the garage to get her car. Thea flew to the rooftop and waited for 2 seconds. A yellow lightning flashed and a young man walked in front of her. Barry, long time no see. You seem to have recovered well. Why are you looking for me? Thea asked the young Flash in front of her. Shouldn't this guy be looking for Oliver? Why did he come to her? In fact, Barry was a little helpless. The few superheroes on the surface now were Superman, Batman, and Thea. The first two were elusive. He couldn't find them at all. Most importantly, he didn't have that kind of friendship. He also went to Green Arrow's side, but what he saw was Oliver having sex with Shadow. Should I call a certain someone out to listen to my complaints while I'm in high spirits? This wasn't something a normal person would do. He had no choice but to come to the metropolis from Star City. He wanted to hear the opinions of this famous female superhero. I spent my whole life looking for miracles. I didn't expect to become a miracle. I wanted to help others, but unfortunately, I messed up today. What if Professor Wells is right? What if I'm not a hero? What if I'm just someone who happened to be struck by lightning? Barry seems to have been holding back for a long time. He starts from the time when Pangu created the world, no, from his birth. Thea wants to remind him that they have discussed this issue before. Theoretically, she knows some of the things that happened. However, seeing that Barry doesn't seem to be happy, she decides to listen to him. In summary, Barry Aaron, this child, had not found his own position. With superpowers, he felt that he should be the savior of the world and should bear all the responsibilities. He was on the opposite end of the spectrum from those who had the ability to do whatever they wanted. Thea had forgotten how Oliver had enlightened her in the original space-time, but she had her own methods. She stretched out her hand and cast a water mirror spell. The water ripples and soon the image of an old man appeared. Thea knew that Barry didn't recognize him, so she started to tell him. Dr. Savannah, he has been looking for miracles his whole life. Half a year ago he finally received the favor of fate and obtained extraordinary powers. He thanked the heavens for their blessings and donated 1/3 of his family fortune. He also helps the poor from time to time. Now he is still donating books and precious ancient books to various universities. He's already 60 years old, but he's still using light and heat. Thea felt a little guilty when she said this. Dr. Savannah was a proper villain in the original spacetime. Now that he had obtained 20% of Black Adam's divine power, in order to make a good impression on Thea, not only did he donate his family fortune, but he also built bridges and paved roads, planted trees, helped the poor, and helped the poor. He did a lot of good deeds. Thea didn't treat him unfairly. Naturally, she didn't give him the dummy version of the new creator's planet. Instead, she gave him a copy of the teaching notes that she used to teach Damien. If he had any questions, he could teach her remotely or leave a message. Seeing that Barry was deep in thought, she gave another example. This time the image changed and a little boy with green skin appeared. This boy's name is Carl Logan. His codename is Beast Boy. Due to an accident in the laboratory, he underwent a genetic mutation and can switch between animals. He's only 9 years old now. This is the image of him saving a traffic victim yesterday. In the image, Beast Boy turned into a pony, and in an instant he pushed the victim from the front of the car that failed to brake to the other side of the road. Thea covered her face a little. It was hard to tell which was more painful, being hit by a car or being pushed by a pony. Barry, who saw this scene, was also a little embarrassed. This child was much fiercer than him. Thea coughed a little. Look, no matter if it's a 60-year-old man or a 9-year-old child, even if they do it clumsily, they are still doing it. It is better than not doing it at all. Everyone needs to grow, and heroes naturally need to grow as well. If they can't do it today, they can do it tomorrow. Heroes don't grow in a day, right? Do what you should do. It's not that lightning happened to hit you, it's that it chose you. Thea looked at the son of the god of speed, and said with a solemn and respectful tone. After laying out the facts and reasoning, Barry Allen regained his vigor and returned to Central City while singing. The first battle of the Flash. Thea stood there and thought for a while. It was better to go and observe. Compared to intelligence and charm, Thea wasn't good at speed. However, she had upgraded from a normal person's model to a Lord's model. No matter how slow she was, she could still be faster than the rookie Flash. How could she run back like a wild donkey? Thea pursed her lips. She could still compete with him in speed in the future, but she wasn't in the mood now. She identified the direction and directly teleported to Central City. She put on an invisibility spell and entered the cutting-edge technology laboratory. Other than Caitlin, who noticed her visit, Psyker and Reverse Lightning didn't notice her at all. Thea waited in silence. What happened next was like watching a movie. The Flash ran back and showed Psyker his high-tech wear-resistant suit as if he was presenting a treasure. After that, the monster that controlled the weather also jumped out at the right time. The Flash's first battle wasn't good, and Reverse Lightning used his max-level mouth to start feeding him chicken soup. What left the deepest impression on Thea was his heart-wrenching scream, "Run, Barry, run, run." She didn't watch the old man's emotional performance anymore. She rushed to the scene and prepared to observe the god of speed. At this time, the monster was still clamoring, and even shouted that he was God. Thea almost fainted. The ignorant were really fearless. After holding back for so long, it was just a small tornado. Did he think he was God? She looked at the Flash, who was moving in the opposite direction of the tornado. To be precise, she was looking at the god of speed. With just a glance, she knew that she guessed right. This was also the origin. It symbolized the concept of speed. It was the origin of speed. However, compared to the black of decay and the green of all things, the god of speed was more elusive. In Thea's opinion, Barry was very similar to the swamp monster from before. He was just a worker. If he didn't change the nature of his life force, he would end up lying dead in the god of speed space. There was a rumor that the universe produced the god of speed at the moment when the lightning struck Barry Allen. At that moment, this power extended to 2 levels, covering the entire timeline in the parallel universe. Unfortunately, Thea couldn't see that Barry was different. Thea cast a few wind-type acceleration spells, trying to see if they could help the rookie Flash speed up, but unfortunately they were all immune to the Flash's power. She tried to intercept a part of it, but this time, it disappeared into the air. Chapter 578. After trying several methods in a row, Thea could only give up. In the state of invisibility, more methods were not easy to use. She still had a lot of time so she could slowly study it later. Unaware that there was someone spying on them, the soldiers were quickly killed by the Flash, who went berserk. Successfully obtaining the first experience of a hero, the fledgling Barry Allen ran back to the cutting-edge technology laboratory to celebrate with a few friends. The research on the power of speed came to an end, and the young lady naturally returned to her home. She had too many things to do, and the anti-lightning that was destined to die in this world was not worthy of her attention. In the next few days, the deeds of the Flash began to ferment, and various media reports began to talk about this lightning-like figure. There was no doubt that this was a superhero. Many rescued citizens could testify to this, but no one knew whether the hero was a man or a woman, old or young, or even an earthling or an alien. In just half a month she defeated a superpower that could split and a superpower that could release poisonous gas. The comments on the internet began to show an explosive trend. What happened to our world? Would ordinary people still have a way to live in the future? This was not only the question of ordinary people, but also of several people who were in charge of the country's lifeline. Thea's evaluation of them was that they were a bunch of muddle-headed idiots. All questions about the Flash said that they did not know, which indirectly increased the worries of several people. They must immediately enter the interstellar era, and the technological level of the Earth made them feel very insecure. Do you know this person? In the place that Thea named the Hall of Justice, Batman asked and took out a few photos for her to see. It was amazing. Batman's black technology took a picture of Barry Allen's face, even though he was wearing an anti-wear suit and a mask. The Flash in the photo was rescuing a woman trapped in the house by a fire. He was running up the wall from the bottom. His technique was not very skilled and his speed was a little slow. This gap was captured by Batman. After the image comparison, face recognition, face restoration, and dug out Barry's appearance. Well, I do know him. Barry Allen, a very kind person. He is a rare good person. Thea answered with certainty. Why can he run so fast? Is it a mutation? Batman asked. According to him, he was struck by lightning and became like this after that. Thea spread her hands. She knew Batman very well among the superheroes. This guy would definitely find a small notebook to write it down and think hard about how to deal with it. Catwoman said that he only slept for an hour a day and used all his energy to think about other people. However, Thea was still looking forward to his research. One had to know that the Fenrir Armor's high-speed aiming device would be able to hit the pinnacle Flash in the future. She wondered how high the high-speed aiming device would be. She could only submit to this kind of unreasonable black technology. If this yellow lightning is a friend, then who is this red lightning? Batman threw out another stack of photos. There were photos of Gotham, Metropolis, Star City, Seaside City, and many other big cities. The only similarity was that there was a red lightning bolt in each photo. Defying lightning? Thea's face was expressionless, but countless thoughts were colliding in her mind. There were many theories about the origin of the power of lightning speed. Even those who were extremely fast could not figure out the source of their power, let alone an outsider like her. However, from defying lightning's painstaking efforts to cultivate the Flash for 14 years, some conclusions could be inferred. In short, if there was a Flash, there would be a power of lightning speed. Defying lightning came to this world. Because there was no Flash, his power of lightning speed disappeared directly. He could only cultivate Barry Allen himself. In theory, when the lightning bolt hit Barry Allen 9 months ago, the power of lightning speed had already been unlocked in this world. Defying lightning's own power of lightning speed should have recovered a lot. However, he had been silent for 9 months and only came out now. Did this mean that his power of lightning speed was not enough before? Only when Barry was running for his life could he have enough power of lightning speed to squander. She was not an extremely fast person, so she could not understand the cause and effect of this. Thea only knew that defying lightning was now a little anxious. This world was too different from what he knew. He had to look around to confirm the next step of his plan. I'll take care of him. Thea took the photo of red lightning and said goodbye to Batman, then left the metropolis. That night, Thea flew high in the sky, looked down at the earth and waited quietly. After waiting until the middle of the night, a red lightning bolt suddenly appeared at the end of her line of sight. The other party kept moving through the streets and alleys, stopping from time to time to search for something. Thea's supervision could see that defying lightning's face was getting more and more confused. This transmigrator from the 25th century was definitely not in a good mood at this time. When others were unhappy, Thea would generally be very happy. Seeing that defying lightning left Seaside City and was speeding on the highway, she was very unethical and pulled a magic rope on the side of the road. The rope was invisible and colorless, blending into the surrounding environment. In order to test the magic resistance of the power of lightning speed, she added a few triggering spells on the rope. She had just finished setting it up when the red lightning bolt was in front of her in the blink of an eye. The magic rope was suddenly broken by a huge force, and defying lightning speed was also interrupted. He rolled on the ground like a gourd, rolling 17 or 18 times on the ground. What the hell? Defying lightning looked around, a little confused. He dared to swear to God that he did not see anything just now. Thea was also very happy. These extremely fast people were protected by the power of lightning speed, which was very anti-physical and ignored the rules of inertia and acceleration. Otherwise they would have fallen to their deaths at such a high speed. In any case, she still remembered her mission, which was to teach defying lightning a lesson and make him obediently stay in Central City and play with little lightning slowly. Why the hell was he running around in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? She was wearing her divine artifact robe without a hood. She revealed herself in the air and asked in an indifferent tone, "Who are you? What are you looking for?" Thea Quinn. Defying lightning's eyes narrowed. He did not sleep in the middle of the night, so naturally he was not out running. It was just that the current world was too different from the world he remembered. He had some guesses in his heart, but he did not give up and was still looking for evidence to comfort himself. In his original world there was no Superman or Batman. A few months ago the darkness of decay scared him. At that time his power of lightning speed had just recovered, and ordinary mosquitoes certainly could not bite him. But if the whole world was full of mosquitoes, then he could only wait for death. To be honest, he was a little scared at that time. He went to the scene in Wyoming earlier than Thea and the others, and the scene at that time could only be described as shocking. Chapter 579. Fortunately, the descent of the Rotten Kingdom was quelled by the superheroes soon after, and he was relieved. Now that Barry Allen had officially returned to his position, he would shout, "Run, run, run." Every day he would shout, "Run, run, run," in the name of training the new Flash. Barry was running at full speed, and his lightning speed was recovering rapidly, which was why he had been investigating for the past few days. He had tried to observe Superman and Batman in secret, but he couldn't find either of them. Thea was his next target, but he didn't expect her to come to him so openly. His eyes narrowed, and he turned into red lightning and rushed forward. Looking at the red lightning in front of her, Thea increased her speed and chose to dodge. The two quickly chased each other in the wilderness. Reverse lightning was indeed gritting his teeth as he ran, but Thea wasn't. Logically speaking, who didn't know how to run with their two long legs? Originally, she wanted to compete with reverse lightning, but after running a few steps she discovered a problem. Reverse lightning was wearing anti-friction tights and a tightly covered head cover. It could be said that the whole outfit was designed for racing. What was her outfit? God's punishment robe. Hayati had considered her as a goddess, so she had designed a woman's robe with a tight waist. It looked really beautiful from a distance, but the scope of this outfit definitely didn't include racing. She ran 2 steps and stopped. It was really strange. She was wearing a big robe, and with her blonde hair she didn't have the protection of her lightning speed. Facing air resistance, she ran like a lunatic. Thea wasn't good at speed, but for a big account like her who was about to max level, there was no shortcoming. She could run very fast if she didn't care about anything. But now for her image she couldn't do that. She felt a little regretful and gave up the idea of racing with reverse lightning, but she still wanted to see his speed. With her unparalleled mastery of teleportation, she began to use short-range teleportation to increase the distance between the two sides. From a distance, it looked like a mage rushing forward with a whoosh. Reverse lightning had never seen such a strange way of moving. He was very confident in his lightning speed. "I don't care where you run, I will chase with all my strength." For a moment, a sky-blue shadow was in front and a red lightning bolt was behind. The two of them began to compete in speed. They went west from Seaside, through Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and finally into Texas. The two of them didn't go to the big city, but instead ran as fast as lightning on the road. Of course this was for against lightning. Thea herself didn't need to use much mana, and she also saw a lot of things along the way. From the perspective of the law of speed, reverse lightning was not too far away from the Flash himself. In other words, whatever speed the Flash had, reverse lightning had roughly the same speed. At this moment, Thea felt like she was a level 100 player fighting against a level 60 player. Was her opponent fast? It was indeed fast, and as time passed the speed of reverse lightning also increased rapidly. However, it was not to the point of despair. According to her rough estimate, it was initially around 1,000 km/h, but now it had increased to around 1,500 km/h. There was no cover around the road, and reverse lightning couldn't catch up with Thea no matter how hard he tried. At this point, he already knew that he couldn't catch up with this woman, at least not with the lightning speed in his body. Panting and kicking, reverse lightning secretly gritted his teeth. When he recovered his full strength, he would definitely teach her a lesson. In an instant, he suddenly realized a problem. How could he be so tired? One must know that he could run hundreds of laps around the earth without stopping. Now, it was just a few minutes of chasing. How could he be tired? You noticed it? Let me see the essence of your power. The reason why reverse lightning was so tiring was naturally because of magic. Energy Drain, a very high-end necromancy spell, was naturally the quintessence of Morgan Le Fay's magic book. She had long since placed it on the magic rope, and it was directly triggered when reverse lightning was tripped. Thea not only absorbed his life force but also a lot of his spiritual power, willpower, and a lot of other things including his lightning speed. She couldn't do it when she was invisible in Central City, but naturally she didn't have to worry about this today. She stretched out her hand, and a large red arc wrapped in divine power was taken out of his body. Damn. Seeing this scene, reverse lightning's eyes widened. I've always been the one to steal other people's lightning speed, but today I'm the one being robbed. Are you still a hero of justice? I'm going to complain. The red arc was very rebellious. It kept hitting the divine power barrier, wanting to return to reverse lightning's body. What is this? She asked knowingly. I don't know. Reverse lightning answered simply. What are you looking for? Thea was too lazy to play with him. Her body floated in the air and she looked down at reverse lightning. Are you stupid? I can fly. Reverse lightning was a little speechless. He didn't have the ability to fly. Thea saw that he didn't answer, so she continued, Is the yellow lightning in Central City related to you? Who are you? When reverse lightning heard this, his eyes were a little evasive. Yes, their abilities were so similar that even a fool would know that they were related. If she found the flash, it would definitely alert the enemy and cause a series of consequences. Reverse lightning was now really afraid of this world. If the flash beside him changed again, he didn't know what to do. He rolled his eyes and decided to make up a lie. We're together. We're looking for a way home. His words were both true and false. He explained his purpose, and with the good reputation of the Flash, he tied the two of them together and disguised them as a do-gooder duo. In his impression, superheroes were simply too easy to fool. It was true that they were strong, but they were all too naive. The truth was just as he expected. The good reputation of the Flash helped him, and the superheroes opposite him fell for it. Thea laughed secretly, but she didn't expose him. Her attitude became a little more amiable. A way home? You're not from this world? Are you from a parallel universe or a different time period? Reverse Lightning was a little surprised by her sharpness. However, Thea's reputation as a great scientist was still very intimidating. He wouldn't underestimate her knowledge. After all, they had chatted in reality before. He coughed twice. He was also wondering whether he was in a parallel universe or a different time period. Why did it feel like the combination of these two options was the real answer? The bitter Reverse Lightning could only skip the parallel universe option. He said bitterly, "We're from the future." Seeing that he was implying the Flash in his words, Thea wanted to laugh. This guy also knew the importance of disguise. People from the future? The Heaven's Eye Society had previously captured a woman from the 31st century called Queen Emerald Eye, and a man from the 64th century called Magician was on the run. Which year did you transmigrate from? Holy shit. Is this for real? Reverse Lightning seemed to have been struck by lightning again. Thea's words made his jaw drop. This was indeed not the world he was familiar with. The 31st century was already very scary. What era was the 64th century? Hadn't the Earth exploded yet? He said a little embarrassedly, "We're from the 25th century." Thea nodded silently and began to show off her acting skills. Do you need our help? No need, no need. Reverse Lightning hurriedly rejected this proposal. He didn't dare to let Barry Allen appear in front of these superheroes. Once the two sides confronted each other, even a fool would know that someone was lying. Chapter 580. Thea expressed her regret for not being able to help others, and kindly introduced the scale of the superheroes on Earth. You see, we have 3 Kryptonians and 2 Martians. All of them are super powerful combat forces. The rest of the Earthlings have a lot of cheats, too many to count. Knowing that Reverse Lightning had never been to another planet, she took out the words she used to fool General Zod and introduced the universe to Reverse Lightning. Earth had 2,814 sectors, and there were 7,200 official Green Lanterns and the same number of reserve Green Lanterns in the universe. In short, we are all righteous people in this world. Are you happy to hear that? Reverse Lightning, who was also a righteous person, hypnotized himself to express that he was very happy and excited. We're just looking for a way home and doing some good deeds. We won't waste your time. After that, the two waved goodbye happily, and Reverse Lightning ran back to Central City with a bitter face. Thea went straight home. Reverse Lightning should be quiet for a few days. Extreme Speed was such an unconventional and anti-scientific person. Thea decided to play with him. Back in the laboratory, she didn't rest. Instead, she took out the small ball of speed that she took from Reverse Lightning. After studying it for an hour, she had no choice but to seal it and put it away. Just as she couldn't understand death, she couldn't understand this extreme speed. Maybe it was contrary to her deity position. The god of trade and speed? The god of wealth and speed? The two didn't match at all. The source and the compatibility were too different. She could only comfort herself with this. Reverse Lightning was so frightened by her that he trembled. He no longer dared to wander around in the middle of the night. Instead, he focused all his energy on training Barry Allen. Even Psyker and Caitlin had to work around the clock. The two of them complained that they couldn't take it. Reverse Lightning ignored their complaints and focused on leveling up Barry Allen so that he could use his power to return to his own time and space. He didn't want to stay in such an unlucky world for a minute longer. At the end of the month, the Spaceship Explorer, which was jointly built by Quinn Group, Palmer Group, and Road Technologies, successfully arrived on Mars. More than 100 scientists and workers used mature nanotechnology equipment to build a simple residence on the surface of Mars. When the news spread back to the country, many media outlets went into a frenzy. Humanity had never been so close to the interstellar era. Thea continued to work hard to increase her reputation. Ray Palmer and Maxwell Rhodes from Rhodes Technologies also did not let go of this opportunity. The three of them used various opportunities to promote the convenience of the interstellar era. Naturally, the stocks of the three companies soared. The major countries in the world could not hold back their demands. For an entire month, all the launch centers were busy, and the population of Mars quickly exceeded 5,000. The aircraft carrier, the space battleship, was already in its final stages. In just one more month, it would be able to fly directly into space. During this process, the help provided by the Red House scientists was unparalleled. Although Dr. Sarah Stone was very unwilling to weaponize alien technology, he could only compromise in the big picture. He contributed a lot of practical individual weapons to prevent the possible interstellar war that might follow. Sia felt that his paranoia was quite serious, but she did not intervene too much. She could not tell the doctor that IBAN International Trade, a neutral interstellar business alliance, had long been secretly controlled by her. When the time came, all he needed to do was wave his flag and shout his battle cry, and it would be fine. Creating pressure for them and turning it into motivation was the right way to go. Therefore, she should still increase the sense of crisis that they should feel. Hey Thea. Not long after she started work, Oliver, who had always been lazy, came looking for her. The two of them agreed to visit Barry Allen. In theory, because of Oliver's friendly match with Shadow, he still did not know that Barry had turned into the Flash. Oliver was a very stubborn person, but he was quite good to his friends. When he found out that Barry had just woken up after being in a coma for 9 months, Oliver prepared to call his sister, who had amazing medical skills, to visit him. Thea sorted out the order and felt that it was not against her principles. She also wanted to see if Reverse Lightning was behaving properly. The siblings drove directly to Central City. Thea was still slowly adjusting her state of mind. She did not want to become like Heron Mill one day, treating everyone as a burden. This was because, according to the Martian hunter, Heron Mill was once a very kind and caring god. However, time had eroded his mind. Countless years of life had caused him to forget his original intentions, resulting in a tragic end. Batman and the Martian hunter had said on various occasions that she was becoming more and more ethereal and unpredictable. The words of these two wise men rang an alarm bell in Thea. She no longer used magic in her daily life. She deliberately maintained a positive and enthusiastic attitude in an attempt to alleviate her psychological discomfort. Oliver's car was very fast. In less than 2 hours they had entered the Central City. Speaking of cars, Thea had equipped the Green Arrow team with new equipment. Perhaps due to economic reasons in the original space-time, Oliver's vehicle was a small motorcycle. How low was that? Look at Batman's equipment and look at yours? Thea directly threw his small motorcycle into outer space. All kinds of black technology vehicles were installed on it. All kinds of polymer combat suits, fighter jets, gliders, tanks, robotic arms, and a set of speed-type power armor. The main material of the power armor was the body of the cheetah god that they had obtained when they arrested the leopard lady. Even if it was not as good as the Batcave, it could not be too shabby. After 2 years of accumulation, Oliver's driving skills were now at a level of 6. He could even be thrown into Akina Mountain to make a name for himself. Barry was now in good health. He certainly would not stroll around during work hours like the two idlers. He was still working in the Midtown police station. Thanks to Thea's high reputation and her sponsorship of the national police system, everyone knew her. Knowing that she was looking for Barry, everyone was envious and brought her into Barry's evidence collection office. The two siblings were waiting for him. Oliver was bored to death as he flipped through the newspaper. Thea looked up at the skylight. It was here that lightning struck Barry Allen and created the Flash. Why did the power of speed choose Barry among countless ordinary spacetime, countless universes, and countless planets? No one could tell whether it was inevitable or accidental. It could only be attributed to the wonders of fate. After a while, footsteps were heard. Barry Allen, who looked like a good student, opened the door. "Oliver, Thea." The handsome boy greeted brightly. It was obvious that he had regained his confidence. Thea was a little speechless. "What kind of eyes were you looking at?" He saw Oliver the moment he entered the door, and then he saw Thea. It was a strange scene. Thea's charm attribute was almost exploding, and Oliver was just a handsome guy among ordinary people. Chapter 581. Let me introduce you to Ayers West. Barry introduced the dark-skinned girl beside him to the siblings. Speaking of which, the dark-skinned girl was also very strange. She grew up with Barry, but she didn't know that he liked her. Everyone around her knew that Barry liked her, but she was so slow that she didn't know. In the end, when the Flash mustered up his courage to confess, he made a big move, which was to say, "I've always treated you like an older brother." The Flash's blood stained his clothes red. The four of them actually knew each other before, but they didn't talk much. They chatted for a while and then went to eat. Barry wanted to show off his ability to Oliver a few times, but because Ayers was beside him, he forced himself to hold back. Thea wanted to laugh when she saw Barry's hesitant look. What was even funnier was that she deliberately glanced at Reverse Lightning, who was in the cutting-edge technology laboratory, and he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He couldn't help but be anxious. If Barry showed off his speed, then his previous words would be completely exposed. What about traveling through time and space was true, but his relationship with Barry was completely fake. Reverse Lightning was so anxious that he was scratching the wall, but he had to pretend to be calm in front of Psyker and Caitlin. Fortunately, Ayers was with him the whole time, so Barry didn't get a chance to show off his speed to his good friend. Just as Reverse Lightning was secretly observing and felt that today's incident had passed without any danger, an accident happened. Just as the siblings were about to drive back, gunshots rang out from the other side of the road and the shouts of the crowd. Barry was in a dilemma. Should he turn into the Flash in front of Ayers, or should he let Thea and the others deal with it? This was a difficult question for him. Fortunately, he didn't hesitate for long. A piercing pain released him from the problem. "My leg. It hurts." Barry suddenly sat on the ground, hugging his leg. This made Ayers and Thea stunned. "You were running and jumping just now. This illness came too quickly. Let me take a look." Thea wasn't bragging. She turned her multifunction wristwatch and started to check Barry's leg. He thought that he wanted to send Ayers away so that he could be the Flash himself. Unfortunately, that was not the case. His leg was seriously injured. This kind of injury was very strange. Even with the support of the power of seraphic speed, it would not heal in a short time. There was no need to guess. It must have been the god of speed expert Reverse Lightning who had done something to him. For him to be able to research the god of speed himself, his scientific attainments were extremely deep. Barry did not know that he had been plotted against. He was only concerned about the other side of the street. He grabbed Thea's hand and said, "Don't worry about me. Save the people over there first." His eyes were firm and decisive, and Thea could only follow his instructions. After all, Reverse Lightning would only make him unable to run today, not kill him. Thea gave Oliver a look. It was not suitable for Green Arrow to appear in this kind of situation. Thea did not have such concerns. She flew over to Ayers, who was surprised. It was only a short block, so they arrived in the blink of an eye. Just as she was about to make her move, she saw a flash of red lightning speeding towards her. The two of them arrived at the scene almost at the same time. The red lightning even waved at her in a friendly manner. What was the meaning of this? Thea was a little confused for a moment. It took her a long time to understand what was going on. Was Reverse Lightning trying to cover up his lie of being a hero by defeating the Flash in one move and then running out to be a superhero himself? Thea came to a conclusion that shocked even herself. She did not know whether to laugh or cry. This person was really giving it his all. In order to return to his original time and space in a short time, he could only use this method of patching up one lie to cover up another lie to avoid the powerful superhero force that Thea mentioned. It was really hard for him. When Thea saw the person who was fighting the police officers, the eerie sense of déjà vu became even stronger. Who did she see? It was Captain Lung, who was dressed like an Eskimo. At this moment, this fierce general was wearing sunglasses and holding a sci-fi-looking weapon. The gun spewed out a large amount of cold air, causing the Central City police officers to flee in all directions. At this critical moment, one of the heroes of justice, Reverse Lightning, rushed up to him. What the hell was this Reverse Lightning fighting against Captain Lung? At this time, Captain Lung was not the one on the Wave Rider, but in the original time and space, when he had just obtained the freeze gun. His freeze gun was still very primitive. Unsurprisingly, it was developed by Psyker after he obtained the theory from Thea. Later it was stolen by Captain Lung. The power of the freeze gun was stronger than the one in the original time and space, but weaker than the final version. Captain Lung's several shots were easily dodged by Reverse Lightning. His movements were as slow as a snail in the eyes of those who were rushing, but he was also a smart person. He very insidiously targeted the surrounding people who were watching the show. Reverse Lightning was about to curse in his heart. Whether these people died or not had nothing to do with him, but Thea was still watching outside, so he could only bite the bullet and save them. Seeing this scene, Captain Lung was even more convinced that this guy was a hero of justice. Bang, bang. There were two muffled sounds and he played a little trick. He first attacked a distant target, then quickly turned the muzzle to attack a nearby police officer. Reverse Lightning was tired of it. He could not think of a good way at the moment, so he could only counter the moves as they came. Unfortunately, he had underestimated his own speed, and Thea had previously absorbed the power of speed from his body, which had a subtle effect on him. After he saved two people in a row, he almost failed to dodge the frost ray. The cold air swept past his calf. Absolute Zero was no joke. Reverse Lightning's combat experience was 100 times richer than Barry Allen's at this time. He hurriedly mobilized the power of speed on his leg, trying to accelerate the cell healing. Unfortunately, Captain Lung had already predicted this. He had already aimed his gun at Reverse Lightning, and his finger was about to pull the trigger. At this critical moment, Thea knew that it was not suitable for her to watch the show. She used her divine weapon to block in front of Reverse Lightning, and waved her hand to create a wind wall in front of Captain Lung's surprised eyes. Captain Lung was an ordinary person. He was blown away by the strong wind and pressed against the wall like a mural. He fainted immediately. "Are you okay?" Thea held back her laughter and asked Reverse Lightning. He was also a good man, pretending to be fine. "Thank you for your help." He did not wait for Thea's reply and ran away like a wisp of smoke. He had no choice but to run. He had used the excuse of going to the toilet to escape. He had already wasted a few minutes saving people. Psyker and Caitlin were smart people. It would be troublesome if they found out something was wrong. He had to go back immediately. He mobilized a large amount of the power of speed to wrap up his wound, and ran like the wind back to the cutting-edge laboratory. He quickly changed into the alias of Dr. Wales, and slowly walked in his wheelchair. There was no need to mention the gloominess in his heart. His leg had already been injured by the frost gun, and after running for a while, it had worsened the injury. Fortunately, he had the foresight to see that Dr. Wales was also in a wheelchair every day. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain how he could cripple his leg after going to the toilet. Chapter 582. Reverse Lightning didn't forget about Barry Allen. He also needed to treat his wounds. He sent Psyker and Caitlin to pick him up. His excuse was ready-made. His good friend Barry was injured. Why didn't they hurry up and bring him back? After the two left, he finally had time to treat his wounds. It was a ghastly sight. There was a palm-sized area on his calf that was frostbitten. The regeneration of his cells was suppressed. Fortunately, Reverse Lightning's knowledge was not ordinary. He concocted a lot of medicine on the spot and applied it to the wound. However, it would take at least 10 days for the wound to recover. He had just finished treating the wound when the rest of the team came back. Thea, Olivier, the Flash, and a few of his friends ran back. Ayres was very anxious. "Don't worry, leave it to us. We have done a lot of research on his injuries." Reverse Lightning calmly comforted Ayres. At the same time, he kept looking at Thea. "Why is this girl still here? You have so many things to do. Staying in our central city will affect humanity's interstellar travel. You should hurry up and leave." His prayers came true. A few minutes later, Thea and her brother received a call at the same time. Olivier's team had found the Count of Vertigo's new stronghold. Thea received a call from the company, saying that there was an urgent matter to discuss with her. This disappointed Thea, who had been waiting for Reverse Lightning to lie, greatly. However, she didn't waste any time and flew to the two places with Olivier. After dealing with the urgent matter, Thea turned her attention to Reverse Lightning. Reverse Lightning gave Barry an excuse of muscle wear and tear. He also pointed out how unscientific and irregular his running movements were. In other words, this injury was caused by the accumulation of small problems from daily running. After that, he slapped Barry and sent him to the underground tunnel to practice running. The lie could be maintained for a while but not forever. Reverse Lightning just wanted to accumulate enough strength to return to his own world as soon as possible. He was annoyed by this group of superheroes. Unfortunately, he was smart, but others were not fools. After lying in bed for a whole day, Barry still discovered the problem. Reverse Lightning was running back and forth under the watchful eyes of so many people. How could it not be noticed? Especially the matter about the red lightning that Barry had been pursuing for more than 20 years. Now that it seemed to be showing signs of surfacing, he could no longer hold back. He directly went to the metropolis to ask Thea, who had seen the red lightning that day. She did not hide anything, nor did she add anything to the story. She repeated what she had said about the lightning that day. "Barry, are you from the future?" She pretended to be curious and asked. "Future your sister. Why didn't I know that I was a transmigrator?" Barry immediately denied this conclusion. "I'm definitely not. My birth information and family records are all well documented. How can I be someone from the future? That's ridiculous. If I'm not, does that mean the red lightning bolt is someone from the future? Did he kill my mother? Why did he do that?" Thea naturally wouldn't say that he was copying history and creating the Flash. She immediately shook her head and didn't know. Barry didn't expect any outsiders to know about this, so he could only go back and think about it himself. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Naturally, he asked for help from a few friends in the cutting-edge laboratory. Reverse Lightning pretended to be shocked and helped Barry come up with ideas to deal with him. The feeling was indescribable. This was also his helplessness. In fact, he could ignore the trouble caused by Captain Leng, but the identity of a hero of justice was a little useful to him. Should he provoke a bunch of superheroes to investigate him or let Barry investigate him alone? This was his choice before he deliberately exposed his whereabouts. He chose the latter. Barry was alone and he was under his nose every day. It wasn't too difficult to fool him. The fight with Captain Lung was his proof of allegiance to the superheroes. Whether it was useful or not, he had to stabilize the forces outside first. If the superheroes outside didn't investigate him, he would have enough time to transmigrate back. Reverse Lightning was betting that Barry wouldn't let outsiders participate in his mother's murder case. In the end, he won the bet. Barry only asked about the red lightning and didn't say anything about helping. He was focused on investigating the incident from beginning to end. Time passed slowly and for a moment, everyone seemed to be very busy. Green Arrow was learning from the Ninja Master and fighting criminals. The Flash was looking for the real murderer and Superman was living his life at home. Louise was pregnant, and a child that might have Earth and Kryptonian blood was about to be born. The Martian hunter was also busy teaching his niece. His niece was also a naughty child. After getting familiar with Earth for a few days, she accidentally saw Princess Starfire's live broadcast and said that she wanted to be a celebrity. This made the Martian hunter very worried. Batman was even busier. Because the interstellar travel plan was brought forward, this guy was moving his experimental base. He was very generous. Thea only had to build an underground laboratory, but this guy built his laboratory on the moon. The speed of human development on Mars was getting faster and faster. His lunar base could be discovered at any time, so he could only move it further away. After a few inspections, he finally moved to Dion. He was busy for half a month before the project was completed. Thea was also very busy. The modification of the mothership had entered a critical moment, and the military had invested a lot of effort into it. All kinds of materials, manpower and technology were invested regardless of the cost. Almost all the scientists that could be gathered were gathered together, and they were doing the final adjustments. The military took out the USS Ford electromagnetic nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, which had not been in active service for a long time, to do a new modification. On this day the sun was shining brightly. Many politicians, business tycoons and scientists gathered at the U.S. military base in Guam. Among them were many scientists from the Quinn Group, Dr. Sarah Stone from the Red House, many generals in the military, the president who had not appeared in public for a long time, and a group of government officials. There was also Sia, Ray Palmer, Maxwell Rhodes, and a large number of financial groups that supported the military. They were all present. They were going to watch the entire process of the mothership's ignition and liftoff at the command center. The commander of the mothership was Major General Alice, a relatively young female general. Thea looked at it when she first heard the name, but she gave up when she found that it had nothing to do with Resident Evil. This test flight was a bit confidential. No one was confident that such a large ship could fly into the sky. Even Thea did not dare to make any guarantees. This was also the reason why she was there in person. If something went wrong in the middle and the whole thing fell, she would be able to catch it. No one dared to call the reporters. Everyone who had a stake in the project silently watched the preliminary inspection of the warship. The cost of the hull alone was more than $20 billion, and the cost of the later modification would be quadrupled. This was the main reason why the military could not withstand the pressure and took in the funds of the financial groups. As for how much the financial groups benefited from the government, they did not care. The young Major General Alice was methodically issuing orders. The nuclear-powered reactor began to operate, and the 4 rotors in pairs began to exert power. The rotors and the jet engine formed a combined force, slowly pushing the 80,000-ton aircraft carrier, which had been reduced to 50,000 tons by replacing the vacuum tube tungsten alloy with a large amount of hafnium metal, slowly into the air. It wasn't just the people in the command room who were nervous. Major General Alice, who was on the Ford, was also nervous. If such a big iron lump fell, she would be done for. Wasn't the plane equipped with an ejection parachute function? If such a big thing really fell, not many people would survive. Chapter 583. Alice, who held the rank of Major General, was well aware of the dangers involved, but she really had no other choice. The military had a ceiling for women. No matter how hard she worked, she would only be a Major General for the rest of her life. Rather than that, she might as well take the risk. So when she was selecting a commander, she was given this risky mission under the stunned gazes of all the male generals. Now she was in a state of confusion. To outsiders, the commander stood alone on the bridge with an extraordinary aura, but in fact, her heart was pounding and her palms were sweating. Seeing the mothership rise bit by bit, her fear did not lessen. Instead, it increased. She might survive if she fell half a meter off the ground, but if she fell 100 meters off the ground? Then she could only pray to God. The Ford was supposed to have a crew of 1,100, with a flight team of 600. This was just a test flight, and the ship's weapons and aircraft were not yet equipped. In addition, everyone in the new era was generally afraid of death. Now, there were only about 300 people on the aircraft carrier. These were the Pentagon's painstaking efforts to select them from the 500,000 Navy soldiers. Major General Alice was now leading the 300 warriors as they flew upwards uneasily. In the blink of an eye, they had flown over 1,000 meters. The nuclear power was working normally, and the 4 rotors were in line with the theoretical test data. But the ground command was still anxious. "I'll go out and take a look," Thea said and flew out. Her current situation was very similar to that of the Iron Man next door. Almost everyone knew she had superpowers. Except for the fact that she did not shout, "I'm the Iron Man," in front of the reporters like Tony did, she was treated pretty much the same. At first, everyone was a little afraid of her, but after a while they realized they were not affected at all and gradually got used to it. The higher-ups were relieved to see her go out. At least it was a safety measure. Although there were no reporters, in fact, military satellites from various countries were watching Guam. If more than 300 people fell to their deaths, it would be difficult to explain. 1,500 meters, reporting to ground command. The mothership has taken off steadily and is beginning to accelerate. Major General Alice saw Thea too. She more or less knew what was going on, so she gave the order at the right time. The rotors began to rotate at full capacity, and the mothership rose rapidly. 5,000 meters, temperature drop. Activate the broadband active field thermostat. 15,000 meters, reporting to the ground, we are about to leave the troposphere. 28,000 meters. The mothership is operating normally in the stratosphere. The clouds here are beautiful. After rushing out of the troposphere, she suddenly realized that the clouds were already below her. Major General Alice was overwhelmed with emotions. She couldn't help but express her feelings of having survived a disaster. The ground command center responded with warm applause. Although the cost of the project was too high, at least the experiment was a success. After the biggest difficulty of lifting off was solved, the rest was much easier to handle. The ground commander then directed the mothership to fly east back to Andrews Air Force Base. Yes, this thing took off from the naval base and flew back to the Air Force Base. The ownership of the mothership could no longer be divided between the Navy and the Air Force. Several generals from different military branches fought over this matter, but they still couldn't come to a conclusion. The propulsion system of the mothership was taken from them. The Red House scientists disassembled Abin Su's spaceship and used a computer scan to install 5 high-powered propulsion systems on the mothership. The original speed of the mothership was only a few dozen knots on the surface of the sea, but now it was increased to Mach 3. The mothership timely activated the new protective shield developed by the former Quinn Corporation based on the Luther Corporation's foundation and flew back to Washington at lightning speed. Thea also followed along to protect them. There were no accidents until the mothership landed, which made her sigh in relief. After waiting for a few hours, many politicians took a special plane back to Washington and sent their late condolences to Major General Alice, who had accomplished this feat. The first few sentences were still normal, but as they spoke, they went off topic. The Navy believed that the flying unit of the mothership had to be Mach 3, while the Air Force believed that it had to be Mach 3. The two groups of people then argued about the personnel structure, clothing, military ranks, and a lot of other issues. It seemed like a small issue, but in fact, it was a matter of who would be the boss and who would be the second in command. The successful test flight of the mothership also meant that the Navy would gradually withdraw from the stage of history. Merging with the Air Force was the opinion of many knowledgeable people. Then came the question. Should they rely on the Navy at this stage to seize the leadership position and lead the Air Force, or should they be led by the Air Force? This was the question that the military leaders were most concerned about. Thea did not have time to listen to their nonsense. She told the vice president to report if there were any problems and returned to Star City alone. When she was in the sky just now, she received a call from Felicity. She did not say anything in detail. Thea was afraid that the mothership would fall, so she did not have time to deal with it. Now that things had come to an end, she finally had time to deal with it. Thea directly teleported to Felicity's villa. This big sister had been the vice president of the Quinn Corporation for many years, so her wallet was bulging. She did not hesitate to buy a mansion in Star City. What happened? Caitlin is also here. Oh, isn't this Ronnie? Aren't you dead? In addition to the two women in the room, there was also a destitute man sitting in the room. He turned his head, and Thea was slightly stunned when she saw his face. The man was Caitlin's fiancé, but he died in the explosion of the underground pipeline during the particle accelerator explosion in Central City. Caitlin was now the Frost Killer, but she did not forget their old relationship. This was also the reason why she immediately rushed over when Felicity contacted her. Professor Quinn, I'm not that young man Ronnie Raymond. I'm Martin Stein. Do you remember me? The man asked nervously. She remembered, wasn't he the fat old man on the Wave Rider? Although Thea was not very familiar with many people, she still knew the first generation of Firestorm. Coincidentally, she also knew the two people who formed him, Ronnie Raymond and Martin Stein. Although she knew him, she could not immediately show that she already knew. After thinking for a while, she asked, Professor Martin Stein from the University of Chicago? Yes, we talked before. This young man Ronnie also said that he knew you. That's why we came to find you. The man was very excited. It was obvious that the fusion of the two people was driving him crazy. With all due respect, Professor, how did you become like this? The one who occupied Ronnie's body was the fat old man. He told Thea about the explosion that day. The creature chose? During the reconstruction, the creature chose the most optimal setting, which is Ronnie's young body and your excellent brain. So now you are the one who is controlling the body. Is that what you mean, Professor? Thea made her own judgment after hearing the connection. Yes, Professor Quinn is indeed an expert in biomedicine. You are absolutely right. The man wanted to hug her leg and cry. He finally met someone who understood. Chapter 584. Professor, you want me to help you separate the two of you, right? Thea asked again. Yes, you're absolutely right. Professor Stein almost shouted at her. Thea ignored Stein's salted face and split a portion of her spiritual energy to scan the two of them. After scanning for 2 minutes and combining it with the science she already knew, she sighed. Professor, because of nuclear fission, the molecular structure of the two of you has completely fused together. This is your expertise in nuclear physics. You should know that even if the two of you are separated, you will no longer be normal humans. Both your immune system and hematopoietic function will be severely damaged. Stein was depressed. I know that we have already missed the best treatment period, but at that time, the two of us were entangled with each other and were in a daze for a long time. We only gradually regained our consciousness recently. Thea also started to think. In the original timeline, reverse lightning acted as a living bomb and used the black technology on her battle suit to decompose the nuclear power that formed the foundation of the two of them. Did she have such a thing? She really didn't have it on hand at the moment. She had a few technological products that were somewhat related, but they needed major modifications. The technology aspect was a little troublesome, but she had magic. Just like how she decomposed Miss Abby and Professor Holland, she could separate the different souls and then find a dead body to reincarnate into. Everything would be fine. Unfortunately, she was a hero of justice and couldn't do it. The fat old man was so old-fashioned that he wouldn't agree to it. Basically, she couldn't use methods that involved moral aspects such as reincarnation, cloning, and so on. Thea could only think of another way. Separating from the original body was the only way. Professor, do you believe in magic? The fat old man didn't believe in it at all, but he didn't have a good idea at the moment. Now, as long as she could separate them, he would even try witchcraft and immortal arts, let alone magic. Nodding against her will, Thea snapped her fingers. That's easy. I'll suppress your body and then use an illusion to simulate the explosion that day. Let your body think that it went through another fission, then the two of you will be separated again. Hypnosis to mobilize my own subconscious? Stein continued to use scientific methods to forcefully explain Thea's treatment methods, making the young lady very helpless. Professor Stein heaved a sigh of relief when he thought that he had mastered the treatment steps. He thought that he would have to use something like a blood sacrifice totem. Thea's treatment method did not deviate too much from what he knew. Will my body explode because of the stimulation? Stein was worried that it would cause a nuclear explosion. After all, they were in Star City, a city with a population comparable to Gotham. Don't worry about that. Caitlin, show the professor. Thea gestured to Caitlin. Caitlin's palms began to emit cold air, and the temperature in the room began to drop. Absorbing energy? Stein had been dealing with all kinds of energy his whole life. He quickly analyzed that Caitlin's ability was not a simple freezing ability, but a heat absorption ability. This was the complete opposite of his nuclear energy ability. He looked at Caitlin in surprise and finally felt relieved. His self-destruction was not something that could be done at will. The chain reaction also needed time. As long as the initial energy of the explosion was absorbed, it would not explode. Thea did not let down her guard. After all, this was Star City and she had set up a few barriers. Some were triggered, some were energy absorbing. Professor, I'm going to start. What you need to do is to remember that there are two of you in your mind. Stein pursed his lips and calmed down a little. He gestured to Thea to start. He did not even see what was going on before he realized that he was outside again. The dark night, the pouring rain, and the crowd around him were vivid in his mind. This was the time when the particle accelerator exploded. The people around him ran out, shouting all kinds of things. He was the only one who stood there in a daze. The particle explosion did not retreat because of the people running for their lives. It came as expected. A ray of golden energy hit Professor Stein directly. Rodney Raymond's soul was also wrapped in the energy. The memories of the two were merged again through nuclear fission and the dark matter produced by the explosion. However, they still remembered their mission. Thea in the outside world also used her psychic power to hint that they were not the same person. She was not as good as the Martian hunter in this aspect, but it was not difficult for her to do some simple operations. Not the same person. The two different lives were tangled together. Thea's hint was like a thin film that formed a barrier between the two. At the same time, the willpower of the two began to work. I'm not him. He's not me. The two rejected each other at the same time on the level of consciousness. Their bodies that were on the verge of merging were purposely guided away. The state in the outside world was a ball of energy fluctuation. After that, it exploded violently. After the strong light disappeared, the two slightly burnt people were lying on the ground on opposite sides. My floor. Felicity looked at the blackened floor with a little heartache. Thea could only smile. She was only focused on protecting her body and did not pay attention to the energy under her feet. Even if there was no fission at all, just a small leak in the initial reaction was enough to burn a big hole in Felicity's villa. Miss Smokey, I'll pay for it. The fat old man, Martin Stein, stood up shakily. When he saw that he had returned to normal, he was overjoyed. As a big name in international physics, he had the money to pay for a piece of the floor. On the other side, Ronnie Raymond also stood up slowly. He held Caitlin's hand and did not know what to say. Things were still the same, but people had changed. On the surface, the two of them did not change, but in reality, they were no longer the couple that was about to enter the marriage hall. Thea checked the two of them again. Professor Ronnie, your situation is really very strange. I don't know much about nuclear physics, but the two of you are now weaker than normal people. After all, you were separated from a strong body, and, seeing that the two of them were a little pale, she still had to say what she wanted to say. In fact, in the big explosion of the particle accelerator, from a biological point of view, your lives were actually dead. It was only the nuclear energy that created a new body. Nuclear energy is the foundation of your life. This is something that cannot be changed. You have to periodically. Thea was still thinking about how to phrase it when the fat old man hurriedly interrupted her. I can think of a way. Thank you for your help. I'll take my leave first. After that, the fat old man angrily pulled the door open and left. What nonsense! How could the human body be made of nuclear energy? The fat old man did not believe that he had become a freak. Even if he had become like Thea said, he felt that he could solve the problem with his own knowledge. Wasn't it just nuclear energy? The old man had been researching for more than 50 years and had won all the awards in this field. He was confident that he could solve all the problems in the field of nuclear physics. Chapter 585. Thea was not angry about the fat old man slamming the door and leaving. After all, it was Felicity's house door that was slammed, and it had nothing to do with her. However, she had a new understanding of the old man's stubbornness. Wasn't it just a change in life form? Was there a need to react so strongly? Ronnie Redmond's expression was equally ugly. Although he wasn't as outstanding as Syker and Caitlin, he was still quite capable to have been chosen by reverse lightning. It wasn't hard to guess what Sia had left unsaid after connecting the dots. Using the excuse that his thoughts were in a mess, Ronnie quickly left. Both of their patients had run away. Fortunately, this was not a hospital or they would have been beaten to death. Did you pay the medical fees and run away? With the patients gone, the three women were free. Thea had just finished working on the mothership and was preparing to rest for 2 days. Felicity had become a habit of skipping work, and Caitlin did not want to go back to Central City. Reverse Lightning estimated that he could be exposed at any time, and trained Barry like crazy every day. It seemed that the stronger Barry's ability was, the faster his speed would recover. Caitlin had Thea as a huge source of information, so she was able to understand the situation. On the other hand, Syker was dumbfounded. He did not know what had happened to Professor Wales, who had always been a nice guy, to train Barry so hard. Similarly, Barry had a black face full of question marks. He had a high IQ among the superheroes, but he lacked key clues. If he did not connect Reverse Lightning and Professor Wales together, he would never find the truth. Now that the three women were extremely bored, they could only meet up to go shopping. Thanks to the social stability of Star City over the years, many large shopping malls and shopping streets had been established here. Star City's economy had already surpassed the devastated metropolis in Gotham, and it was truly a business capital. Thea pulled Felicity, Caitlin, and Raven Lowly, who was on high school holidays and staying at home, along. Then she found that the female generals of the Green Arrow team were all in a daze. She pulled all of them together and formed a group to sweep the goods. Green Arrow Shadow, Black and White Canary Laurel Lance, Sarah Lance, and even the Ninja Master's daughter, Nissa, were forcefully dragged out. The 8 women bought whatever they saw. None of them were poor in the true sense of the word. Sarah and Nissa were assassins, and money was just a number to them. Although Laurel and Shadow were just ordinary public officials with a moderate income, they couldn't compete with their boyfriends, Oliver and Tommy, who were rich. The two of them swiped their boyfriends' bank cards. She bought all kinds of spring and summer clothes, bags, accessories, and all sorts of other things. Laurel liked the black mesh stockings very much, so they accompanied her for a long time. She had thought that it was just Laurel's personal interest, but she didn't expect the other girls to be so interested. Felicity was one of them, while Caitlin and Raven chose black stockings. Sarah Lance chose white stockings, and Nissa, the Ninja Master's daughter who had an illicit relationship with her, also chose a few pairs of stockings. Thea originally had no interest in stockings, but seeing the girls trying them out in high spirits, she also chose a few pairs of different colors. Maybe she should go back and encourage Diana to try it out? The long-legged goddess, and she never wore stockings. Perhaps Diana could wear stockings and high heels, which would make it easier for her to have a good fight. The goddess of trade and wealth had a wicked thought. Every store had a door-to-door service. Swiping a card to pack up, someone would naturally deliver the goods to the address. The girls didn't need to carry large and small bags after shopping. After a crazy shopping spree, they went to the gym and went to the hot spring. Lying comfortably in the hot spring, Thea couldn't help but wonder if she should form a female Justice League in the future. In fact, there were many female heroes in this world, but they were basically the vassals of the male heroes, suffering first and enjoying later. People only knew how to praise Batman, and gloriously ignored the Batwoman, Huntress and Batwoman behind him. The Green Arrow team also had this problem. There were more women than men. Of course, the men took on the heavy responsibility, but the hero world's disregard of the female heroes was a bit chilling. If Thea didn't rise, the Justice League in the future would only have Diana as a female veteran. Even a high school student like Steel Bones could be a veteran, but Barbara, who was good at both civil and martial arts and had been in the industry for many years, could only be a bystander in the Batwoman team. This reflected the current situation of male and female heroes. The framework of the Female Justice League gradually took shape in Thea's mind. The first important indicator was combat power. Thea herself and Diana were the top combat power in the world at present. Supergirl and Fiora could also be recruited. In addition, the big lowly Raven's real strength was also fierce, but she didn't like to use it. There were also some remaining intermediate forces, such as the girls in front of her, the girls in Batman's team, the Sea King's wife and a few friends. In fact, the number was quite large. Thea lay in the pool happily, imagining the evil act of breaking up the Justice League. At this time, a female assistant walked to her side and said softly, "There's a Mr. Barry Allen who wants to see you." "Why is Barry looking for me?" Thea thought for a moment and immediately realized that it must be about the fat old man and Ronnie. She gave Caitlin a look and told them to continue playing. She wrapped herself in a bath towel and went to the rest area. Hi. Barry saw that she was only wrapped in a bath towel and her legs were exposed. He was a little dazzled for a moment and almost bit his tongue. After a long time, he remembered his purpose and coughed. "Miss Thea, do you know how to deal with Professor Stein's matter?" Sure enough, Thea understood. The fat old man was not unaware of his physical condition, but he still had a glimmer of hope. Now that he was a human-shaped nuclear bomb, he was accumulating energy every minute and every second. If he lost control for a moment, it would cause a nuclear explosion. Although it might not be a big one, it would not be a problem to flatten a central city with a population of 6 million. Barry was usually so upset that he could not sleep at night when he saw children falling down. Now that a nuclear bomb was right beside him, it would be strange if he could not be worried. Professor Stein was not a bad person, but a fat old man with a strong sense of justice. This made the rookie Flash completely helpless. His only choice was to ask for help. "Professor Stein's emotions are very unstable. I left him in the Advanced Technology Laboratory. Do you have a way to solve it?" Barry looked at her with a hint of hope. Thea almost laughed out loud. "You're so righteous. You left a human-shaped nuclear bomb beside Reverse Lightning. Have you considered Reverse Lightning's feelings? Reverse Lightning must be cursing in his heart at this moment. Secretly killing the fat old man and getting rid of any future problems would be satisfying, but there was a 90% chance that the fat old man would explode. Reverse Lightning, who was injured by the freeze gun and had not recovered his speed to its peak, would not be able to run out of the range of the nuclear explosion. The chances of him dying were higher than the chances of him breaking through the time barrier and returning to his original time and space. Chapter 586. Professor Stein's problem is actually the same as Ronnie's. In order to maintain the balance of the nuclear energy in their bodies, they have to fuse every once in a while until the energy in their body stabilizes before they can separate again. However, fusing will definitely expose some of their private matters to each other. This is also the reason why the professor and Ronnie are so against it. Thea sat on the lounge chair. Her shining thighs seemed to reflect the light. However, the goddess had no self-awareness. She crossed her legs and spoke with confidence. Barry felt that his mouth was a little dry. He tried to put the distracting thoughts to the back of his mind. He repeatedly told himself that he should prioritize the 6 million old and young men in the central city. He also thought about his mother's death and his father's wrongful imprisonment. Finally, he managed to suppress the messy thoughts in his mind. The young lady really didn't realize that she had caused so much trouble for others. Let's go. Let's go and persuade the professor." Barry was a little troubled. Usually, in this kind of situation he would naturally hug her and run all the way back. However, Thea's charm was too great now. He was afraid that he would fall into a ditch while running. That would be too embarrassing. Fortunately, Thea didn't make it difficult for him. She patted his shoulder with her jade-like hand. "Let's go and come back quickly. Let's go." A sky-blue light flashed. When Barry saw his surroundings clearly, he realized that he was back in the cutting-edge technology laboratory. Thea's bathrobe was also changed into a divine robe. She was dressed like a goddess. Faster than me. Barry couldn't help but think. "Dr. Wells, long time no see." Thea first greeted Reverse Lightning. The old man pretended to be calm. In fact, he was cursing in his heart. Was there anyone more unlucky than him these days? He was just staying at home and the human nuclear bomb came to him for help. He even had to pretend to be welcoming and welcoming. Now, facing Thea's greeting, he could only pretend that he was fine. He had never been better. After greeting Psyker, she went to the laboratory to visit the two patients. Ronnie Raymond sat on the ground with a terrible expression. The fat old man was still calculating hard, trying to solve all the problems with his science. "Doctor, do you have any good ideas?" Thea asked Reverse Lightning. "I'm sorry, I have no other choice." Reverse Lightning was speaking from the bottom of his heart. If they had approached him from the start, he might have had a solution. However, Thea had interfered and used a very idealistic method to separate the two of them. His black technology was no longer suitable for the current situation. In fact, Reverse Lightning was also very anxious. After all, no one wanted to see a nuclear bomb dangling in front of their eyes. However, he had no other choice. Nuclear energy was not a cutting-edge technology. In the 25th century, humans were all using clean energy. Nuclear energy, which was highly polluting and harmful, had long been abandoned. Reverse Lightning was a scientist, but he was not an all-rounder. In his time, no one researched nuclear energy. Purely from the perspective of nuclear physics, his attainments were not as good as Professor Stein's. "Professor Ronnie, you don't have much time left. You have to merge immediately or the consequences will be unimaginable," Thea advised coldly. If they didn't listen to her, she would have to use force. Although her motive was different from Barry and the other heroes of justice, she would not give away the lives of 6 million people as a favor. The fat old man calculated for a day and went through everything he had learned. He found that he really couldn't solve the problem with his body. He was a little depressed and asked, "What happens after merging?" Sia thought for a moment and said something to Barry in a low voice. The Flash ran back and forth with a swoosh and handed her a very sci-fi square device. "Professor Ronnie, this is a portable nuclear power device that I developed. With just 4 devices, it can drive a behemoth like the Ford to fly continuously for a week. I'm now using its principle and operating it in reverse. It can absorb the excess nuclear energy in your body. There's also a regulating valve here. When the valve is open to the maximum, it will instantly absorb your energy, which means that you will be separated directly. When your body is full of energy, you will combine and use this device to separate. This is the only way I can think of. This is the only way." She briefly explained the principle to the old man. It was definitely not possible to use it directly. This finished product was from an aircraft carrier and had a diameter of more than 1 meter. Now, it needed to be miniaturized and portable. Thea still had to do some modifications. Fortunately, this was a laboratory. Whether it was Reverse Flash or the Flash's friends, they were all experts in technology. Especially the fat old man who was a big shot in the nuclear physics field, simplifying the chemical process wouldn't be a problem for them. "If we set the rotor in reverse, we can..." Thea was changing the circuit when suddenly her vision turned black. Her supervision automatically switched to night vision. Only then did she realize what had happened. The cutting-edge technology laboratory had a power outage. "By the way, do you guys owe water and electricity bills?" Thea looked at them funnily. They all looked at Reverse Flash unconsciously. Reverse Flash, who was disguised as Dr. Wales, was a little scared, but he soon found the problem. "The whole city has a power outage." Thea couldn't do anything about the large-scale power outage. She had night vision, but without power, the modification work couldn't continue. She could only put down the tools at hand and wait for the power to be restored. "Psyker, go start the backup generator." Reverse Flash wanted to get these 2 human-shaped nuclear bombs away from him as soon as possible. He didn't want to wait a minute more. However, before Psyker walked out of the room, he heard someone outside shouting, "Dr. Harrison Wales. I want to see you. I know you're in there. Come out." The person's voice was very loud and clear. It sounded like a human speaker. Thea looked outside and saw a young man in a leather jacket standing outside the door shouting. The person had dark circles under his eyes and electric arcs flashed in his palms. From his appearance, it didn't look like he was there to talk. Thea knew that they didn't have supervision, so she cast a miniature illumination spell and a water mirror spell to project the situation outside. She pointed at the man in the leather jacket in the image, which meant, "Do any of you know this guy?" Everyone shook their heads. There was no power and no internet, so they didn't know who it was. Seeing that the person outside was still shouting at the top of his lungs, Barry naturally couldn't let the crippled Dr. Wales go out to die. With a whoosh, he changed into his combat suit and rushed out. Thea thought about it and didn't stop him. At least she didn't see how powerful the man in the leather jacket was. With the Flash's combat power, he should be able to deal with this kind of small monster easily. Unfortunately, the water mirror spell could only see the image and not hear the sound. The people in the room looked like they were watching a pantomime. They watched Barry and the other party talk nonsense for a while and then directly start fighting. At first, Sia thought that it was just a small matter, so she just looked at it casually. Perhaps the Flash had the same idea as her. He also had the idea of playing with the other party, as if he was watching a monkey show, watching the other party constantly throw electric arcs around. Chapter 587. However, there was a drastic change in the battle after 10 seconds. Seeing that the Flash was playing around with him, the man in the leather jacket came up with a little trick. He deliberately lowered his attack speed, making the Flash mistakenly think that he was running out of energy. Then he suddenly exerted force and an electric arc as thick as a bucket hit the Flash's chest. Was it similar to Electric Lady's ability? Thea just realized that something was wrong. The electric arc didn't disappear after the attack, but became a bridge connecting the two. At first, it was silver-white energy, but then the energy suddenly changed its nature. A large amount of golden energy rushed out of Barry's body and gathered on the other side with the help of suction. The power of speed. Thea was shocked and Reverse Lightning almost stood up. The power of speed was accumulating more and more. Not only was Barry dumbfounded, but the man in the leather jacket who was absorbing his energy also panicked. He didn't know what this energy was, but he instinctively felt that it was more powerful and harder to control than the energy he absorbed from the city's power grid. Stop him. Reverse Lightning was anxious. Thea also knew that this was a serious matter, so she directly teleported out. Unfortunately, she was still one step too late. The ability of the man in the leather jacket had a fatal flaw. He could only absorb energy, but he didn't know how to stop. Usually he would absorb energy until there was no energy left. He always thought that his body could store unlimited energy, but today's encounter with the power of speed taught him a good lesson. A large amount of the power of speed was accumulating in his body, but he was not the son of the power of speed. He couldn't mobilize this energy at all. Before Thea could think of a magic to interrupt, his whole body exploded from the inside out. F***CK. Faced with the impact of the turbulent energy, Thea could only retreat to the subspace temporarily. When she came out, she found that the man in the leather jacket was like being possessed by a monster. There was a big hole in his chest and abdomen, and he was lying in a pool of blood with a frightened face. Half of his heart was blown away and he died. On the other side, Barry didn't have the ability to retreat to the subspace. Fortunately, he was the son of the power of speed. The energy was all absorbed from his body, so it didn't cause too much damage to him. A minor character who wouldn't live for more than 2 chapters and didn't even have a name killed the Vanguard General of the Justice League, the Flash. Who would believe that? Thea looked at the pitch-black surroundings and directly took the jacket man's body. His body was very valuable for research. This guy's ability was like the DC version of the star-sucking great magic. Although the hidden dangers were huge, if used well it could be very effective. If he could create thousands of clones while maintaining his abilities, he would be able to suck Darkseid's blood dry. After decorating the scene, he sprinkled some pieces of clothing and blood on the ground, proving that this person had been blown to smithereens. It would be even better if Reverse Lightning suspected that this person had been sucked into the Godspeed Force space. When she sent Barry back to the laboratory, everyone hurriedly started the backup power supply. There was another round of chaos. The Firestorm duo also helped. After a series of blood tests, everyone was dumbfounded. Barry's lightning speed was sucked dry, and he became an ordinary person. Everyone was very depressed. Thea looked at Reverse Lightning from the corner of her eyes. She saw that he had taken off his glasses and was holding his forehead. He was exuding a lingering sense of lethargy. Yes, the threat of the 2 human-shaped nuclear bombs was still there, and the Flash, whom she had spent so much effort cultivating, was now useless. Reverse Lightning was already acting like a cripple. Thea wasn't too worried. Barry's protagonist aura wasn't any worse than Batman's. The son of the Godspeed Force would at most be depressed for a while, and his Godspeed Force mother would definitely give him his abilities again. At the very least, Thea knew that reenacting the scene when he was struck by lightning would allow him to regain his Godspeed Force. Other people would turn into charcoal after being struck by lightning, but he would regain his Godspeed Force after being struck by lightning. This world was just that illogical. However, Thea didn't tell them this method. Reverse Lightning was 10,000 times more impatient than she was. It was better to let him think of a way. Not long after, Barry woke up. Looking at everyone's ugly faces and the bruises on his body, he seemed to have thought of something. At this critical moment, the veteran had to step in. Reverse Lightning was actually very sad, but he still had to pretend that nothing had happened and comfort Barry instead. His life mentor gave the Flash a lot of chicken soup. Compared to him, Psyker's conversation skills were very poor. What did he mean by, Barry is still Barry without abilities? What did he mean by, you will always be our friend? These words were very depressing. How could having superpowers be the same as not having them? Thea saw that Reverse Lightning was about to beat Psyker up, so she quickly pulled him away. Everyone was silent, and only the rustling sound of Reverse Lightning looking at Barry's body data could be heard. Barry's matter was very urgent, but the matter of the two human-shaped nuclear bombs was even more urgent. The equipment that she had helped them develop was interrupted halfway by the power outage and the leather jacket cameo. Now she couldn't stop work just because Barry had lost his speed. She had to continue. It was just that the originally enthusiastic atmosphere was a little cold, and the few of them were no longer as energetic as before. Thea could only helplessly liven up the atmosphere and use the opportunity of explaining the theory to distract their attention. This theory was also very interesting. It was a parting gift from the fat old man when they were on the Wave Rider. However, she had been getting stronger and stronger, so she hadn't found a use for it. Now, using its ability to absorb and recharge energy, it was like a switch that could help the Firestorm duo to merge and separate at any time and place. As soon as he heard that it was the result of nuclear physics research and not some magic or witchcraft, the fat old man's interest was immediately raised. He pestered Thea to ask about the operation. She explained it to him. When the old man heard that he understood most of it and could roughly understand a few parts, he immediately recovered some of his spirit. Thea was a little embarrassed. Using the old man's future research results to fool the current him was really a test of how thick his skin was. When the device was finally set up and the worries were solved, the two of them no longer hesitated. Even if they died, they would drag 6 million people down with them. Neither of them would do such an evil thing. The two of them clasped their hands together. With a muffled bang, the Firestorm with Ronnie as the main body and the fat old man as the auxiliary came into sight again. Thea put the device on their chests and adjusted it slightly. The two of them were very educated, so they quickly figured out the specific operation method of this thing. Professor, Ronnie, even if you are separated, you can't be too far away from each other. One of you is in Chicago and the other is in Center City. If you don't have a place to go to my Alien Administrative Committee. It's in the desert area of Nevada. Even if something happens to you, it won't be a big loss. Thea meant to pull this guy to the Administrative Committee. It was really a little embarrassing to rely on the black man to conquer the world every day. As the chairman, Miss Thea couldn't always fight for her own image, so it was imperative to recruit someone who was especially good at fighting. Chapter 588. Firestorm's strength was not as good as the top few, but he was still one of the best. This guy could transform all inorganic materials, and could even create kryptonite with his bare hands. His body was strong, his intelligence was good, he could fly and he could use energy attacks. He was a rare jack of all trades. What if we explode there? Firestorm was still a little hesitant. He even wanted to find a deserted place to die. There are aliens there, Thea said casually. The few of them immediately understood. Were aliens human? That was for sure. But if they had to choose between sacrificing 6 million aliens and 6 million Earthlings, they would not hesitate. Even Barry, who was a saint, did not say anything to refute. Professor, don't worry. With my technology, I won't do what you think. Besides, there are 2 alien races that are still using nuclear energy. You can go take a look. Maybe you can get some new inspiration. Without much consideration, the two of them decided to go to Nevada. Ronnie did not mention his marriage with Caitlin again. It was too awkward to find a wife when he had a telepathic connection with the fat old man. When one of them was excited, the other would also have a strong telepathic connection. Ronnie would not be able to roll in the sheets happily for a long time. The fat old man also had this problem. He was old, but he also had a wife. Nuclear fission had changed his body. He looked old, but he was not much different from a young man. He did not want Ronnie to know about his passionate communication with his wife. The two tacitly left Central City and flew towards Nevada. Seeing the humanoid nuclear bomb fly away by itself, Reverse Lightning breathed a sigh of relief. What was left was the matter of the Flash. To be honest, Reverse Lightning was really worried about Barry. Unfortunately, he couldn't leave his name behind even though he had done a good deed. That feeling of frustration was indescribable. While Thea was dealing with Firestorm, he thought hard and finally came up with a solution that was not a solution. It was similar to Thea's idea. They just needed to recharge it. But Barry hesitated. In the face of 20 million amps of electricity, He did not dare to say that he could survive. Thea knew that he was the son of agility, but he did not know. Reverse Lightning anxiously waited for the result. Barry shook his head and said, "Let me think about it." After saying that, he picked up his coat and left the laboratory without looking back. Thea also bid farewell to the others. She had tricked them over, so she had to make some preparations. She did not dare to use the teleportation spell to bring Firestorm over directly, mainly because their condition was too unstable. If they exploded during the teleportation, she would be in serious trouble. Although nuclear weapons did not have a high level of technology, she was not willing to face the impact of a nuclear bomb head-on. Since Firestorm could fly by himself, she would let him slowly fly over. Thea rushed to the administrative committee first and informed her subordinates that Firestorm was going to join the company. Only then did she return to Star City. One must know that she was pulled out of the hot spring while she was soaking in it. It didn't take her more than a few minutes, so she could still go back and soak in it for a while. The girls were still chatting mindlessly, completely unaware that the crisis of the city had already been resolved. The idea of a female couplet gradually took shape in her heart. The venue, the purpose, all needed to be carefully considered. There was still a long way to go before it was officially established. It wasn't until the girls went home that she found out that Barry had returned to the laboratory after she left. Because Ayers was in danger, Barry could only brace himself and accept the electric shock from Reverse Lightning. Fortunately, the results were good. His mother had not given up on him, her biological son. The Flash was in high spirits and played the hero again to save the black girl. The matter of Firestorm was satisfactorily resolved, and Barry Allen's ability was restored. However, there was still no end to the hatred of his mother's murder. A vague fog shrouded him. He had a hunch that he was very close to his mother's murderer, but he had not found any key clues. Thea did not have much time to pay attention to the battle between Lightning and Reverse Lightning. She was super busy now. She did not even have time to study the body of the man in the leather jacket. She was busy making a mascot. Moira won the party's primary election with a large number of votes. This first step was very stable. The next step was to give a national speech, a show, to let ordinary people know her political views and character. As a family member, Thea could only help to build momentum. Originally, Oliver was also a good choice, but compared to Thea's explosively good reputation, his reputation was too bad. The staff collectively rejected Oliver's proposal to walk around the country. They only asked him to be present in a few key cities. The rest of the time, the task of accompanying the mother fell on Thea's head. She did not have stage fright, but she had to be gentle, decent, approachable, and not steal the limelight from the mother. This was a bit difficult. The mother of a superhero, this was the biggest card that the staff had prepared for Moira. It could be said that it was a card that no one had ever played before. The superhero story in the United States was really high. Many people were encouraged by Moira. It was as if Thea was so strong not because of magic, not because of the source, but because of the liberal democratic system. For a long time, the young lady became the other people's child in the mouth of everyone. A large number of middle-class people expressed confidence in Moira's ability to govern. In fact, there were not many fools these days. The reason why the current government was powerless in the face of many unexpected situations was that they did not have an important force in their hands. If the president was replaced by Moira, there would be no problem at all. With a phone call, the superhero would fly over. Thea also contributed a photo of herself with Superman and Batman. The two big bosses owed her a lot of favors. Although they were very reluctant, they still took a photo of her as if they were going to the execution ground. After that, the campaign began to advocate using the reputation of the three superheroes to endorse Moira. For a time, Moira's popularity was 20% higher than the other party's candidate. There were a lot of benefits in being tied to the superhero campaign, but naturally there were also troubles. Many medical workers who lost their jobs because of Thea's medical cabin went to the speech venue from time to show their dissatisfaction. The aliens who were dealt with by the Alien Administrative Committee also launched some attacks from time to time. Even Ben, an old friend of Batman, was hired to make trouble at the scene. Yes, Thea felt that this guy was here to make trouble. The 2-meter-tall muscular man with a green can on his back was kicked more than 10 meters away by her in high heels. He did nothing other than sprinkling some green water on the ground. Moira's staff slowly went from the initial panic to later numbness. They also felt the outstanding force of the young lady. They had only seen it on TV before, which was far less exciting than the scene. The rocket was bounced back to its original place with a snap of a finger, the gunman was scared to pee his pants with a look, and the aliens of all colors and appearances were still flying around like bowling pins. Chapter 589. Every day Thea heard the same platitudes. The staff racked their brains to prepare a speech for Moira. If it weren't for her eternal life, she would really think that it was a waste of time. Several major candidates were still running around. Even if their strength was not as good, no one admitted defeat. Moira, who now maintained the lead, would not relax. She pulled a large group of candidates from one city to another to fool them. Central City. This was the third time Thea came here in the past 6 months. After learning about today's itinerary, Oliver also came to help. At this time, Moira was on the stage talking about the political strategy. Thea and the secretary were talking about the company's affairs in a low voice. Oliver was comforting his good brother Barry not far away. Thea listened a few times and really sympathized with this guy. Unlike the loving Oliver, Barry has nothing to say about love. He only loves Iris West. And just this morning, the love of his life moved out of home and lived with her boyfriend. This boyfriend was not him. When Barry mustered up the courage to confess to her like a defeated dog, Blackie decisively rejected him. Most of the time she said something like, "We are friends, you are a good person." This blow to Barry was no less than the disappearance of the power of Godspeed. It was hard to catch Oliver. Thea felt that she was gloating a little, but it was not good. But she wanted to laugh when she saw Barry. Barry would not know that in a place where he could not see, there was actually a person who was suffering more than him. That was Reverse Lightning. Because Iris's taste in men was very strange, she chose a police officer named Eddie Swan in the Sea of People. This handsome police officer was Reverse Lightning's 48th generation ancestor. He was his direct ancestor in the 21st century. His own direct ancestor and the Flash's wife were together. When the time came, would it still be his 47th generation ancestor? This was simply murdering Reverse Lightning at the source. Unfortunately, he couldn't use force against these two. Iris was too important. In the original timeline, she and Barry had a large number of speedsters. Reverse Lightning didn't dare to make a move. The Silver Superman was able to kill his own mother regardless of karma, but Reverse Lightning didn't have that ability. Every time he saw his ancestor and heirs having sex, he felt like his heart was about to stop. If they had a child, his chances of survival would be infinitely close to zero. Reverse Lightning felt like he was a bug trapped in a spider's web. No matter which direction he moved in, it was a dead end. Moreover, the more he moved, the tighter the web became. He was anxious and hysterical, but he could only keep all these in his heart. He could give Barry some ideas on how to use his Godspeed, but when it came to picking up girls, he couldn't help even if he wanted to. Especially when his own ancestor had already eaten Blackie inside out. He lamented his misfortune and was angry at his incompetence. This was his attitude towards Barry. Sia's supervision allowed her to see Reverse Lightning hiding in a small dark room by himself. He was running around in circles trying to figure out a way to deal with the situation. Unfortunately, no matter how smart his brain was, no matter how rich his knowledge was, there was no solution to the love between a man and a woman. In fact, Thea didn't see how attractive Blackie was. It was a pity that Barry couldn't forget her. There were so many good girls out there. Why should he hang himself on airs? While she was blindly pondering, she heard a commotion in the distance. The bodyguard beside her also reported in a low voice, "Many citizens seem to be possessed. They are attacking the perimeter." Speaking of which, being able to become Thea's bodyguard was really a lucky person in the bodyguard world. This employer was 1,000 times better than the bodyguards. She didn't need their protection at all. Most of the time she acted as a background check. Sometimes she could even protect them when they were in danger. Coupled with her explosive good looks, she was pleasing to the eye and had a high degree of safety. The position of bodyguard of the chairman of Quinn Group was almost a position with benefits. Thea looked into the distance. It was indeed as the bodyguard described. 30 to 40 citizens were charging towards them as if they were possessed. Further away there were 70 to 80 people beating each other up. It was a bit like the effect of magic. Thea observed carefully. There was no aura of magic elements. Instead, there was a faint smell of emotional energy. She automatically looked at Barry, who was not far away. He nodded slightly, left the crowd, and rushed over like a bolt of lightning. It was a bit like an unspoken rule that superheroes would attack criminals in their own jurisdictions. If there were no local heroes, then it was not a big deal for Thea to take care of them. If there were, then it was best to let the locals deal with them. For example, previously in Detroit, someone had planted an explosive device during a speech. It was defeated by the local superhero, Female Fox. The riot was quickly quelled. The scene was too chaotic. Thea didn't see who was behind it, but many citizens couldn't remember what they had done after they woke up. This kind of strange thing happened every day. If everything was investigated to the end, then there wouldn't be time to do anything else. Thea was relieved to leave the follow-up to the Flash. He was in a bad mood so he could relax. That night, Thea had just taken a shower when she heard a rapid knocking on the window. She opened the window and felt a little dizzy. She saw Oliver standing by the window fully armed. Barry is in trouble. Protect Mother. I'll go take a look. After that he shot a few arrows and flew away like a swing. A few black lines appeared on Sia's forehead. Could this kid Barry still live happily? How did something happen again? She activated her supervision. After searching for a long time, she finally found Barry in an alley. Good Lord. At this time, even with a mask, Thea could feel Barry's fierce hostility. The usual gentle sunshine had long disappeared, leaving only anger and bloodlust. The person facing his anger was Air's new boyfriend, the 48th generation ancestor of Reverse Lightning, Eddie Swan. But now the handsome detective was beaten up a little by the Flash. He was an ordinary person, he couldn't resist the Flash, let alone the Flash in his dark form. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can come in like this and get whatever you want? Who gave you the right to do that, you stupid piece of shit? The corner of his mouth that used to be quiet was now only ferocious. In the dim light of the night, his eyes were like that of a beast eating human flesh. Eddie Swan was confused by what he said. His head was full of question marks. Big brother, you have found the wrong person. Did you say that I did it? In any case, he was a well-trained young detective and he was quite agile. He rolled over and pulled out his pistol, aiming at Barry and shooting at him. The Flash, who had already been filled with anger, showed him the Matrix's bullet-dodging skills, followed by a series of words. Eddie Swan didn't think about the key points. He threw away the empty pistol and wanted to fight with the dark Flash. Thea deliberately glanced at Reverse Lightning in the laboratory far away. She saw the old man's palms were blue and his nose was moving slightly. He wanted to transform into Reverse Lightning several times to save his ancestor, but in the end he forced himself to endure. Chapter 590. Thea couldn't help but sigh at the old man's determination. Looking back, the Flash and Eddie Swan competed with each other. To be honest, their martial arts skills were really weak in front of Thea, a contemporary martial artist. They were better than ordinary people, but their strength was limited. The Flash relied more on his high speed to crush the enemy, and Officer Swan's skills were obviously not good enough. In less than 2 rounds, Officer Swan was lifted by Barry with one hand. Ayers in the distance was scared. She didn't know why the hero in her mind, the Flash, hated her boyfriend so much. She also tried to stop the Flash with words, but unfortunately her mouth was not good enough. The more she cared about Officer Swan, the angrier the Flash became. He originally wanted to teach her a lesson, but now he completely dispelled it. He wanted to break Officer Swan's neck. Thea didn't care about defying Lightning's life or death, but if the Flash killed Ayers' boyfriend, then he would be completely evil and there would be no turning back. Would the future Justice League accept defying Lightning as a veteran? She immediately shot, and from more than 10 kilometers away she sent out a psychic blade and scratched the Flash's wrist. The Flash felt pain and Officer Swan was naturally thrown to the ground. Just as Thea was about to save her, and defying Lightning was about to save his ancestor, Green Arrow finally arrived. Thea's spiderweb arrow worked again. This enhanced spiderweb was more sticky and dense. Even the Flash was directly caught and couldn't get out for a while. Run. Oliver didn't know what Barry had taken wrong medicine, but he had to save Ayers and Officer Swan. The man and woman felt a little inexplicable tonight, but their instinct to escape was still there. They helped each other to run away. Oliver began to talk again. Unfortunately, Barry was originally stimulated by the news that Ayers had moved out to live with him, and now he was disturbed by external forces. Under the joint efforts of several parties, his rationality had long been thrown out of the window. His whole body began to shake wildly, directly shattering the incredibly sticky spiderweb, and a pair of scarlet eyes looked at Green Arrow. If Green Arrow faced the Flash who had lost his mind before, it would have been a bit difficult. However, now that he had received more than half a year of training from Ninja Master, and his sister had provided him with a lot of equipment, he didn't think that he would lose. With a light tap on a switch on the bow, a series of clicking sounds could be heard. Armor as light as a cicada's wings with an amazing texture began to equip itself from the wrist to the arm, and finally to the torso, head, and thighs. The raw materials for this armor were obtained by Thea and Diana when they captured the Panther Lady. The body of the Panther God was made into a speed-type armor by Thea with her advanced mechanical processing ability. The original silver-white shell was painted green and white by Oliver. The armor was powered by the new energy reactor newly developed by the Quinn Group. In theory, the maximum speed could exceed 2,000 kilometers per hour, and the reactor could allow the user to run at the maximum speed for an hour. The internal skeleton was made up of the body of the cheetah god, and the exterior was covered with titanium alloy. The joints were made of reinforced glass fiber. In order to take care of Oliver, who was semi-illiterate, the operation interface was almost a simplistic version. The flight system, status system, navigation system, weapon system, and the navigation deployment module, which was specially set up to prevent him from being knocked unconscious, were all integrated together. Oliver's weapon was naturally still the bow and arrow, but now it had been replaced with a cannon. Diana loved the house and the crow that belonged to it. She had plundered a lot of divine metal from Olympus and used modern technology to help him make a longbow. It was certainly not a divine weapon, but Thea felt that this bow could be regarded as a pseudo-divine weapon. When the bow was fully drawn, the speed of the arrow could exceed the speed of sound. However, Oliver didn't have any divine power or magic, and in the beginning he had to consume his own vitality to draw the longbow. Until the armor came out, Thea improved the energy supply method, and now this pseudo-divine longbow would consume the power of the armor. The Flash was a little stunned, but Green Arrow had already finished equipping. His combat experience was much better than that of the rookie Lightning, and he directly drew the bow and shot an arrow at his calf. He underestimated the speed of Green Arrow, and when Lightning wanted to dodge it was already too late. With a poof sound, the sharp arrow pierced a hole in his calf. Blood gushed out, and the Flash pulled out the arrow, and the wound cells quickly recovered under the effect of the power of lightning. Barry, with a fierce look, stared at Oliver fiercely. Anger had already taken over his reason, and he had forgotten all about good friends and brothers. He only wanted to kill. The rushing figure brought out a yellow lightning, and Barry angrily rushed to Oliver. Oliver's normal speed was faster than ordinary people, but it was incomparable to the speed of the Ultralisks. Now that he had the power armor, it was very different. At this time, the remote artificial intelligence took over part of the functions so he could focus on dealing with the enemy. Limited by physical fitness, nerve reflexes, and other conditions, the highest speed of the armor could not be used. Oliver could only maintain a speed of 900 kilometers per hour. It was true that the blackened version was 5 times stronger, and the whitewashed version was 3 times weaker. The Flash, who had exceeded the speed of sound in his normal state, was now even faster. In terms of speed, the Green Arrow was unceremoniously crushed, but he, who had been through hundreds of battles, did not panic. He exchanged a few moves with the Flash. It was actually a polite way of saying it was exchanging moves, but in the eyes of outsiders, it was more like a one-sided beating. The energy reserve of the armor continued to decrease, and Oliver had roughly figured out the Flash's style. His moves were that he had no moves. Relying on his speed, he would take advantage of his opponent's weakness and throw a few punches. When the opponent reacted, he would run and look for another opportunity. Oliver tried to open up the distance twice, but the Flash caught up and beat him up. He could only use a trump card. With a flick of his wrist, the smoke bombs that were originally installed in the armor were launched 3 times in a row. The Flash did not know what it was, so he did not take it head-on, which created a good opportunity for Oliver. Thick and thick, as if it could not be dispersed, white fog covered most of the street. Oliver turned on the optical camouflage on the armor and disappeared into the thick fog as if he was invisible. "Do you think you can hide like this?" The Flash searched around but did not find any trace of Oliver. With a cruel smile, he began to run quickly on the spot. The air was stirred by his speed. Even if the smoke bombs were black technology from Batman, they were slowly dispersing. Oliver was very calm. He knew that Barry's recovery was amazing, and he also knew that his ability was mainly focused on his legs. His main aim was his legs. With his legs injured, no matter how capable he was, he would not be able to run. "Papa," he quickly pulled the bow and the bowstring made a crisp buzzing sound. Because the movement was too fast, the sound was transmitted through the air and had a unique charm. Chapter 591. In less than 10 seconds, Oliver had shot hundreds of arrows. While shooting, he was also moving quickly to avoid being caught by the Flash. Hundreds of arrows were shot from different angles and heights. Every arrow was aimed at Barry. Regardless of the accuracy, the choice of direction, or the grasp of opportunities, Oliver could be said to be the best archery master in the world. There was no one who could compare to him. In terms of archery skills, not to mention the original Yao Fei, the current Thea, even Batman and Ninja Master were not as good as Oliver. If the maximum level of long-range attacks for others was level 10, then Oliver's maximum level was level 12. This was his talent. Now, after more than half a year of teaching by Ninja Master and the assistance of the Black Technology armor, his talent had been magnified by several times. To hit the Flash, who was running at a high speed, was a technical skill. Prediction were indispensable. The wind resistance caused by his crazy running was also a key issue for the archer to consider. Oliver did a good job in these aspects. Although more than half of the arrows were shot, the remaining arrows could still hit the target. The Flash realized the danger he was in. His speed, which was already much faster than usual, increased by a lot. Unfortunately, Oliver did not manage to dodge a few of his arrows. At the moment when they hit, the Flash also saw through his optical camouflage and learned to throw lightning without a teacher. This kind of lightning, which was produced when he ran, contained a trace of the power of speed. It was very fast and arrived in the blink of an eye. Obviously, it was later than Oliver's attack, but the golden lightning still hit Oliver first. The speed of the lightning was too fast, faster than Oliver's reaction speed. Even though the auxiliary system had detected the energy reaction, he still could not dodge it. The system could only use the backup plan, which was to activate the energy shield and take it head-on. With a boom, the lightning hit the shield and the energy was quickly depleted. The collision between the golden lightning and the armor's energy finally ended with the armor's victory. However, the armor, which was almost at full power, had reached the lowest operating alert level. The total energy was less than 30%. This attack had at least depleted more than half of the armor's energy. The Flash on the opposite side was even worse. Oliver had the armor to support him, but Barry completely relied on his flesh and blood to deal with the sharp arrows made of Olympian metal. Oliver's attack angle had been calculated by the onboard computer, and all possible dodging directions had been taken into consideration. Barry had tried his best, but there were still 6 arrows that he couldn't dodge. At this time the Flash was extremely miserable. 6 arrows were stuck in his body from different angles. He was trembling and half kneeling on the ground. Blood was flowing out of several wounds. To outsiders he looked like he was going to die at any time. When Oliver aimed again, the Flash lost too much blood and finally couldn't hold on any longer. He fell to the ground. "Bastard!" someone roared from afar. Seeing that Oliver was still in the posture of drawing his bow, that person no longer had any scruples. He raised his arm and fired 2 shots. The Glock 18 reminded him at the right time and circled the attacker, which was displayed on Oliver's interface. How advanced! Normally, when he was fighting those drug dealers in Star City, he couldn't see the characteristics of this armor. But now, after fighting with Barry, Oliver finally understood many of the functions of this armor. There was no need to dodge ordinary handgun bullets, and there was no need to activate the protective shield. The armor's own defense could be ignored, not to mention that he knew this middle-aged black man with an anxious face. Barry Allen's adoptive father, Central City Detective Joe West, was also the father of Ayers West. His daughter didn't know the true identity of the Flash, but he did. Now that he saw Oliver shooting Barry like he was a target, he didn't even care about the professional ethics of a police officer. He only wanted to avenge his adopted son. "Barry is fine. He seems to have been bewitched by something," Oliver whispered with a voice changer. Before Joe could say anything, a few people from the Advanced Technology Laboratory drove to the scene. Reverse Lightning, who pretended to be a cripple, saw that Barry was fine and let out a sigh of relief. This kid was too good at courting death. Everyone wanted to go back to save Barry. Oliver thought for a while and followed them. On one hand, it was out of concern for his friend. On the other hand, he was afraid that Barry would still be the same when he woke up. What if he was still in his evil state and killed all the people in the laboratory in a fit of anger? He could at least be safe if he followed him. Different from the original time, Oliver was surrounded by weak chickens. In order to protect his family, he didn't dare to expose his identity. Now, with Thea stirring up trouble, even the natives of the South Pacific Island almost knew the name of the Quinn family. It didn't make much sense for him to hide his identity. Moreover, these people were Barry's friends. Oliver felt that they could be trusted. Soon after he got into the car, he took off his armor. After knowing his true identity, it naturally caused a wave of surprise. However, with Thea as a target, Oliver's identity wasn't too surprising. Not long after returning to the laboratory, Barry finally woke up. However, he was still very weak. Although Oliver had avoided his fatal spots, 6 supersonic arrows were shot on his body. Even with the enhancement of the speed of the cells, it would still take a long time for him to recover. Not to mention that he had lost a lot of blood. Is this the armor designed by Dr. Quinn? It's an extraordinary result. Reverse Lightning looked at the armor that Oliver took off and praised. Oliver was a serious sistercon. When he heard people praise his sister, he was happier than when they praised himself. He smiled and chatted with Reverse Lightning for a while before finally asking the main question. What happened to Barry? This man is called Babulo. Psyker put the image on the big screen. On the screen was a middle-aged man. One was a picture of him as usual, and the other was a picture of him at the scene of a crime. His eyes were scarlet. His ability is very strange. Anyone who looks into his eyes will become abnormally angry. He had caused a few riots before, but it was all quelled by the flash. We thought that Barry was immune to Babulo's ability. Who would have thought? We should capture him as soon as possible. This man is very dangerous. Oliver was ready to capture him. Psyker clicked on another video awkwardly. When you were fighting the Flash, he was captured by a group of unknown people. Oliver put down his bow and looked at the video again. There were more than 10 fully armed men in the video. They were all wearing special glasses. It should be some kind of light filtering device. Psyker was afraid that Oliver didn't understand, so he explained. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to him. The unknown people were obviously well trained. They cooperated well. Some kicked the door, some covered, and some captured. The whole battle lasted less than 10 seconds. The middle-aged man named Brock was knocked to the ground. They ignored the bags of money that he had robbed and swiftly captured him. Chapter 592. The unknown person was extremely nimble. After taking the person away, he directly blew up the room, leaving no clues at the scene. Oliver watched the video twice but still found nothing. The other party revealed too little, so it was impossible to infer the truth from the known clues. Not long after, Barry Allen, who woke up, also used his professional skills as an evidence technology expert to investigate the scene, but the result was still no trace. The guns and explosives used by the other party were all from the black market. If they wanted to thoroughly investigate, they would need to share the information of the police all over the world. However, even a fool would know that this was impossible. Everyone in the laboratory took turns and used all kinds of technology. In the end, they could only give up without any results. The person who kidnapped Block was naturally Miss Thea. She watched Oliver and Barry fight like she was watching a play. She thought that Block's ability was good, so she directly ordered her subordinates in Central City to capture him. While Oliver and Barry were searching for clues, she left her incarnation to protect Moira and went somewhere in the underground of Central City. Death Knell, who was famous in the underground world, relied on her huge financial support and originally controlled many industries. After Thea obtained the divine position, the entire underground world seemed to be unguarded against her. The value of the underground world's existence was not to develop spiritual civilization. Its essence was trade, information trade, weapons trade, employment trade. This was the mainstream of the underground world. It could be said that every transaction was carried out under Thea's nose. Political leaders of various countries, the Crown Prince of the Middle East, African warlords, there were a lot of shady things going on in the underground world every day. If you don't take it, you will be punished. Sia knows the details of every transaction, so naturally she won't be polite to this group of people. Using the advantage of having omniscient information, Death Knell personally took action and used all kinds of shocking methods to almost unify the underground world. It was not easy to find a small person like Block who only knew how to rob banks and only knew how to rob banks. Sia came to a villa area on the outskirts of Central City. The owner of this villa was one of the counselors of Central City. It was said that his family history could be traced back to the Mayflower. Unfortunately, the owner was very stubborn and refused to let go of the tradition. He could be described as a stubborn old man. No matter who it was in Central City, they would avoid this stinky and stubborn guy. In the eyes of outsiders and this owner, this was his residence. In fact, in the huge complex of buildings, whether it was the housekeeper or the workers, they had all been bribed. Except for a few rooms that the owner frequented, the rest of the buildings had been transformed into the stronghold of Death Knell and the others. Now this unlucky Block was imprisoned in the basement. Thea sized up this middle-aged man and looked at the materials that her subordinates had prepared for her. Sure enough, Block was his fake name. This person's real name was Roy Bivolo. Roy G. Bivolo, abbreviated as RGB. Thea almost mistook it as another evil abbreviation. She did not continue to dwell on the name. This guy had committed many crimes and could barely be considered a second-rate villain. In the future, he would even have the nickname of Rainbow Bandit. If not for Thea's participation today, he would have continued to play with the Flash in the future. Now it was not possible. She carefully sized up this guy with an evil name. The sedative was still in effect. The target's eyes were closed and his wrists were tied with chains as he hung on the beam in the basement. If other people were kidnapped, Even if they were unconscious, their subconscious would still reveal some signals, such as an inadvertent frown or nervous trembling of their fingers. These signs did not appear on this middle-aged man. He was completely unconscious. He did not worry about his own situation. This did not mean that he had an iron will or a firm revolutionary belief. It was that this person did not have fear. His sensory function was completely filled with another emotion: anger. In Thea's sight, his body was filled with a deep red emotional spectrum. Red was the color of anger. Amazing. Thea sighed inwardly. She did not know if this guy was too lucky or if she was too lucky. Mastering the 7 emotional spectrums had always been her goal. Currently she had just obtained 2. Fear and pity. The red light of anger, the orange light of greed, the yellow light of fear, the green light of courage, the blue light of hope, the green light of compassion, and the purple light of love. Among the 7 spectrums, the green light of courage was the most peaceful and the easiest to control. With the green light as the center, the left side of the spectrum was all negative emotions, and the right side was all positive emotions. At least from a universal perspective. The further away from the green light, the more extreme the emotions were, whether it was the red light of anger or the purple light of love. Thea had been hesitant about whether to touch these 2 emotions. She did not like to go to extremes. Now this small character gave her another opportunity to touch the emotional spectrum other than the light ring. Unlike the complete emotional spectrum on the light ring, there was always a limit to personal anger. If Thea faced anger alone, she would definitely be affected. But if she only faced a psychic as a god facing a human, the probability of mental imbalance would be minimized. Come on, let me see your spiritual world. Thea's finger gently moved, and a somewhat mysterious rune was engraved on the middle-aged man's forehead. The iron chains in the basement were blown by the strong wind from the spiritual world. The middle-aged man's expression showed a thoughtful look. Like a slideshow, a picture was projected into the room. The childhood of dropping out of school, the youth of stealing cars, these life experiences were meaningless. Thea directly skipped the 30 years of the man's life and focused on the later years of his life. The middle-aged man's face was pale as she read his memory almost crudely. Thea kept going through his memory and slowly saw the man's life. This guy liked painting very much. But because of an accident, his head was hit and he became colorblind. Only dark pigments could be recognized by his brain. Among all the colors he only liked red. In the midst of his dire straits, he had a fortuitous encounter. The aftermath of the particle explosion hit him, and the memory after that was very vague. He only vaguely remembered that before he fell, a can of red paint was spilled in his eyes. After that, the memory was even more chaotic. Thea could only look it up on the internet. This guy's emotional spectrum was too big for him after he woke up and he talked nonsense. After several examinations he was locked up as a mentally ill person. He was not released until recently when he regained his sanity. This guy was also careless. The first thing he did when he went out was to rob a bank. After that, he unscrupulously robbed a convenience store. He also blackened the Flash who came out to practice long-distance running. This was what he did in just one day. What a rich and colorful life. Thea finished reading all the experiences and like watching a movie she also watched the process of him getting his power. Chapter 593. Compared to Thea who had mastered 2 types of emotional spectrum, this guy's anger was not worth mentioning at all. Interestingly, what gave him his ability was not the emotional spectrum, but the dark matter that seeped into this world through the cracks of space during the Big Bang. After that, the dark matter and red pigment combined in some ingenious way, which gave him his superpower. Thea tried to communicate with his anger, but the communication was not smooth. On one hand, Thea did not have such emotions and on the other hand this guy's emotions were too few. As an ordinary person who had not undergone any special training, his capacity for emotional energy was very limited. This guy called the Rainbow Bandit could control ordinary people for at most 5 minutes, and the effect was even worse against people with strong willpower. Being able to turn the Flash into a dark person was the peak of his ability. Of course, the premise was that the Flash was dumped by heirs and had a tendency to turn into a dark person. Compared to Thea, the middle-aged man's emotions were like a drop of water compared to the sea. Thea tried twice and ended in failure. She was afraid that if she used a little more force she would suck away all his emotions. What should she do? Using an individual to carry the emotions of anger, the mind of an ordinary person was too small in front of this kind of willpower. Thea lowered her head and pondered for a long time before she came up with a solution that was not really a solution. Strengthen this guy's ability and increase the speed at which he could absorb emotions. After sealing off the middle-aged man's consciousness, Thea directly teleported back to her underground laboratory in the metropolis. She ordered her subordinates to collect all kinds of red substances, pigments, blood, minerals, as long as it was related to red. Thea experimented with them one by one and finally found that the absorption and transformation effect of red pigment was the best for this guy. She ordered her subordinates to soak this guy in the pigment pool on time every day. Thea also considered the possibility of this guy's strength increasing and killing his way out. In theory, the magic seal could suppress his own will for 10 years. In order to prevent accidents such as him suddenly giving birth to a new personality, Thea also set up a trigger alarm in the dark room. As long as there was an accident here, she would know. The middle-aged man's anger was at the level of the Red Lantern Corps at most. This level of strength was no longer in her eyes. When she returned to Central City again, Oliver had not returned yet. After chatting with Moira for a while, Thea went back to her room to sleep. The entire campaign team stayed in Central City for 3 days. They visited the city council, the police station, and the school one by one. Other than the hospital, which still did not welcome the young lady, everything else was considered harmonious. The team did not stay for too long and went on to fight in major cities. Moira's reputation began to rise under the influence of several parties. This warm atmosphere ushered in a big explosion in Star City. Regardless of whether it was true or not, at least the citizens showed a look of gratitude. Moira excitedly shook hands with every supporter, and the campaign team felt proud. The young miss was also excited for her mother's honor. No one would believe that these citizens were all spontaneously thanking her from the bottom of their hearts. However, Thea didn't mobilize so many people. Star City's largest central square and 2 nearby streets were completely jammed. A conservative estimate was that out of the tens of millions of citizens, at least 1 million had come to the scene. Excluding those who had received benefits, there were still 700,000 to 800,000 people left. This meant that Moira had been in power in Star City for 8 years and had gained the recognition of the citizens. Thea was very proud of her mother. Star City was Moira's base, and the remaining candidates did not have the courage to give speeches here. Moira, on the other hand, had a good time in her own territory and received a lot of praise before continuing her journey. 10 days later in Gotham. Moira's journey was already more than half done. Several major polling organizations were optimistic that she would be elected. If there was no explosive news, her chances of being elected were very high. In the face of the future owner of the White House, many of Gotham's business and political elites had to give face. For example, Batman appeared in the election under the alias of Bruce Wayne. He had always maintained a limited cooperation with the U.S. government and the military, and even the Heaven's Eye Society. Now that Moira was about to enter the White House, he had an unspeakable awkwardness. In the past presidents, he had always used intimidation as his main tactic. He would pull the power switch for the president at the drop of a hat, stand at the window and pretend to be mysterious. Otherwise, he would put important information in a bat dart and throw it on the president's desk or chair. This was not the case now. This was Thea and Oliver's mother, and behind these two siblings, there were a lot of heroes such as Wonder Woman, The Flash, and Black Canary. If Batman did not want the hero faction to be split into two, he had to maintain respect. He had to restrain his arrogance. To be honest, this change in role made Batman a little uncomfortable. He advocated cooperation with the government, but Thea and the others were too close to the government, which was not in line with his intentions. However, he had no choice. No matter how powerful his dark technology was, he could not stop the election. He could only silently watch the situation slide into a situation that he did not like. "You've been nervous since 3 minutes ago. What's wrong?" Bruce stood beside Thea and asked in a low voice as his lips moved slightly. Thea was also very puzzled. 3 minutes ago, she felt an indescribable pressure. It did not seem like a sign of an impending crisis, but the divine position or source was reminding her of something. It seems that something is going to happen. This is the first time I have such a premonition. Is it about your mother? Thea sensed it with her heart and shook her head with certainty. No. Is it about Diana? This time, Thea sensed it more carefully and finally shook her head. Definitely not. That's strange. What exactly are you feeling? Batman was confused by her words. He was very annoyed by this kind of thing that was out of his control. Unfortunately, it was always a big thing. Thea rubbed her head, and her blonde hair looked like a bird's nest. However, with her explosive charm, there was a hint of decadent beauty, which attracted the attention of the people around her. However, she was so frustrated that she did not have the time to think about her image. It was like a huge rock was pressing down on her heart. She could not answer Batman's question, but she suddenly felt a heavy psychological pressure. For a moment, she even thought that Darkseid had come to kill them, but she soon realized that it was just wishful thinking. The sonic tunnel was not activated, and no matter how powerful Uncle De was, he would not be able to come here. What was going on? If it was not Uncle De, could it be something in space? Thea did not think so. Other than supernatural beings like Lantern Number 1 and Black Lantern, she was confident that she could deal with everything else. Then there was only one answer: the problem was on Earth. Leaving a clone behind to cover the scene, Thea flew out of the atmosphere. With her supervision and artificial intelligence, she searched for an emergency on Earth. Metropolis, Gotham, Central City, Star City, and several other cities that were prone to accidents were searched, but there was no result. She even looked into the depths of Africa, in the rainforests of Brazil, in case there were cultists looking for trouble. Unfortunately, it was still useless. Everyone on Earth seemed to be living orderly lives. Occasionally there would be a few bank robbers, but she could not see them causing much harm to Earth. Just as she was about to search for a second time, Gideon sent a message. Someone saw a tsunami forming at the south pier of the Central City waterfront. Central City again? Thea was speechless. How can we continue living like this? Chapter 594. Before the birth of the Flash, the broken Central City was a peaceful place. The citizens lived and worked in peace, and everyone was busy with their own things. Now, things were happening all the time, and every time something happened, it was a big deal. They listened to the wind and thunder in silence. According to Gideon's guidance, Thea finally found the culprit that made her feel uneasy: Barry Allen. The seawater around the Central City was rising rapidly, forming waves that were dozens of meters high. They were rushing towards the city. It was as if this guy had taken an aphrodisiac. He was running around the Central City at full speed, trying to create wind resistance to stop the waves. He ran faster and faster, and in a place where he couldn't see, Thea had seen signs of the time barrier breaking at any time. This guy had traveled through time after running wildly. Whether it was a day or two, Thea couldn't remember. She only knew that such a simple and violent travel through time was thousands of times more harmful to all intelligent life than the lives of the 6 million people in the Central City. Out of the corner of her eye, she also saw the culprit who was causing trouble in the center of the dock. He was similar to the cameo that the Flash defeated in the first battle. This guy also had the ability to control the weather, but he was better than the cameo because he had a name: the Weather Wizard. What Weather Wizard was, of course, nonsense. He was just a person with the ability to control local weather. The Flash was also retarded. Why didn't you just take him down directly? Why did you follow his big move? The culprit was down, and the remaining waves were uncontrolled. At most, they would destroy some buildings, and the death toll might not exceed the single digits. If he traveled through time, the damage would be immense and the entire universe would be affected. Maybe an accident that didn't happen would cause 2 planets to go to war directly. Maybe an office worker would have a traffic accident because he was late for work, or maybe an evil scientist would have a sudden inspiration and come up with something to destroy the world. All kinds of accidents would happen. The variability of time, even the most powerful computer and the greatest god couldn't predict and estimate it. Was too heavy. Thea herself would not be affected. Diana had merged with the source. Although the source was still slowly growing, it would not be affected. It was hard to say for others. Would Louise in the Metropolis miscarry because of a small accident, and end up with 2 lives, and then Superman would become evil? There was a chance of that happening. She did not know if anything would happen to Gotham's Batman, Damian, or even Moira and Oliver. Thea would never allow such a thing to happen. Barry's current speed was too fast. He had already surpassed Thea. She could only absorb energy from the weave and set up a one-time barrier in front of Barry. Time Stop was the name that the mages gave to this spell. It was a little arrogant, but its principle was actually to change the flow of time in the target area. It was a far cry from the real Time Stop. Thea changed the spell slightly. With the help of the huge amount of magic and divine power, the effect of her spell would be dozens of times stronger than that of the ancient mages. Barry, who was running with his head down, suddenly rushed into her time enchantment. The difference between the normal flow rate and the enchantment's flow rate made him recover from his unconscious running. Looking at the seawater outside the enchantment, the citizens' faces were filled with panic, and their bodies were almost frozen. It was as if the whole world had stopped moving. Before he could figure out what happened, he saw Thea standing in front of him with a serious face. "Mr. Barry Allen, do you know what you are doing?" To be honest, after knowing each other for so long, this was the first time that Mr. Barry saw Thea speak with a serious face. As the saying goes, a person with a good temper looks scary when they are angry. Miss Thea's current state was similar to that. However, the Flash also had his own persistence. He would not back down because of a casual sentence. I am saving Central City. Hearing his neither servile nor overbearing words, Thea was so angry that she laughed. Perhaps the sneer on her face made Barry uncomfortable, and his tone became serious. Is it funny? I don't blame you if you don't want to care. Central City is my home. I have to protect this place. He looked around again and felt that the seawater seemed to have risen a little. The citizens' limbs also moved slightly. Where is this place? Let me out. This is a relatively static time buffer. If you use your ability to read 800 pages of papers in an instant, you can also achieve a similar effect. In Thea's impression, Superman and the Flash could chat in a world where the people around them were relatively static. They were different paths leading to the same goal. When a certain power reached its peak, it would almost have a similar ability. You keep saying that you are protecting the city. Why don't you just take down the psychic? Thea asked, a little puzzled. Barry looked left and right, but he could not see the mystery of this place. Time was static. Time was relatively static. He had not touched on these concepts yet, so he could not understand them. Now that he heard Thea's question, he asked, what about the seawater? Have you thought about how big of an impact the whole city would have? Have you thought about how many people would have died? Thea was silent. This was the difference between her and a proper superhero. They would save every life. Although Thea would also save people, she did not have the belief to save everyone. In the case of sacrificing one person to save 100 people, if it did not involve her own family, she would choose to sacrifice that person. If her own family was that person, she would kill the 100 people to save her own family. Like Superman, the Flash, and Captain America next door, they would choose to save everyone, even if it meant sacrificing themselves. This kind of moral character could be called great. It would only be seen as a movie or a comic book. But when working with this group of people in reality, there would be a serious conflict of ideas. Thea stood in the future and looked at the Flash's actions. She would think that he was very unwise, but in Barry's opinion, this was his only choice. Mr. Barry Allen, I need to remind you that I'm afraid you don't know what you are doing. If you continue to run at the speed you just ran, you will pierce a big hole in the barrier of time. This kinetic energy is too big to be calculated with human units of measurement. Do you know the consequences of this? A hole in the barrier of time? What was that? He vaguely had some guesses, but he was not very sure. After all, he just wanted to run out of the wind wall. He did not intend to pierce a hole in the barrier of time. But when he saw Thea rushing over without even changing her clothes, he could not help but ask, what consequences? You can travel through time. Central City will definitely be saved because of the bearded guy in the long windbreaker over there. Thea pointed to the weather wizard who was still summoning the wind and rain in the distance. He will definitely be caught by you. This means that the tsunami in Central City did not exist at the time you passed through. Chapter 595. It was a good thing to be able to avert a disaster, right? Barry thought to himself. As long as it didn't involve heirs, his IQ was still working. Thea must have other reasons for stopping him so fiercely. He immediately calmed down and waited for her to continue. But what is the price, Barry? Can you bear the consequences of this? As long as I can save people, I will not regret it, Barry said firmly. He thought that the price would be something like damage to his body. Thea didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You don't know anything and you don't regret it? I haven't finished yet, right? You might as well change your name to Barry Boohooey. Thea stretched out a finger and pointed at the almost stagnant world outside. You will change everything in front of you and everything in the universe. Can you bear this price? Looking at Barry's confused face, Thea knew that he didn't understand. She continued to give examples. Every one of us, forget it. I will put aside the intelligent life in the universe and focus on Earth. Mr. Barry, 7 billion people make choices every minute and every second. If you reset the timeline, whether it is a day, a year, or even a minute, they will have countless new choices. When they stand at the crossroads of life again, this choice can be very good, or it can be worse than today's outcome. Can you bear this price? Barry wanted to open his mouth and say that he could, but he really couldn't. He had no right to make choices for others. In order to deepen his understanding of the situation, Thea waved her hand and produced another image. In the image, Blackie and Barry were hugging and kissing. Thea pretended to have a sudden realization. Oh, you finally took down heirs 10 seconds ago? It seems that you have finally seen your true colors in the face of life and death. Congratulations. Have you thought about it? If you reset the timeline, heirs will still return to Officer Eddie. Can you bear this price? Heirs loves me. I'm very sure of this. Barry couldn't interfere in other people's lives, but he felt quite confident in his own affairs. People have subconscious minds. I admit that Miss Iris loves you very much. Of course you love her too. But the love between the two of you 10 seconds ago was a moment of crisis. If this crisis hadn't happened, a lot of moral values, human factors, environmental pressure, and work atmosphere would have affected her final judgment. Based on my judgment of Iris, she will continue to cohabit with Officer Eddie and ignore her own subconscious reminders. Mr. Barry, this is just a small example. You may have the spirit of sacrifice, but what about the others? What about the 7 billion humans on Earth? If they had to make countless choices, would it be better or worse than today? Have you thought about this? Thea felt that this was a rare opportunity. She had to make things clear to him. Otherwise, it would be terrible if another Flashpoint incident happened. She had only heard of Dr. Manhattan using the Flashpoint to steal 10 years of time, but she had never seen it. In Thea's opinion, she couldn't care less about the affairs of those powerful people. She had to kill the ones in front of her. If she threaded the timeline like a sieve, she wouldn't be able to live. In order to strengthen Barry's confidence, she made another promise. I will deal with this tsunami. You can catch the culprit. Is that okay? Seeing this, Sia immediately put away the time enchantment and watched him rush towards the weather wizard like a wisp of smoke. Facing the waves that were dozens of meters high, Thea was not afraid. This thing looked scary, but its actual energy was not high. The battle between Superman and Zod, the battle between the three girls and Doomsday at that time, the damage caused by a casual punch or kick was greater than this turbulent wave. This kind of wave caused by the weather did not have a strong impact on the ground. Thea took out the God of Death's staff. This was an artifact created by the first king of Atlantis. Like the Sea King's trident, it also had the ability to control water. She called the Sea King couple and communicated with them. Both sides exerted their strength at the same time. The waves that were originally covering the sky were completely suppressed, and the water surface was as flat as a mirror. As for the tornado caused by the weather wizard, in the eyes of a real mage, it was like Li Kuei had met Li Gui. Thea easily extinguished it. After solving the disaster, she had the time to look at Barry. She didn't pay much attention before, but now she saw that Barry's speed was even faster. Previously, all of his speed was sucked away by the man in the leather jacket, and he had to cultivate again. Then he became evil again. Now Barry seemed to have leveled up twice. At this time, his top speed had reached 5,000 kilometers per hour, surpassing Thea and Diana. In her opinion, he should be about the same as Supergirl, but not as good as Superman and the Martian Manhunter. She had been busy for 7 or 8 years, and now her single attribute was surpassed by someone else in 2 months. Thea was still a little depressed. Fortunately, speed was not her forte, and the feeling of unhappiness faded quickly. Barry's movements became faster and faster. The weather wizard, who had been standing in the middle of the dock, was tied up like a dumpling before he could see what was going on. Seeing that Thea had stopped the disaster, Barry happily saved his adoptive father, his future father-in-law, Joe West. Thinking that heirs could finally be with him, he felt full of energy. As for Officer Eddie Swan, he could only say sorry. Just when Barry felt that he was going to reach the peak of his life, the call in his headset made him fall into the abyss. The truth was revealed. Dr. Wells was Reverse Lightning. He had wanted to kill Psyker, who had found out the truth, but his tracks were exposed and he was stopped by Caitlin in time. Reverse Lightning did not know that Caitlin was so powerful. The Frost Killer with full firepower, or rather full of ice power, saved Psyker in the nick of time. Caitlin could not catch up with Reverse Lightning's speed, but she only defended and did not attack. Using a large area of effect attack, Reverse Lightning used himself as the starting point and constantly absorbed the heat around him. No matter which angle he attacked from, he could not avoid this 360-degree attack without any blind spots. As long as he was within a certain range of Caitlin, the heat in his body would begin to disappear rapidly. It was like a mouse trying to pull a turtle. Caitlin tried to throw lightning twice, but unfortunately, after becoming Thea's follower, she would also receive some combat training from Death Knell and Fiora from time to time. She could not compare to the experienced mercenaries, but she was definitely not a rookie who would go weak at the sight of battle. The initial speed of the lightning was very fast, but unfortunately lightning also had heat, and it would be affected by Caitlin's absorption of heat. The loss of heat naturally decreased the speed. Under the premise that she was prepared, it was not too difficult to dodge. Caitlin, I have underestimated you. Reverse Lightning took off his mask, revealing the elegant and wise face of Dr. Wells. Caitlin, who had been with Thea for a long time, had excellent acting skills. Doctor, why did you kill Psyker and what are you wearing? Are you the one who killed Barry's mother? Why did you do that? Chapter 596. Psyker looked at his mentor in confusion. Caitlin already knew the truth, but he didn't. Just 2 minutes ago he had treated Dr. Wells as a teacher, as a father. Now that this father wanted to kill him, he felt cold, heartache, and all sorts of emotions. At this time he also looked at Reverse Lightning anxiously, waiting for him to give them an answer. Why would I do that? Good question. You are both my best students, Caitlin. Psyker. Psyker, I look at you like I'm looking at my son. Reverse Lightning looked around with some emotion. Although Caitlin was frozen like an ice house, he could still see the structure of the buildings. This is my home. You and Barry are like my family. The time I spent with you was the happiest time of my life. Then why did you do that? Why? Psyker roared with blood at the corner of his mouth. He couldn't understand why the respected Dr. Wells would kill Barry's mother. The two of them had nothing to do with each other. Reverse Lightning's skinny face had a slight change. It was very subtle. If you didn't look closely you would think it was an illusion. He was about to say something when he suddenly noticed something. He put on a cynical smile again. Barry is back. He should be able to answer your questions. I look forward to our next meeting. After he finished, he turned into a red lightning and left. As soon as he left, Barry turned into a yellow lightning and rushed back to the lab. Seeing that the two of them were fine, he didn't bother to explain and chased after them. The two lightning bolts started an intense chase in Central City. Barry leveled up twice and Reverse Lightning also benefited from it. His speed was faster and more agile. Unlike Barry, his experience was unparalleled. He was also very familiar with the terrain. This chase was like a simulation in his mind countless times. Thea didn't participate in this race. Barry was still very young, so it wasn't a bad thing to accept some setbacks. Besides, Thea really couldn't catch up. Of course, she found many excuses for herself. She said that the grass was too soft and too hard, the weather was too cold and too hot, she didn't have her own sportswear and so on. After giving Psyker a simple treatment, Lin Sanjiu realized that this silly boy had suffered quite a serious injury this time. The physical damage was still manageable, but the psychological damage could only be healed by himself. She asked about what had happened, and Psyker told her everything with a blank expression. The situation wasn't complicated at all. Reverse Lightning was truly frightened by the mess of adepts in Central City. He wasn't afraid of them, but he was afraid that one day Barry wouldn't be able to hold on and die. If that happened, it would be too late for regrets. However, Barry was the kind of person who would die if he didn't help others. Reverse Lightning, who was so worried, could only pressure him in another way. Intentionally exposing his tracks, Reverse Lightning personally went into action. The two of them chased each other around Central City, and the result was undoubtedly Barry's complete defeat. Knowing that he had many shortcomings, Barry sought help from Dr. Whale's sock puppet account. He cried and shouted, "Coach, I want to play basketball." Reverse Lightning naturally did as he wished. Barry reduced his crime-fighting activities and focused on long-distance running with the coach. At the same time, in order to remove his sock puppet account from the list of suspects, Reverse Lightning set up another ruse. At that time the effect was quite good. Barry clenched his teeth and calmed down for a few days, but loopholes were unavoidable. Finally, Psyker found them today. 1,000 miles of dike was destroyed by an ant's nest. A single mistake caused his entire plan to collapse. Thea sighed when she heard this. Putting aside the fact that Reverse Lightning killed Barry's mother, he really treated Barry and Psyker very well. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he taught him everything he knew. Now the three of them had turned against each other. The cutting-edge technology laboratory could no longer be restored to its former glory. Was a pity? Not long after, Barry ran back with his face covered in dirt. Even a blind person would know that he had lost his target. There was a wall. I saw him go straight through the wall. When I went around to look for him, he was already gone. The rookie Flash was very depressed. He thought that his speed was great, but he was taught a lesson by Reverse Lightning. He didn't know how to go through walls. When he gradually calmed down, the few of them began to exchange information. Psyker knew that Reverse Lightning was a transmigrator, and Barry knew why he was exposed. For a moment, the two of them were silent. That means he came from the future. He trained you to go back to the original time and space? And Barry, you had the chance to transmigrate tonight, but Thea stopped you? Psyker sorted out the relationship and finally felt that the fog in front of him wasn't as dense as before. Then why did he kill my mother? Reverse Lightning's various abnormalities were explained, but Barry still couldn't figure out why he killed his mother. Psyker was also puzzled by this question. Thea didn't participate in the discussion. Her vision was getting more and more profound. Sometimes she couldn't help but think. Was Barry's mother really such a person? Could she be the incarnation of the seraphic speed space? Did she come to Earth specifically to give birth to Barry? Or did she create an incarnation or simply possess an ordinary person's body? Otherwise, it really couldn't explain the close connection between Barry and the seraphic speed space. He was too special. If he was the biological son of the seraphic speed space, then everything could be explained. Like what was said before, it wasn't a coincidence that lightning struck him, but lightning chose him. This was fate. As for the reproductive isolation, it wasn't a problem at all. The Kryptonians could have children with Earth, the three palace magicians could have children with Earth, and Darkseid could have children with the ancient Earthlings and the current Amazons. There was no reason why the seraphic speed space couldn't. Although the genes of the Earthlings were weak, they were extremely tolerant. Thea felt that this was the most reasonable explanation. Barry's mother wasn't dead at all. She was just using reverse lightning to complete her mission. However, she didn't say such ridiculous words. Barry was still far from the seraphic speed space. She would let him find out the truth himself. What's your plan after this? Thea felt that there was nothing for her to do here. She still had to go back to be the mascot of the election. I want to catch him and ask him why he killed my mother. I also want to find evidence to clear my father's name. Barry had always been the deputy leader of the team. Now that the leader had run away, he had to make the decision. Do you need my help with your father's matter? Thea wasn't bragging. She didn't need magic or any means. With her current influence, the so-called justice could be done with just a word. It might be a little difficult to release him directly, but it wouldn't be a problem to get him out on medical parole. This simple sentence stumped Barry. He wasn't deaf or blind. He knew what Thea meant, but this was the main reason why he hesitated. Chapter 597. With his speed, saving his father from prison was as easy as buying a pizza, but he didn't want to use such a dishonorable method to get his father out of prison. Now that Thea had provided him with another method, although he knew that it wasn't fair, at least his father would be able to walk in front of people without having to hide all day. Barry, who had always valued relationships, was in a dilemma. Should he stick to justice or reunite with his father? Thea nodded. This kid had integrity. She just had to make a few calls and get him out. It was really easy to control the underworld and get someone out of prison. This matter would be done quietly and Thea wouldn't be involved. Flash couldn't send his father back to prison when he saw him, right? He would most likely admit the truth when the time came. She was experienced in dealing with these arrogant heroes. Ignoring Barry's father, Thea still wanted to ask Reverse Lightning what their attitude was. What are your plans for Reverse Lightning? Caitlin continued to pretend to be invisible, while Psyker and Barry looked conflicted. First of all, kill? Impossible. Not to mention that they had been together for such a long time, they still had feelings for each other. Reverse Lightning couldn't kill them, so Barry and Cisco had to add the word, update. They couldn't let him go either. Barry felt that this was his responsibility. He had to catch Reverse Lightning. Alright, I'll help you. Thea took out the Croydon compass and threw it to Barry. The Croydon compass. This is a magic tool. As long as you think of someone, the compass will automatically find the direction. It's safe and pollution-free. Ordinary people can use it. Thea explained how to use it. The two boys with high scientific knowledge seemed to have found a new toy. Cisco circled around Barry while Barry used the compass to correct the direction. The result was exactly the same. What's the theory behind this? Is it the effect of the magnet? Cisco, who was originally depressed, was attracted by the theory behind the compass. He became more energetic. Thea could only smile bitterly. Who the hell knew what was going on? This bunch of science-oriented people would try to use science to explain everything they encountered. The fat old man from Firestorm was like that, and so were Psyker and Barry here. Although she had lent them the compass, Thea was still not optimistic about Barry's ability to find Reverse Lightning. This was mainly because Reverse Lightning knew him too well. He had been silently observing a person for 15 years. Perhaps Reverse Lightning knew how much Barry talked in his sleep and how many times he went to the toilet. The information was completely unequal. Chasing after him under this premise would only result in nothing. In fact, the best way to deal with Reverse Lightning was to let Madame Xanadu divine his location. After that, a few heroes would go together and find this person. Then, a large number of speed-limiting spells would be thrown out. With a wave of skills from the heroes, Reverse Lightning would definitely die. However, judging from Barry's intention, he still wanted to investigate it himself. Thea didn't really want to see Shangdo now, mainly because their relationship was too awkward. In the past, it was just a simple relationship between an old senior and a new junior. Since old Ma and Xanadu rolled together, they had become a friendly senior and junior relationship. illegitimate daughter and stepmother. The two who were originally unrelated had this strange connection because of old Ma's involvement. How could such a chaotic situation be described with the word awkward? After saying goodbye to the three, Thea returned to Gotham and continued to act as Moira's election backdrop. Midway, she instructed her subordinates to use a roundabout relationship to release Barry's father. For the next few days, Barry was in a state of excitement. The breakthrough with heirs was not abandoned because of the timeline reset. His biological father was also rescued. At this time, Barry only felt that his life was full of happiness. Of course, the process was not smooth. Officer Eddie Swan, whose wife was stolen, was burning with jealousy and chased after Barry Allen. Knowing that he was in the wrong, he did not fight back and was solidly beaten up. Feeling all kinds of strange gazes around him, Officer Eddie Swan left the Central City Police Station and disappeared from everyone's sight. Lady Blackie finally confirmed her true love. She stuck to Barry every day. If it wasn't for the pursuit of Reverse Lightning, Barry felt that he would have forgotten his surname. He should have left the Central City. A few days later, Barry said to Thea on the phone. Thea could only maintain a limited amount of attention. To be honest, Reverse Lightning was not a traditional bad person. He had definitely killed people, whether it was Barry's mother or the original Dr. Wells. But to say that he was so bad that it was hard to remember, it was not so bad that it was hard to remember. From a certain point of view, because he led the birth of the Flash earlier, the technological level of human society had improved by a few years. For example, Psyker, who had been learning from him for many years, had received a lot of cutting-edge knowledge of future technology. His vision and perspective had greatly improved. In short, Reverse Lightning was definitely at fault, but his achievements should not be ignored. Thea's attitude towards him was to let him be. There were countless people on Earth who were worse than him. It did not matter if there was one more or one less. She was just the goddess of trade and wealth, not the goddess of law and justice. She would leave Barry to worry about Reverse Lightning. Moira's trip to the country won a lot of praise. Some of the media sincerely praised her, while some received benefits. There were some who praised her and some who criticized her. Thea deliberately allowed some of the media to smear her family. Under the current democratic system, let alone Moira, even if Jehovah were to be the president, there would be people who would scold and praise him. This was the main theme, which was very American. Under this system, it was impossible for people to praise him and shout, "Long live the Emperor." A few bold media outlets attacked Thea and other superheroes, while the timid ones began to use Oliver's gossip to hype things up. The writers of the media began to work hard. Like writing a novel, they wrote about Oliver's life experience before the shipwreck. 10,000 words a day they wrote continuously for more than half a month. In Oliver's legend, the number of his female protagonists had exceeded the 30 mark. Every day, there were young girls who contacted the newspaper websites to introduce their stories with Oliver. Some of them were unscrupulous in order to become famous, while some were true. At least, Thea's investigation showed that among the 30 women, at least 22 had slept with Oliver. Many women described their experiences with Oliver vividly. They described the length, the depth, the position, the things they liked to say, and so on. This information was published by many unscrupulous media outlets. As a direct result, Shadow applied for annual leave to return to Purgatory Island to accompany her father. Even a gentle woman like her couldn't stand Oliver's past misdeeds. One could only imagine how much information the media had dug up. Chapter 598. Oliver, who had already turned over a new leaf, naturally could not watch his wife go back to her parents' home without doing anything. At the same time, he could also avoid the crazy media. He also prepared to go to Purgatory Island to avoid the limelight. The gossip was getting more and more widespread. Soon, someone dug up the story of Laurel Lance and Sarah Lance fighting for a man. If they were separated from each other and did not see each other, it would be easy. However, they saw each other every day, which was very awkward. Seeing that Oliver was going back to Purgatory Island to fish, Laurel and Tommy also planned to take a break for a few days. Old Ma had left all the overseas assets and real estate except for the Merlin Group to Tommy. This guy was also a hidden rich man. There were even a few small islands under his name. The two of them found a small island and prepared to go on vacation. At the same time, they could also avoid the troubles in America. The few of them had an awkward meeting and immediately decided that the Green Arrow team would stop work for a month. Before he left, Oliver handed the safety of Star City over to his sister. Moira's side had come to an end for the time being. The rest did not need Thea's help. She also took it as a vacation and prepared to stay in Star City for a few days. The young lady who had returned to the novice village was very comfortable. The 4 main generals of the Green Arrow team had gone on a journey together. The remaining Sarah Lance and Shadow Al Ghul had come out to take refuge because of Talia's tyranny. They were more like external aides, not team members. Then the only one left was Roy Harper, who was now codenamed Arsenal. Facing the young lady now, Roy, the lover of Thea 1-0, was still very nervous. Thea simply gave them a collective vacation. With her personally overseeing things, nothing would happen in Star City. This period of time was a rare buffer period. The leather jacket man and the angry middle-aged man that she had harvested a while ago directly entered her new research range. Of the two, one could absorb Barry's energy and even all kinds of energy, while the other had anger in the emotional spectrum. The clone immediately failed. The angry middle-aged man could be cloned, but the emotional spectrum couldn't. The middle-aged man's clone didn't have any emotional power at all. No matter how scientific methods were used to recreate the scene of that day, or using spirit force to trigger the angry emotions, none of them succeeded. Thea had no choice but to slowly absorb the anger from the middle-aged man's body. Unlike fear and pity, she did not need to use her mind to experience anger. She was already a god, and with her own divine power, she could forcibly control anger. Of course, the downside was equally huge. His anger towards Thea was like a rootless tree. If he used it, it would be gone. If he used it again, he would have to find a middle-aged man to absorb it. Every now and then, she would take a breath and watch the anger in her spiritual world grow from the size of a strand of hair to the size of a finger. This process would be very slow, but it would accumulate. When she could control the anger as much as a lamp ring, she would have completely mastered the emotion of anger. The research of the man in the leather jacket had reached a stalemate. There was nothing wrong with this guy's clone. It was just that the upper limit of his absorption was fixed. This was determined by genes. Unless Thea resurrected the man in the leather jacket and raised him by 2 levels, the clone would always be at his level when he was alive. Whether this ability was strong or not, Thea would say it was very strong. It was just that the man in the leather jacket was congenitally deficient. Thea had tried many ways, but she couldn't increase the limit of the clone at all. The idea of creating an army of hundreds and thousands of clones floated in Thea's mind, but she immediately rejected it. 1 or 2 clones could remove their brain functions at the embryonic stage, but it couldn't be done if there were too many of them. Moral factors needed to be considered, and those invisible causes and effects also needed to be paid attention to. Mortals were afraid of fruit and bodhisattvas were afraid of causes. The more Thea knew now, the more careful she would be when doing things. She directly sealed the body of the man in the leather jacket. Thea was about to leave the laboratory when she saw the secretary come in. Facing the many unknown bloodstains in the laboratory, Miss Maisie wasn't surprised at all. It was just that she had seen the same scene too often by Luther's side. Although the new boss's orientation was a bit of a criticism, the previous boss's orientation was also very problematic. In the dead of the night, the secretary couldn't help but wonder if these geniuses were all sick. "What's the matter, Miss Maisie?" "Yes, boss. 3 minutes ago, someone took control of the Star City TV station. It's now live broadcasting." The secretary then handed Thea a tablet. She summoned a ball of water to wash her hands. After drinking some water, she took the tablet and looked at it. In the picture was a young woman, but her taste in clothes was very poor. She had light yellow hair and was wearing an orange jacket. Coupled with the big round black-rimmed glasses on her face, she looked very stupid. The woman, who didn't know that she was called stupid, was dancing with excitement. She shouted at the camera, "Quinn Group's idiots, you rejected the greatest invention in the world. You and your superhero boss are all idiots." Thea, who was drinking water, spat it out. It wasn't because she was scolded, but because she heard this woman's words. Was she related to her own group? She thought it was Star City's trouble, but she didn't expect that the other party's target seemed to be her. Without looking at the crazy woman on the screen, Thea asked the secretary, "Who is this guy?" The secretary was chosen by Luther. She was really capable. Now that she had the green light lamp ring, it was very easy for her to investigate anything. She had already collected the information. When she heard Thea's question, she directly answered, "This woman is called Brie Lavin. She graduated from the University of Chicago with a degree in biomechanical engineering. She came to work at Quinn Group 3 years ago. She was a very smart and creative roboticist. She had once developed micro-robotic bees for agricultural use, but her pace was getting faster and faster. Before she was about to weaponize bees, Dr. Hoffman thought that her research was very dangerous and fired her." The secretary said with a calm face. Thea frowned slightly. She had a little impression of this woman. She seemed to be a very good scientist. But how could she be her employee? Shouldn't she be from Central City? She remembered that the Flash was almost stung to death by her mechanical bee. Thea was too lazy to think about it. It was not a big deal. Just deal with it. She teleported to the TV station with the secretary. The police and the guards of Quinn Group had already arrived at the scene, but the studio was firmly controlled by her bees. No one could use heavy weapons, so the situation was a bit of a stalemate for a while. Everyone was already used to her popping out of nowhere. "Dr. Quinn, what do you think about this?" the TV station owner said to her with a bitter face. "Mr. Pearl, please rest assured that I will deal with it. I will be responsible for all the losses of the TV station. You can send the list of losses to my secretary later." Chapter 599. After saying that, Sia sent the TV station owner to the side. Facing the dense swarm of bees, she was also a little scared. This was not to say that bees were scary, but it was instinctive to stay away from them. Looking at the bees all over the broadcast room, the floor, the ceiling, all kinds of wires and all kinds of utility rooms, the constant buzzing made the secretary, who could defeat dozens of American soldiers with her bare hands, a little pale. She carefully looked at Thea's face and observed her expression for a while. She thought she understood the boss's plan. She waved her hand, and dozens of Quinn Group's security personnel began to clear the area. "Use electromagnetic weapons." Thea glanced at the bees and ordered happily. The security personnel did not know that these bees were actually mechanical creatures. Although they were puzzled, they still changed their weapons. A person who looked like a captain threw an electromagnetic pulse bomb at the swarm of bees. An invisible wave swept across, and the bees fell to the ground. Thea suppressed her disgust and ordered everyone to attack. The following battle was boring. Without the bees, the woman was just an ordinary person. She was sent to the Star City police station by the security personnel. Thea asked Gideon to download all her experimental data. It seemed feasible to combine a large number of bees with the Jacket Man cells. The surface of the mechanical bees was covered with bionic skin containing the Jacket Man cells. In this way, the problem of limited energy absorption would be solved, and the moral problem would also be solved. Imagine a wave of bees when facing an enemy, and the enemy's mana would be depleted. What a magnificent scene that would be. However, Thea was a little allergic to bees, so she did not want to use this trick. She asked Gideon to work on the combination of the two. Thea did not use it herself, but others could use it. She was going to ask which fierce woman was not afraid of bees and teach her this trick. After staying in Star City for a week and defeating 2 gangs, Milady's current strength was like using an atomic bomb to kill chickens. Olivier went fishing, Tommy went swimming, Superman stayed at home with his wife, and the Flash and heirs were intimate every day. Since they all went on strike, Thea felt that she could not treat herself badly. She didn't have any conscience to blame her at all. She left an incarnation in Star City to put on an act and took Diana to travel with her in the name of improving her state of mind. Diana agreed wholeheartedly. Traveling was a good thing. She set 3 rules with her. No magic, no magic, no magic. The two of them had been busy for the past few years and rarely had time to relax. Thea needs to slowly adapt to her new identity, and Diana needs to grow up. Thea tells the secretary not to call her if there is nothing important, and takes Diana out for a stroll. The two of them carried a large backpack, a water bottle, a sun hat, outdoor equipment, and hiking shoes like ordinary people and began their pleasant journey. At first, Thea didn't think it was necessary to bring these things, but Diana insisted, so she could only agree. Thea can survive in the wild, but her ability is based on the convenience and speed of magic. Now Diana asks her not to use magic and to experience the hardships of ordinary people. Thea is exhausted. "Have we left the mountains?" Thea asked Sister Di with a gloomy face. The two of them crossed the Rocky Mountains on foot. At first, they followed a group of people. The two of them were wearing scarves and sunglasses, so no one recognized them. Soon after they entered the mountains, the group of backpackers left, leaving only the two of them to climb the mountains. Diana's ability to survive in the wild was very strong. Whether it was the previous 100 years of living alone or the recent journey to find the source, she was worthy of being a powerful warrior. Diana repeatedly said that she could not use magic, so Thea could only follow her on the long journey. Fortunately, she had a divine body. Otherwise, how could she drag an ordinary woman to climb the mountains with her? She was exhausted. Unfortunately, they met a black bear before. Sister Di stopped her idea of using lightning to barbecue the bear, so the two of them fled in the forest like ordinary people. The silly black bear didn't know how lucky it was. It chased the two of them for nearly a day. In the end, maybe it was wondering why the two of them were so strong, or maybe it was just too tired. Anyway, Thea and Diana found that it was gone. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief. This bear was too persistent. Haha. Diana laughed as she clutched her stomach when she saw that Thea's face was as messy as a cat. What are you laughing about? You're not much better than me. Thea looked at Diana, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The Valkyrie also suppressed her strength. Otherwise, even 1,000 bears of that level would not be enough to kill them. In the process of being chased by the black bear, the long-legged goddess missed a step and fell into a ditch. Thea had to pull her out. The two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Thea touched Diana's face with her fingers. There was a lot of dust on the Valkyrie's face. Her skin was very elastic and had a texture like silk. Diana Prince, has anyone ever told you that you're too beautiful? It's my honor to meet you. Why are you suddenly so serious? Diana was a little stunned. Then she saw Thea's sincere eyes and she was also infected. You're the real beauty. Even Aphrodite can't compare to you. My lover is the most beautiful goddess in the world. At this moment, words were no longer effective. Everything was explained by actions. The two women's lips were close together. Diana's lips were thick and dark, while Thea's lips were thin and light. Their lips and teeth were touching, and their tongues were gently stirring. Thea didn't expect Diana to be so passionate. She was a little unprepared and couldn't help but swallow lightly. Diana caught her slight movement and her tongue suddenly opened her mouth, wantonly enjoying the tip of the goddess of wealth's tongue. Woo! Thea was annoyed. This Diana's personality was too strong. She always wanted to take the initiative. She wanted to tell her that she wasn't someone to be trifled with. While Diana was in a daze, she directly opened up a second battlefield. Her hand was originally behind her head, but now it went down and brushed against her slender neck. Her hot breath blew on the tip of her nose and the side of her face. At the same time, Thea's eyes were also electrifying. Her watery eyes disintegrated Diana's consciousness of resistance. Thea took advantage of the victory and pressed her lips together. She grabbed Diana's hands and put them behind her back. Just as Diana felt that something was wrong, Thea freed up a hand and pressed her down. The two women's indescribable bodies were tightly pressed together. The goddess of wealth was above, and the guardian goddess was below. When their eyes met, Thea sucked her trembling lower lip, then her upper lip, and finally the tip of her tongue went in between her lips. It was a short, deep, and thorough kiss. Chapter 600. The two girls couldn't compare, but they knew each other very well. Thea looked weak, but she had a strong heart that ordinary people didn't know. Diana was the opposite. Under her valiant appearance, she lacked love. In the exchange of body, spirit, and divinity, their attachment to each other was getting deeper and deeper. Diana was glad to have such a lover to accompany her forever. Thea also liked the Valkyrie to fill her inner world. The road ahead was too difficult and it was too difficult to walk alone. Just like Batman's analysis on the note he gave to the Heaven's Eye Society, their weakness was each other. In the dead of night, there were roars of wild beasts in the forest, but neither of them took it seriously. Diana was in a good mood and didn't care about the promise that they couldn't use magic. Thea moved mountains and seas, pushed down a dense forest and built a wooden house. The two of them chatted in the hot pool. You seem to have become bigger here? Also softer? Is it because of the divine position? Diana touched Thea's neck with a playful look. The young lady didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she had to admit that Diana's observation was very meticulous. She noticed such a small difference but she couldn't tell why. She could only attribute it to the self-development of her charm. It's perfect. Diana, who had the essence of Greek aesthetics, couldn't resist this kind of beauty at all. She played with her like a toy for a long time. Diana's figure was also very good, but she was more inclined to be a warrior. Some parts of her body were not as beautiful as Thea's. How dare you tease me? Thea also didn't want to be outdone. Her hands began to touch her long legs and all the way up. This time the battle was more intense than before. Halfway through, Thea suddenly thought of finding a few pairs of silk stockings for Diana. Her long legs with black stockings really had a unique flavor. Diana also didn't let her go. Thea tried it on and the coffee color suited her. The two pairs of long legs intertwined together, and the atmosphere in the wooden house was so thick that it was like water that couldn't be dissolved. After a night of intense fighting, Diana sat up very early the next day. My origin seems to have taken a big step forward. Valkyrie pulled up Thea, who was still pretending to be asleep. There was such a thing? This was the only thought left in Thea's mind. She used her heart to feel her own body. Her changes were not as obvious as Diana's. She only vaguely felt that she was more in tune with the universe. Of course, this was not caused by a night of lovemaking, but by some kind of change in the state of mind. The two of them immediately packed up and continued their journey. From the United States all the way south through Mexico into South America. As an American country, the difference between here and the north was like heaven and earth. Thea felt that the trade here was chaotic and disorderly. The distribution of wealth was even more unreasonable. Money was only in the hands of a few people. Naturally, the ordinary people did not need to trade. She even saw bartering in a certain area, which made her very unhappy. Diana didn't like this place either. Who was she supposed to protect? Protect the rich and powerful, or protect the equally cunning civilians? The two's journey lasted for more than half a month. Diana received a message from Hippolyte, asking her to return to Mount Olympus. Fearing that she would have an accident, Thea decided to go with her. The two women were teleported to Mount Olympus. At this time it had been 9 months since Thea left last time. The originally solemn and majestic mountain peak was shrouded in a murderous aura. Many Amazons were busy preparing. The time of the prophecy has come. The eldest son of Zeus is about to kill his brothers and sisters and ascend to his father's throne. Hera pointed to the people who were preparing for the battle and explained to the two women. Now she could no longer see through Thea's depth. Her attitude naturally changed again. She went from being optimistic to being an equal, even if she was a god king. This was the difference in strength. You should try to avoid fighting as much as possible, especially in the battle of gods. The priesthood of the old gods will affect your origin. Thea told Diana. The eldest son was praised as a god in the prophecy. She was afraid that Diana would rush up regardless of everything. Although the gods were unwilling in the face of the summons of the god king, except for the rebellious Apollo and Hermes who had defected to Hades, several other gods who were still breathing also arrived one by one. A bunch of weaklings. Thea was not optimistic about the combat power of the gods of wine, fire, agriculture, and strife. They were good at eating, drinking, and playing, but fighting? They had to stand aside. The old acquaintance, Ares, was getting older and older. He stood there trembling. Many Amazons didn't understand why this bad guy in the past seemed like he could be blown away by a breath. Thea knew very well that although the weakening of the god of war had nothing to do with her directly, the indirect impact was too great. There was no war between humans. It was ironic that several big countries were forced into the fast lane by her interstellar plan. They were all desperately building mecha and motherships. A few gunpowder barrels, the Middle East, Afghanistan, and so on. Without a few big countries secretly playing games, why would they fight among themselves? All the wars subsided a month after the mothership was launched. The big countries had no energy to play games. They were all digging deep into their potential to occupy a leadership position in the future. The end of the war naturally affected Ares. 100 years ago he pretended to be a cripple in front of Thea, Diana, and Steve. Now he didn't need to pretend. He was already crippled. He was a candle in the wind. In the next few days the gods waited for the enemy to attack in Olympus. The fighting power of the god of wine was not worth mentioning, but the wine he brewed was simply the best in the world. Thea and he chatted well. She brought a lot of good wine and was going to let Moira, Oliver, and the others taste it. The god of fire had been helping the gods to build weapons. Thea discussed with him twice and he agreed to build a weapon for Diana. The god slayer that he had obtained from Paradise Island, Sia had jokingly called it the sword that Ares must die. This sword had already completed its historical mission. Ares did not need anyone else to do anything as he was about to die. Now, it was just the right time to take it out and reforge it with Diana's Vulcan sword. These two swords were built by the god of fire. Now that the two swords were back in his hands, he couldn't help but sigh. After asking Diana about her fighting habits, the two swords were returned to the furnace to be forged. 3 days later, a pair of blue swords was handed to Diana. 2 swords, this was her fighting style in the future. The combination of sword and shield was no longer suitable for Diana's increasing strength. Low-level enemies couldn't break her defense, so she didn't need the shield. High-level enemies couldn't defend her with the shield. Instead of being awkward, it was better to give up the shield and strengthen her attack power. With golden armor and a red cloak and 2 long swords in her hands, Diana now looked more heroic. Thea had a different style. It was not suitable to wear the old gods' equipment in the territory of the new gods, but it was okay to wear the new gods' equipment in the territory of the old gods. At least, Hera and the others couldn't see the origin of Thea's divine robe. They just thought it was very mysterious. Chapter 601. Diana gave people the impression of a brave warrior, while Thea embodied the mystery of a spellcaster. The hood covered most of her face, and her beautiful chin, slightly opened lips, and the occasional strand of golden hair peeking out from the hood were filled with a tranquil aura. The gods waited for 10 days and the enemies in the prophecy finally appeared. Mount Olympus, which was covered in starlight, seemed to have been hit by something, and a deep crater suddenly appeared on the empty ground. Countless evil creatures descended upon the land of the gods. The leader was a tall and strong man with a fierce face and an open chest full of scars. His hair and beard were like weeds, and his equipment was very simple, as if he had stripped off the skin of some animal and put it on his body. However, no one would underestimate this leather outfit. This was dragon skin, the skin of an adult black dragon. It was barbaric, coarse, and violent. Even from thousands of miles away, one could still feel the bone-deep hatred from this person. He hated this place, hated everyone here. He was a nameless god, the eldest son of Zeus and Hera. When he was born, he was abandoned by his biological parents because of the prophecy that he would sit on the throne of the gods. He grew up in the wilderness and fought with wolves during his childhood. When he became an adult, he tried to prove his worth to Mount Olympus, killing evil dragons and fighting everywhere. Unfortunately, his bravery was not valued. Instead, it aroused fear. Zeus personally took action and sealed him in the depths of the earth's core. With hatred for Mount Olympus and the whole world, he climbed with his bare hands for 6,000 years. After countless hardships, he finally saw the light of day again. He wanted revenge and to take back what belonged to him. He was the eldest son. The appearance of the evil creatures naturally attracted the attention of the gods. At this time, Thea was chatting with her new friend. It was Aramani, who had the upper body of a woman and the lower body of a spider. She had followed Thea out when Hera was wreaking havoc in the underworld. She was also at the level of a demigod and was one of the few important combat forces under Hera's command. Thea happened to pass by and saw her spinning silk at the same time, which attracted her interest. After that, they started chatting casually. Even though Thea was now in the camp of the Greek gods, she still felt that these gods were quite ket up. Back when Aramani was immortal, she was the wife of a king. Her hobby was weaving, which was completely harmless to humans and animals. Not only that, it also had a very positive effect on ordinary women. Men would farm and go to war while women would weave. Logically speaking, such a harmonious and positive scene should be a good thing. Unfortunately, the goddess Athena heard of her good weaving skills, and Athena, who had nothing better to do, personally descended to the mortal world to compete with her. Naturally, ordinary people couldn't compare to the gods who had cheats, and Aramani couldn't take it anymore and committed suicide. If things stopped here, it would already be too much, but the worst was yet to come. For some unknown reason, Athena captured her soul and reincarnated her into a half-human, half-spider. How could such a vile thing be described with the word F***ck? Do whatever you want, submit to me and prosper, oppose me and perish. Even if you die, you have to carry shame with you. This was the thinking of the gods at that time. After listening to the outrageous story, Thea couldn't help but look askance. Others were afraid of Athena, but she didn't have to. Athena wouldn't send a group of Saint Seias to push her, so what was there to be afraid of? She stood in Aramani's position and scolded Athena. Only then did the spider woman and her have a little friendship. Over the next few days, Thea chatted with her every now and then. The two of them could barely be considered friends, and Thea made her request. She wanted to use her divine spider silk to weave stockings. She wanted a variety of colors so that she could spar with the long-legged goddess in the future. Ordinary people's stockings were too easy to wear and tear. Only quasi-divine items could match them. The spider woman, who didn't understand her evil intentions, was puzzled. What was the purpose of weaving stockings with spider silk that was as thin as a cicada's wing? Was it for defense or to increase one's speed? Although she couldn't figure out the purpose, Aramani, who could spit spider silk and had max-level tailoring skills, made a few pairs of stockings according to her request even though she had turned into a spider. Aramani, who felt like she had found a treasure, returned the favor and helped the spider woman check it. Athena's technique wasn't brilliant. Originally, Thea could have helped her return to her original form, but unfortunately her spider form had been completely fixed during the process of her returning from the underworld to the world of the living. Even with Thea's ability, she couldn't change this situation. She could only take a step back and cast a permanent human transformation spell on the spider woman. This spell allowed her to maintain her human form for 4 hours a day. This simple effort gained the spider woman strong goodwill. In the end, Thea received a large number of silk products and said that if she needed more, she would have more in the future. When the firstborn arrived, she and the spider woman were researching how to make new underwear. Since the stockings had been changed, they might as well upgrade the underwear too. Both of them were unhappy that their research was interrupted. Thea brought Aramani a lot of information about the development of clothing and clothing on modern Earth, which made the Spider Woman feel like she had found a treasure. Although the aesthetic of ancient Greece was different from that of modern times, it was still very useful. Thea also told the Spider Woman her favorite style of clothing and asked her to make a few sets according to it. Unfortunately, the enemy had come, so the two could only stop their research and run outside to do the fighting. When they arrived outside, the enemy army had already begun to form up. The main force was the wild wolves that had raised the firstborn. Because they had been contaminated with a lot of divinity, some of the wild wolves had already shown signs of walking upright. Most of the rest were ghost wolves. These animals had already reached the end of their lives, but because of the influence of the firstborn's divinity, they were still lingering on the border of life and death. Now they had all been recruited by the firstborn to fight. In addition, there were many ghost creatures in different shapes and sizes. Some were humans, some were beasts, and some were strangely shaped like humans and beasts. The gods reckoned that these creatures were the cannon fodder that the firstborn had recruited. Their role was to consume the magic power of the gods. Compared to the organized army of the Amazons on Mount Olympus, the army of the firstborn could be said to be endless. These cannon fodder were valuable as long as they could contain one god. The evil army began to march toward Mount Olympus in silence, as if dark clouds were pressing down on the city. "What do you think?" Diana whispered to Thea. She was referring to the firstborn. It was similar to how the Heavenly Father dealt with Darkseid. In a battle of this level, the battle between small soldiers would not affect the overall situation at all. As long as the firstborn could be dealt with, the ghost creatures would not be of any help. Thea looked a little serious. The strength of the firstborn was not a bluff. Just looking at its powerful and murderous appearance, she was not very confident. Chapter 602. It was a battle of revenge, a battle to the death, not to mention true divine power. Thea could not compare with the other party in terms of momentum. The other party had suppressed his anger for thousands of years, and it was said that it took him 6,000 years to climb back to the ground from the core of the earth. A minute ago, Hera was still discussing the issue of stockings and underwear, and the other party came at her. Unless there was a crushing difference in strength, it would be strange if she could defeat him. It was not the same style at all. And she was the goddess of trade and wealth, which had nothing to do with fighting. And this firstborn was similar to Hercules. They were both old gods who had escaped the twilight of the gods and were in relatively good condition. No one knew what his specific clergy was, but in Thea's view, it was very similar to fighting and revenge. Diana asked again when she didn't answer for a long time. Thea saw that she was eager to try, and she complained in her heart. Between her and the firstborn, who was stronger and who was weaker, she needed to really fight, but Diana was definitely a little weaker, and this was the critical moment of her fusion of the source, so it was better not to fight. For her wife, the goddess of trade and wealth, could only fight the firstborn of Zeus. "Far worse than me," Thea whispered to Diana, and also pretended to be arrogant as if the enemy was not in her eyes. "No, I think he's quite strong." Diana had not seriously fought with Thea for a while. She really did not know the true strength of Thea after she became a god. Seeing her firmly guarantee, she slowly relaxed. The huge ghost army seemed to be moving slowly, but in fact, it was moving quickly towards Mount Olympus, and an invisible pressure began to envelop everyone's heads. Antiope, who replaced Hippolyte, was commanding the Amazons to set up a line of defense. Bundles of magic arrows, many enchanted swords, shields, and armors were sent to each warrior. The Amazons were the most elite warriors of this era, and Hera was not stingy with them. She opened the treasury of Mount Olympus and took out many precious equipment from ancient times. Unlike Hippolyte, Antiope was a pure warrior. She knew that the Amazons did not have the advantage in numbers, so she directly set up 3 lines of defense on the periphery and prepared a group of cavalry for mobility. The advantage of the firstborn's army was their numbers. There were endless ghosts and beasts, and the ratio of their numbers to the Amazons was almost 100 to 1. It was his idea to use quantity to fight quality. That was why he dared to come to Mount Olympus with his massive army and his own martial arts prowess. The advantage of the Greek gods was that they had a large number of gods. Even the most useless gods were more powerful than the monsters and beasts. They could defeat a large number of them with a wave of their hands. The only weakness was that they were forcibly conscripted by Hera. They could fight a favorable battle, but it was impossible to expect them to risk their lives against the firstborn. The depressing atmosphere lasted for an hour. All the gods came to the mountain peak to watch. A few of them were exchanging glances. The prophecy had clearly stated that the eldest son of Zeus would kill his brother and eventually ascend to the throne. The gods on the mountain were all in line with the prophecy. Each of them had their own plans. The firstborn came with thousands of years of hatred. No one could ignore its powerful power. They did not want to be the first to stand out. Zeus, Hera, according to the prophecy, I want to take back everything that is mine. The firstborn, who was 3 meters tall and was wearing a dragon skin cloak, strode out and roared at Mount Olympus. Following his words, the spirits and beasts also roared at the sky. The hatred contained in their roars made the gods take a step back involuntarily. Hera looked a little sad. She was not in a good mood to fight with her own son. But seeing that both sides were waiting for her reply, she reluctantly stood up. Child, I am your mother. I don't want to do this. It was Zeus' idea to abandon you. Seeing his mother, the firstborn was still a little silent. Hera continued, the prophecy is a farce. I am willing to correct this mistake. We are still a family. Child, are you willing to give me this opportunity? Before the firstborn could reply, a woman came out from behind his majestic figure. Brother, don't listen to Hera's lies. She is afraid that you will take away her position as the king of gods. What a joke. A female king of gods. What a stupid woman. The woman looked gentle and beautiful. There was a hint of mockery at the corner of her mouth. She wore a silk robe and walked barefoot on the ground. Her voice was very soft, but every god, every female warrior and many monsters on the battlefield heard it clearly. It was as if someone was whispering in their ear. An invisible energy soothed the firstborn's heartstrings. His eyes were filled with hatred again. Who is this? Thea joined the battle purely as a family member of Diana. She did not know the woman beside the firstborn. To be honest, when the two first fell in love, she spent a period of time studying Greek mythology to increase their common language. But later she found that there were too many nonsensical stories in it. So she chose to abandon the book. She basically knew the famous ones, but she had to apologize to the less famous ones. Princess of Troy, daughter of Zeus? Cassandra. The old acquaintance Ares was standing beside the two women. When he heard Thea's question, he answered casually. Looking at the old man who was out of breath, Thea was afraid that he would die at her feet. She smiled bitterly to show that she heard it. This guy has the power of speech, but he is only a demigod. The goddess of strife, Eris, stood on the other side of the two women. When humans stopped the war, she also suffered a lot. Her smooth skin showed signs of dehydration. She provoked everyone to fight. Eris's power also came from words. Cassandra's speech and her priesthood had something in common. That was why she was unhappy. Queen Hera, if you don't want blood to flow like a river in Mount Olympus, please get out of the way. Today is the moment when the prophecy comes true. Your firstborn will eventually ascend the throne of the king of gods. Cassandra continued to show off her speech. The power of demigods came entirely from their own bodies. At their peak, they were definitely not as good as the gods. Unfortunately, times had changed. The gods were burdened by their own priesthoods, and now they were not as good as her. She was far from that point, but the influence of the speech was stirring up everyone's hearts. Except for a few gods and people like Hippolyte who had magic equipment to resist the mind, the firstborn would win and Hera would lose. Everyone could not help but have this thought. The morale of the Amazons was visibly low. Hera directly took out the scepter of the king of gods and pointed it to the sky. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, and the huge thunder suppressed the speech. However, in Thea's eyes, it was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. The scepter could not be used all the time, and the mouth was on the other side's face. She could still continue to speak. Hera had been the queen for too long. Her combat experience was too poor. Before the war, she had exposed one of her trump cards. Perhaps she wanted to show her majesty, but it was really not wise. Chapter 603. Lightning flashed across the sky, and for a moment, an unparalleled force swept across the surroundings. It was as if the heavenly might had turned into divine thunder, and the scene fell into a strange silence. However, lightning was not a cloud and it could not stay there forever. It came and went quickly, and in less than 10 seconds, it disappeared into nothingness. Other than making Hera look awe-inspiring, it wasn't of any use at all. Thea could see the sarcasm in the corner of Cassandra's mouth. This guy's spirit of speech was really effective at bewitching ordinary people. If she was allowed to spout nonsense, other than a few strong-willed Amazons, the rest would not be able to withstand it. Your Majesty, I have a subordinate who should be able to deal with the spirit of speech, Thea whispered to Hera. Hera looked at the brilliance in her eyes and knew what she meant. Without any nonsense, she made the decision and raised a finger, indicating that Cassandra could choose anything from Zeus's treasury. Hera, who had a lot of assets, did not care about the treasury at all. After all, the treasures belonged to Zeus and the throne of the god was hers. Thea gave her a look that said, "Don't worry about me." She directly teleported back to Earth. Her subordinates on Earth were not suitable to deal with this kind of ability that involved the rules, so she directly called Jianghu and the Green Lantern Corps. After revising the Corps' mission, the number of people in the Corps had increased from the original 100 to more than 300. Thea did not summon all of them, and only asked Jianghu to bring 100 people to help. The Green Lantern Corps' teleportation ability was unparalleled in the world, and the Corps came very quickly. Thea briefly explained the situation and brought everyone back to Mount Olympus. The strange appearance of the Green Lanterns attracted a burst of amazement from the gods. Thea felt that their worldview was still stuck in the era of the square sky and square earth, and they really could not explain what kind of existence aliens were. Jianghu, who was holding the Book of Nu, directly showed the giant book. Compassion turned into subtle energy and poured into the hearts of the wavering Amazons. The fearful ones were encouraged and the hesitant ones regained their courage. The reckless ones regained their rationality, and the cowardly ones straightened their chests. The remaining Green Lanterns established a new line of defense, a line of defense for the soul. Compassion was incomparably inclusive. It could accept good words and it could also absorb evil words. This was the purpose of Thea calling them here. That person really needs to be pitted. Jianghu saw her eldest son and said in a calm voice, "You want to brainwash a god?" Thea looked at Jianghu, who was becoming more and more otherworldly by the day, and her mind began to churn. To be honest, this was a good idea. The firstborn's strength was similar to hers. If he was washed into the green lamp, the green lamp's weak fighting power would be improved. In addition, it would allow the eldest son to let go of his hatred and reunite with Hera and her son. It could be said to be a great thing. But the premise is that you have to subdue him first. How about shooting light waves to brainwash him? Thea didn't have the ability to do that. The resistance of the gods was too high. She needed some ingenious plans to carry it out. While Thea was thinking about the feasibility of brainwashing the firstborn, Cassandra was still talking at the foot of the mountain until her throat was dry. She found that there was no movement on the mountain and looked at the firstborn awkwardly. Trash. The ferocious firstborn pushed Cassandra away like a ferocious beast. His eyes were murderous. When he saw Hera's figure, he suppressed the last bit of rationality in his heart, took out a dragon-toothed javelin from behind, and threw it at Hera. Diana grabbed her shield and wanted to block it, but Thea caught her. She secretly raised 3 fingers at Hera and raised her reward to 3 treasures. Seeing that Hera nodded happily, Thea took out the soft whip at her waist. This was the divine weapon of the god of Mars, Halimir. She had changed its appearance and reappeared in the divine world. With a crisp crack, Thea shook the whip and exerted force on her wrist. The soft whip stretched tens of thousands of meters and blocked the dragon-toothed javelin in the air. The fiery red whip was deflected by a small angle. The tip of the whip was like a giant red snake that wrapped around the black javelin. The dragon-toothed javelin lost its momentum and was directly thrown away. For a moment, Thea became the focus of the gods. The few gods on the Greek side did not know why she was interfering. This was the battle of the gods of Olympus. She was not one of them, right? The firstborn was also puzzled. Who was this guy in a golden robe with a hood that obscured his face? You are? Which god? The firstborn was very frank. He asked directly. Thea wanted to say that she was just passing by, but she could not say that. If she did not resist, Diana would have to do it. She could only bite the bullet. She did not answer the other party's question. It was really difficult to answer. The firstborn was here for revenge and also to see the throne of the god king. Whether from a legal or moral point of view, his reasons were legitimate. Thea stepped up, but she could not mention anything about the Greek gods. In order to avoid being unjustified, she had to think of a reason. She thought for a while and said, "I heard that you are the firstborn of Zeus. I want to challenge you." The firstborn was a little confused at first, but he quickly reacted. What was this guy doing here? Challenging him? He smiled with a ferocious face. Well, let me see what you can do first. After that, he pulled out a sword from the void. The blade was 10 meters long. Compared to the firstborn's height of 3 meters, it looked a little funny when he waved it around. The blade was edgeless and gray, more like a stone pillar. It was only because of the murderous intent that one would think that it was a murderous weapon. The main material of this sword was the spine of the black dragon that I killed years ago. It has been hammered in the earth's core for 6,000 years. Today it will drink the blood of the gods. The firstborn was still putting pressure on Thea. Thea sneered. What an outdated guy. Was the black dragon that powerful? The mages and warriors had killed many dragons. If these giant reptiles had not escaped into the dimensional space, the dragons would have been listed as a level 1 protected animal. In a world that you do not know. Thea raised her soft whip. This is the weapon of a god. Wasn't he just bragging about his achievements? Who was afraid of him? What's so great about killing a dragon? I killed a god. The firstborn did not want to waste any more time with her. He stood up and rushed towards her with the 10-meter-long sword in his hand. Bravado. 2 gods fighting on the mountain would inevitably hurt the innocent. Thea set the battlefield to be in the air. She swung the soft whip in her hand and poured magic into it. A silver-white flame ignited on the tip of the whip. Silver fire. This was the technique that Thea learned from Hramir's living fire. Unlike the firstborn who extracted it from a huge amount of spiritual power, Thea could only use pure magic to imitate it. The uniqueness of the living fire disappeared and was replaced by the flexibility of magic power. The firstborn was caught off guard and the whip wrapped around his ankle. He hurriedly swung his sword at the soft whip. Thea pulled back the whip, but the silver fire was still attached to the firstborn. The dragon leather boots with amazing magic resistance sizzled as they were burned. Not bad. The firstborn reached out his huge palm and grabbed the silver fire. He exerted force with both hands and crushed the flame. I'm very capable. The silver flames that filled the sky were continuously danced by her. Chapter 604. You can take 1 or 2 balls of fire but try hundreds or thousands of balls. Thea's magic quickly transformed. Her whip was like a snake, constantly flinging out silver flames. For a moment, the originally starry realm of the gods seemed to have multiplied. Countless silver flames with deadly light shrouded the whole sky. Try my silver flame cage. The flames were controlled by Thea, advancing and retreating in an orderly manner like a group of well-trained soldiers. The firstborn swung its long sword with all its might. The dragon sword tempered by the core of the earth was not afraid of the silver flames. The flames transformed from the purest magic were shattered by the firstborn. The residue fell to the ground, but it could still burn the spirits into ashes. Cassandra, who was in command of the army, hurriedly led the army away from the battlefield. The firstborn's fight was not ineffective. It was just that the firstborn was fast but Thea was faster. The colorless and transparent silver flames gradually piled up in the sky. The firstborn saw that the flames were increasing. It immediately stopped slashing and increased its speed to the maximum, ready to fight Thea in close combat. The firstborn ignored the flames. Its dragon skin with amazing magic resistance was burning black smoke. A large part of its open chest was also burned by the flames. But the distance between the two was rapidly closing. Your father is the god of thunder and lightning. I don't know how resistant you are to thunder and lightning. Thea's long whip kept dancing. It wrapped around the firstborn's wrist that was holding the sword. Her left hand gathered an amazing amount of thunder and lightning, and she threw it at the firstborn's face. Sparks danced. The gorgeous and deadly lightning struck the firstborn with an invincible momentum. The god who could make Zeus afraid did not hesitate. The muscles in his arms bulged, and he used all his strength to punch the lightning. With a muffled bang, Thea's lightning was shattered by the firstborn's physical strength. He did not use any divine power or skill, just an unparalleled amount of strength. She hated this kind of guy who did not use any skills. Thea was secretly angry. Although her attack was ineffective, at least she knew what the firstborn was relying on, and that was his strong body. The firstborn's physical strength was extraordinary. The two quickly closed the distance between them, and the 10-meter-long giant sword was swung horizontally towards Thea's waist. In the face of this sword that made a sonic boom, she could only temporarily dodge. She took out the holy sword and swung it with 10,000 rays of light, aiming straight for the firstborn's head. Under her control, the raging silver flames that filled the sky also rushed towards the firstborn. This guy ignored the burning of the silver fire, ignored the dazzling light, and focused on fighting Thea. After 3 moves, even though the firstborn seemed to have crawled out of the oven and Thea was forced to retreat, both of them chose to land on the ground and fight on the ground. Thea abandoned her whip and held her sword with both hands. Without any fancy moves, she slashed straight down. Of course, the firstborn would not use its head to test the edge of her sword. With a quick twist of its wrist, the firstborn drew an arc with its greatsword, trying to use its advantage of strength to deflect her attack. Unfortunately, it underestimated Thea's strength and the sharpness of the holy sword. In terms of pure strength, Thea was definitely not as good as it. Even a pure warrior like Diana was not as good as it. It was just that Thea had mixed the power of the soul in her sword. The power of the soul could be strong or weak. The Martian hunter could slay gods with this power, but she had not reached that level. She just added the power of the soul to herself, and for a short time, it was enough to contend with the firstborn. The firstborn, who had underestimated its opponent, did not expect that this slender opponent had so much strength. Not only did it not deflect her attack, but it also left itself wide open. The holy sword with great force was about to hit the firstborn's head. The firstborn's weapon was too long and it was too late to turn back, so it could only stretch out its left arm to block. The firstborn had a gauntlet on each of its arms. She did not see it clearly before, but now Thea saw that it was not a gauntlet but two huge dragon teeth. The dragon teeth that resisted the holy sword were naturally the dragon teeth. They were as white as jade, and there were bursts of dragon aura emanating from them. However, against Thea, even the black dragon himself would be finished, let alone a dead tooth. With a crisp crack, the bright holy sword cut directly into the dragon teeth. At first there was a slight delay, but soon it went all the way down, cutting the giant tooth in half from the middle. The holy sword did not stop and directly cut through the firstborn's dragon skin armor. Seeing that it was about to hurt the firstborn's body, the firstborn sacrificed the armor to buy himself less than 1/10 of a second. The firstborn's giant sword also turned to attack Thea. He relied on his own body and traded injuries for injuries. As the eldest son who relied on himself to fight since birth, he had suffered countless injuries. His strongest weapon was not so much the great sword, but rather his tempered body. If Thea continued to cut, even if she could cut off the firstborn's arm, she would also be injured. She was only there to help, so naturally she would not risk her life so much. She stepped on the ground and left the firstborn's attack range. "Sneaky guy, you are qualified to be my opponent." The firstborn's fighting spirit was completely aroused. It had been a long time since he met a god of the same level, and he was too lazy to ask who his opponent was. "Humph, you talk as if you are so powerful, but that's all there is to it." Thea's voice was blurred by divine power, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. The firstborn had rich combat experience and would not underestimate the opponent because of the opponent's weakness, nor would it be angry because of slight. Realizing that the opponent was not inferior to itself, its fighting style began to become more stable. The gods watching the battle on Mount Olympus naturally had their own thoughts. Some were surprised and some were jealous. Eris, the goddess of strife, walked to Diana with a sinister smile on her face. "Your little lover seems to be more powerful than you? As your sister, I really feel sorry for you. You have such a good aptitude, but now you have been surpassed. How does it feel?" Diana was watching Thea's battle attentively, ready to save her if there was an emergency. To hell with the rules of the battle of gods. At first she did not understand what Eris meant, but after a while she realized that she was trying to drive a wedge between them. She sneered. "Go away, Eris, you bitch who only knows how to show off your tongue." After that she no longer looked at her. Diana's love was simple and single-minded. Once she confirmed her lover, she would repay him with everything she had. In the world of the League of Injustice she had done countless bad things with Superman, and the starting point was her love for Superman. Her love was higher than her own values and even a little blind. Thea had always known this, but she had never meant to correct it. If Thea became evil, Batman and the Martian Manhunter would immediately become her enemy, and Oliver would also stop her. Only Diana would always be by her side. Even if she had to fight with her friends, turn against her people, or even become the enemy of the whole world, she would go on without regrets for the love in her heart. So Eris's self-righteous provocation was laughable and boring in the eyes of the Valkyrie. She did not even bother to explain. The greater the achievement of her lover, the happier she would be. Jealous? How could it be? Chapter 605. Is she using some kind of secret technique to increase her combat power? Hera's question was more normal. She had to be concerned. She did not have the combat power to fight against the firstborn. If Thea and Diana left, she could only ignore the dignity of the Divine King and live like a coward. This choice was worse than death in the eyes of Hera, who had always been prideful. In the face of her mother and Antiope's superior, Diana still maintained a relative respect. She answered readily, this is her real combat power. There are still many tricks that she has not shown. When it came to her lover, Diana's heart was full of joy. She was not boasting. Seeing that Thea and the firstborn were evenly matched in close combat, she was confident that her lover could win. After all, Thea's strength was not close combat. She used her weakness to attack the enemy's strength. She was more testing the enemy's strength. It turned out that her guess was not wrong. Thea was indeed gathering information. There was not much divine power in the firstborn. It relied more on its physical strength to fight against the combination of divine power and spiritual power. It was not weak. A strong body brought about an all-round improvement. Its strength was great, its speed was fast, and its stamina was almost endless. However, the firstborn's weakness was still obvious. Its strength was completely dependent on its body. Opponents who were not as strong as it could only feel deep despair because they could not kill it. If one was on the same level as it, one would find a weakness that was not a weakness. The firstborn lacked the means to win in one blow. Thea, who was confident, began to attack. The strong confidence made her spiritual power rise to another level. The firstborn on the opposite side had the trait of becoming more and more courageous as it fought. It also squeezed out physical strength crazily in the fierce battle. And as the number of injuries increased, its physical attack power became more and more powerful. The holy sword and the giant sword kept colliding. The holy sword that gathered the faith of all beings was still shining brightly, while the firstborn's giant sword was a little overwhelmed. So what if it was the spine of the black dragon? So what if it was buried in the earth's core for 6,000 years? It was still cut like a saw by Thea. The range of the battle between the two was getting larger and larger. At first, the firstborn was still worried about its subordinates. Later, when the battle became more intense, it became hot-headed and could not care less. Many ghosts and beasts were hit by the aftershocks. Some were directly scattered by the enormous force of the giant sword, while others were hit by the radiance of the holy sword and turned into ashes. It was as if they had never existed. Cassandra could only tell the army to dodge. It was easy to say, but the army of close to 100,000 could not dodge at all. The evil Thea purposely dragged the firstborn into the enemy's army, and many of the ghost creatures were in for a bloodbath. Wherever the two of them passed, it could be said to be a mess. The battle lasted for an hour. The firstborn was still in high spirits, but Thea was a little tired. Combining multiple powers required a lot of energy. She had finally figured out the strength of the firstborn, and she began to go all out. Spotting an opening, Thea infused a large amount of soul power, divine power, and mana into her holy sword as she slashed down at the firstborn who could not dodge in time. Not knowing why the opponent suddenly attacked, the firstborn chose to defend cautiously. It moved its great sword horizontally, trying to block the attack. What happened next stunned him. Thea did not intend to hurt the enemy at all. She wanted to destroy the firstborn's sword. The firstborn's parry missed. Without the support of his power, the great sword could only rely on its own material to block the oncoming holy sword. With a crisp clang, 1/3 of the great sword was cut off by the holy sword. She wants to destroy my weapon? The firstborn felt very distressed for a moment, and thought that he understood Thea's sinister intentions. However, this was all an illusion. To deal with a person who could create miracles with great power, one had to use a dirty trick. Using the loophole in his mind, Thea finally began to use the divine power of wealth when the two of them passed by each other. She took off her hood and revealed her stunning face. Look into my eyes. Her confused eyes mixed with a large amount of compassion directly hit the firstborn's mind. Anger was still not fully mastered, and the opponent's rage points were already high enough. There was really no need to add fuel to the fire. As for fear, it was not practical either. Hatred had a strong counteracting effect on fear. In the end, Thea chose compassion, which was the most inclusive of all. I'll be merciful and pity you. Such a strange attack really hit the firstborn's weak spot. Growing up in the wilderness, there were no gods to teach him how to use his divine power. Without guidance, he only knew how to train his body over and over again. He had no experience in dealing with emotional shocks. Even if his chest was full of hatred, Thea's confusing divine power still pried open a gap, and a large amount of compassion poured into his heart. He hated the heavens and the earth, but was it not because he lacked love and a kind of self-protection from his loved ones? As the compassion poured into his heart, the direct result was that his fierce eyes showed signs of calmness, and the murderous aura that shrouded his body shrank visibly. Unlike mortals, the firstborn was after all a god, and the first son of Zeus and Hera. He knew that he was confused and struggled to suppress the calmness in his heart, trying to find himself again. After 2 tries, he found that the effect was not great. No matter how great his hatred was, it was not enough in the face of the compassion of all intelligent beings in the universe. Helplessly, he could only force himself to chase after Thea. His combat instinct told him that as long as he killed this woman, he could find himself again. Thea did not feel good about brainwashing a god with compassion. Compassion poured into the firstborn's heart through her body as a medium. She also had to stay awake at all times to avoid being taken advantage of. Her advantage over the firstborn was that her spiritual power was much higher than the other parties. Although her compassion was a little indiscriminate between friend and foe, she still had some advantages as a controller. To kill 1,000 enemies, she would lose 800 of her own men. No matter how she looked at it, her chances of winning were higher. The seed of the heart had been planted, and the next step was to continue to absorb emotions and then transfer them into the firstborn's heart. Thea did not want to fight the firstborn head-on. She used flash to buy time. No matter how powerful a god was, it was still an individual. How could it resist the convergence of the universe's emotions in the spiritual world? It was not that such an existence did not exist, but the firstborn in front of her certainly did not have this ability. Their chase slowly came to a stop because they were too tired. Thea's forehead was soaked with sweat, and round beads of sweat dripped down her smooth chin to the ground. The firstborn on the opposite side was even worse. He barely stood there with his long sword, his whole body covered in sweat. The speed of losing control of the spiritual world was accelerating, and the external symptoms were that half of his face was calm and peaceful, while the other half was full of tension and resentment. Thea did not expect this guy to be so resistant. He was using his strong points to attack the enemy's weak points, and it was so tiring. But seeing that victory was in sight, she unilaterally increased the output of emotions. She had to convert this guy before the two armies. Chapter 606. The gods were watching. Some of them did not know what Thea and the firstborn were doing. Gods like Ares, the god of war, and Dionysus, the god of wine, could not understand. Some knew, such as Hera and Eris, the goddess of strife. These magic and spiritual types could feel the emotions violently attacking the self-consciousness of the firstborn. Hera, the biological mother, was a little conflicted about the brainwashing of the firstborn, but it was not a bad thing to be brainwashed. As for Diana, who knew Thea best, there was only nervousness left. The confrontation in the spiritual world was very dangerous, and she could only look at her lover worriedly. Most of the gods were watching with an optimistic attitude. The firstborn was defeated, and Thea had the upper hand. This could be seen without a deep vision. Cassandra, who was leading the army of the firstborn, could only watch. Limited by her realm, she could only be anxious and helpless. Just as she was hesitating, a subtle and undetectable voice floated into her ears. After a little hesitation, she finally made up her mind. Firstborn, think about your past. Your revenge has not been avenged. You were exiled at birth and persisted for 6,000 years. Remember your mission, remember the injustice of fate. Remember? Cassandra spoke quickly. Her voice was so loud that it resounded throughout the battlefield. The firstborn, who was getting more and more confused, finally managed to suppress the erosion of compassion with the power of the spirit of speech. However, the price of Cassandra's participation was extremely high. The spirit of speech always had a limit, and the emotional energy that had been accumulated was suddenly detonated. The firstborn could be said to be the strongest old god except for Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon, and Thea was also the best of the new gods. The gods, including Diana, had been watching on the sidelines. On the one hand, it was because the battle of the gods had always been one-on-one, and this was a matter of rules. On the other hand, it was beyond their power. If they were not at the level of Zeus or the Father, rashly joining was simply courting death. Cassandra understood this, but she also vowed to take revenge on the gods. Without the help of the firstborn, she could do nothing. If the firstborn was instigated by the other party, it would be even more disastrous. Therefore, after receiving the secret reminder, even if she knew the price, she still rushed into this battle. The firstborn's strong resistance and Thea's crazy infusion were all withstood by her. She was just an ordinary demigod. How could she withstand the combined attack of two true gods? Puff! With a loud explosion, a large amount of blood spurted out. Unlike ordinary people who vomited blood from their mouths, Cassandra vomited blood from her throat. The violent emotional energy directly exploded in her throat, and her vocal cords, trachea, and throat were blown to pieces. Her innate gift of speech was directly crippled, and her neck was badly mangled. She fell to the ground, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. On the other side, the two true gods were also suffering. The firstborn barely kept his consciousness and escaped the fate of being brainwashed, but he looked extremely tired. His original brown-black skin was now as white as paper. When his emotions exploded, he and Cassandra spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Their hands holding the sword trembled uncontrollably. Thea also had blood in the corner of her mouth. The emotional backlash made her very uncomfortable. But her spiritual resistance was much higher than the firstborn's, and she had been the one on the attack, so she suffered less damage. Thea's eyes wandered, and she automatically looked at the empty space on the other side of the battlefield. She waved her soft whip, and a figure jumped out from the raging silver fire. He was dressed in rags, holding a cane and a pair of bird's claws where his feet should be. Thea was very unhappy that her conversion had failed. She looked at the person with a gloomy face and said, "Hermes, you insidious villain." Hermes, who had lost his hypocritical face, looked indifferent. He looked coldly at Cassandra and the firstborn, and the corner of his mouth drew a contemptuous arc. His eyes could not help but look at Thea. "Your strength is so strong that you can suppress the firstborn of Zeus. You are really extraordinary. But how much strength do you have left now?" Hermes said as he gently stroked his cane and pulled out a very thin blade. Thea wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said, "This firstborn did consume a lot of my divine power, but I still have companions. What do you have?" Following her words, Diana also came to her side. The Valkyrie looked coldly at Hermes, the guy who had deceived her. "Tell us where Zola and her child are and we can spare your life." Diana stood in front of Thea with 2 swords in her hands and asked sternly. Hermes let out a burst of silent ridicule, filled with disdain and contempt. Thea was disgusted by his attitude. She resisted the discomfort and set up a time-stop enchantment. She wanted to join hands with Diana to take down this annoying bug. But the accident still happened. Hermes turned into a stream of light and ran out of her enchantment in an instant. In Thea's view, this speed was not inferior to Barry's. Hermes was not so fast in the past. There was the twilight of the gods, and then there was the rise of the god of speed. Hermes, who had speed as his priesthood, should be lying in the nursing home with Ares. How could he suddenly burst into such high speed? Surprised? I was faster than this when I was at my peak. This is only half of my speed. As if he had expected their doubts, Hermes smiled grimly and pointed at the gods on the mountain peak. "Since we are brothers and sisters, let me remind you that His Majesty Hades' army is about to flatten Mount Olympus. Think carefully about your position." After that he took out a black whistle from his arms. An obscure sound wave shrouded the army of the firstborn. All the spirits seemed to have received some kind of signal, and one by one they rushed to the Amazon camp. Hermes teleported away with the firstborn under Thea and Diana's angry eyes. As for Cassandra, who was lying in a pool of blood, he did not even look at her. The army of nearly 100,000 spirits did not distinguish between friend and foe. The werewolves of the firstborn and the Amazons were all within their attack range. The battlefield was in chaos. The gods were shocked by the news of Hades' impending arrival. Antiope, who was facing the attack, fought hard, but still had some of his subordinates injured. "I'm fine. You go and help." Thea certainly could not stop Diana. This kind of low-intensity battle would not affect her. Fighting side by side with her people may further understand the meaning of protection. As for herself, she was sore all over and did not have much combat power at the moment. After teleporting back to the top of the mountain, the gods also felt that it was beneath their dignity to be frightened by a sentence. They all began to clean up the army of spirits. The green lamps helped Thea to calm her spiritual world and shared the burden of compassion. With the help of the gods, the Amazons' defense line quickly stabilized. Javelins, crossbows, and many other weapons that were infused with magical light entered the battle. The ghost creatures fell like wheat being harvested, turning into a cloud of smelly black ash. Chapter 607. Diana did not take the initiative to attack, but continued to support everywhere. Even if there were a few injured female warriors, she would send them to the rear in time. With the help of Qing Nu's Book of Nu, they would quickly recover. The battle lasted for a whole day, and a large number of ghostly creatures were finally wiped out by the gods. The werewolves, who were loyal to the firstborn, fled the battlefield soon after the battle. One of the key figures of the war, Cassandra, was captured by the Amazons who were inspecting the battlefield. The Princess of Troy was still alive, but her injuries were too serious and she was still in a coma. The broken part of the firstborn's greatsword was also picked up by Diana. Even if it was only 1/3 of the sword, it was still nearly 3 meters long. The spine of the black dragon had been forged in the core of the earth, and Diana, who was also proficient in forging, felt that it would be a good material no matter what weapon it was made of. Thea finally eased her discomfort with the help of the green lanterns, and Diana entered her spiritual world again to help her slowly stabilize. The Valkyrie was also exhausted. She was a very pure warrior goddess and she liked swords, fists and feet more than spiritual power. Fortunately, her level was high and her shortcomings were not obvious. She also knew how to use spiritual power. After 3 full days, the two goddesses, mainly Thea, finally recovered. Occasionally she would have a headache, but it did not affect the overall situation. Her spiritual power was less than half of her peak, and she could not brainwash the firstborn in a short time. Plus, the other party was prepared and would not be fooled again. Thea was quite regretful that she had lost this good opportunity. The firstborn was very powerful, and it would be a super fierce fighter in the Green Lantern Corps. Yes, she worked so hard to brainwash firstborn, but not for Hera. Thea did not intend to return him in the first place. An appropriate ceasefire would have been enough. You didn't take your own son with you, and now that he has reached the maximum level, you want to repair the relationship? How could there be such a good thing? Unfortunately, all her plans fell through. An insignificant character ruined her plan, and Thea was very upset. When she heard that Cassandra was captured, she took Diana to have a look. Miserable, really miserable. Cassandra, who was facing an emotional explosion, was lying on the bed alone. There was no one around to take care of her. Fortunately, she was also the daughter of Zeus, so no one abused her. However, her beautiful face was twitching because of the pain. There was a big bloody hole in her neck which still showed her reckless behavior. Thea stretched out her hand and released a ball of magic to examine her. After a while, she snorted coldly. This troublemaker could be said to be completely crippled. Her vocal organs had exploded into a bloody mist. Even if her skin and flesh grew back, her talent had already left her forever along with her vocal cords. In order to take revenge against the gods, this woman was willing to sacrifice herself in order to retain the power to challenge the gods. Needless to say, it was similar to the Spider-Woman Aramani. There must be a tragic story behind this. Thea could only say that the Greek gods had done too many immoral things, and she had to take the blame for them again. Walking out of the lounge, he saw that the Amazons were still passionately preparing for battle. However, the gods were a little disappointed. The Netherworld King had given them too much pressure. In the evening, Hera gathered the gods to discuss the next step of the plan. There were 2 empty chairs at the scene. The goddess of agriculture and the goddess of strife had run away. The only one left was Ares, the god of war, who was on his last breath. The old man sat on the chair with his eyes half closed. If it weren't for his weak breathing, Thea would have thought that he was dead. The other 2 present were Dionysus, the god of wine, and Hephaestus, the god of fire. The god of fire had a good relationship with Diana and Thea. Unfortunately, he had a good clergy in vain. Because of his hobbies, he had changed his talent tree from the original god of fire to the current god of blacksmiths. He was also a god of faith. Where could you find a blacksmith in the 21st century? He was supposed to be a fierce warrior in the front lines, but now he had completely become a support staff and was extremely weak. The remaining god of wine had some fighting power. There were people who liked wine in all ages. He did not have many believers, but it had never stopped. He could be said to be the god in the best condition. But the god of wine. Just by hearing his name, one could tell that he was weak. It was impossible to expect him to defeat Hades. Hera was speechless as she looked at her subordinates. The old were old and the weak were weak. This was also the reason why she hurriedly invited Thea and Diana when she heard that they had recovered. Your Majesty Hera, what's with Hermes' speed? Thea asked her own question first. Unlike Barry's reverse lightning, the resistance of mortals to magic was completely different from that of gods. If many speed reduction spells did not work, Thea would be very passive when dealing with an extremely fast enemy. It should be that Hades gave him something from the underworld. If I'm not wrong, Hermes' way of life has been rewritten. He doesn't look like a living being now. Without the disadvantage of being jealous, Hera's knowledge was unparalleled after following Zeus for so many years. She analyzed calmly. Undead? Lich? Zombie? These were the things that came to Thea's mind. Sacrificing one's life to turn oneself into a high-level undead creature. But Hermes' sacrifice was not a small one. Giving up the dignity of a god and becoming Hades' henchman was not a good decision. However, Hermes had recovered a lot of strength, which troubled Thea. Speed was really not something she was good at. Hera lowered her head and pondered. The army of the underworld was boundless. Even Zeus couldn't ignore it when he was still alive. Due to the rules, the number of dead in the underworld had to be maintained at a certain level. Hades couldn't mobilize all of his forces, but even 1/10 of them was a terrifying number. Judging from the fact that Hermes could control those ghost creatures, the firstborn in Hades must have some behind-the-scenes deals. The difficult situation gave Hera a headache. She looked at Thea. The next time the firstborn comes, can you still stop him? Thea thought for a moment. She did not want to give up the firstborn as an excellent fighter. Olivier was stubborn. In fact, she also had this trait in her character, but she thought it was called persistence. He must be prepared. I can't guarantee it. Our comprehensive strength is about the same. He's good at close combat and I'm good at long range. It's hard to say who will win. Of course, Thea would not guarantee it. At the same time, she thought to herself that the firstborn would attack again. If she did not recover to her best state, perhaps she should gather all the green lamps together next time? The meeting ended hastily, and no one could make any constructive suggestions. In order to encourage or comfort Thea, Hera directly opened Zeus's collection room and let her choose 3 treasures. This was a deal for Thea. Her friendship with Hera was far from the point where she would stand up for her. Getting paid for doing things was in line with the purpose of the goddess of wealth and trade. In the face of the wide-open treasury, she did not stand on ceremony. She pulled Diana and walked in. As a powerful and restless god-king, Zeus's treasury could be said to be the best in the world. Unlike the heavenly father who liked to stay at home and did not step out of the house, Zeus's old man was young at heart. He wandered around the world and found many little girls, and he did not let go of any treasures. He was powerful and had a good eye. Countless treasures were picked up by him and brought back to his home. The goddess of wealth had her own identification skill. Even if she could not name many treasures, Thea knew the general purpose, and that was enough for her to choose. Many treasures, even with Thea's current strength, were tempting. The dazzling brilliance made her little heart beat wildly. She was not a law-abiding person. She could not help but think how nice it would be if these treasures were hers. Chapter 608. However, she also knew that this was just wishful thinking. After all, Boss Zeus was still alive. Making a deal with Hera was fair and just. No one would say anything if she took a few treasures, but if she took them away in the dark of the night, she would be in big trouble. The trouble with happiness was that there were too many choices. Back on Paradise Island, Thea was happy for a few nights with a fake god slayer. At that time, she thought that there were very few treasures in the world and that it was not easy to find them. Until today, Thea realized that it was not that there were few treasures in the world, but that Zeus had taken all the treasures back home in advance. Taking advantage of the fact that he had created his account early, this boss had probably ransacked the entire place, which was why the outside world was so clean. Even a piece of divine artifact could be used as a treasure, while the treasures in his own home were piled up like a mountain. Boss Zeus had fully demonstrated what it meant to walk the path of others and leave them with no way out. What should she choose? Thea stroked her chin and pondered. Diana was looking at these treasures with the intention of broadening her horizons. She could not give any constructive suggestions. Thea looked at Hera, who was standing outside the door of the treasury. This person was also very cunning. She seemed to be generous and let Thea choose whatever she wanted. In fact, there were definitely good and bad treasures in here. If she picked a good one, she would have profited. If she picked a bad one, she could only blame it on her bad luck. Hera was not responsible for explaining. Everything depended on her. Thea could only concentrate her divine power in her eyes. She wanted to use her position as the god of wealth to find the most valuable item in this treasury. Her eyes were full of radiance. Thea could not name many treasures, so she could only judge by the god of wealth. A nameless gauntlet, 1 meter of golden light. Thea picked it up and looked at it, then put it down. She turned her head and saw a black iron arrow, 1 meter of golden light. This is the hidden arrow that killed Achilles. Diana explained. Thea weighed the arrow in her hand. She did not like this kind of weapon that hurt people secretly, so she put the iron arrow back to its original position and continued to search. As she walked, she found a good item. It was a shiny golden cup. The Eye of Wealth determined that this cup was very valuable. Leto used the sunlight of the Aegean Sea to forge the Holy Grail for her son, Apollo. It shines like the sun even in the dark night. Legend has it that it can even eliminate negative emotions and all kinds of darkness. Diana looked at it for a long time this time and compared it with her memory. Thea felt that this thing was not bad, mainly because of its ability to eliminate negative emotions. It was very convenient for her to control anger. She ticked this holy grail in her heart and left it for last. After that, she saw many treasures. She wasn't lacking in weapons and armor at the moment, so her gaze was all on those treasures with miraculous effects. Most of the evil items were not in his consideration. His main focus was on the legendary treasures such as Odysseus' ruby, which was given to him by his wife, Penelope, on the eve of his expedition to Troy. The ruby contained the love of a wife. Thea also saw the famous golden apple. As long as she carried this apple with her, it would increase her charm. Her charm attribute was about to explode. It was better to leave it for Hera to admire. While she was strolling around, a ball in the corner suddenly caught her attention. Golden fleece? A furry ball of fleece was casually piled up in the corner. Compared to the many divine weapons and subdivine weapons, this ball of fleece was insignificant. However, Thea's divine power of wealth told her that this thing was priceless. How could this be? Thea touched the fleece. Other than being a little soft, there didn't seem to be anything unusual. What was she going to do with this thing? Was she going to make a scarf? Thea's thoughts diverged as she pondered about its use. She shook her head and smiled secretly. She stood up and was about to continue looking at other things. However, just as she took a step, a strong premonition in her heart told her that she would miss something if she left. The premonition came without reason. She turned back. That's right, this ball of fleece was the most dazzling thing in the entire treasure room. Perhaps it had an unknown use or contained some secrets. Trust your intuition. Thea didn't hesitate and picked up the fleece. After picking and choosing for a long time, she finally chose Austin's ruby of love, Leto's golden cup, and the golden fleece whose use she couldn't explain. Hera didn't comment on her choice. She had the right to choose. Whether she earned or lost, it had nothing to do with her. The ruby of love could provide her with enough love and emotions, but the process of absorbing them would come after anger. The golden cup would automatically take effect when placed next to her. It could eliminate all kinds of negative emotions. For her, who dealt with all kinds of emotions every day, it was a rare divine weapon. Thea carried the golden fleece back to her room. She and Diana closed the door to study it. The two studied from myths and legends to the golden fleece's diet and genetic mutation, but they didn't find anything. Did I make the wrong choice? Thea was a little unconfident. What could this thing be used for? Could it be used to make long johns for the long-legged goddess? Just as she was letting her thoughts run wild, she noticed something out of the corner of her eye. Among the golden fleece, a small thread caught her attention. Although it was also yellow, the fleece was golden. What caught her attention was a pale yellow thread. The moment Thea saw the thread, she seemed to see quicksand passing through her fingertips. Time flew by quickly, the sun, the moon, and the stars were constantly changing. An indescribable feeling of vicissitudes flowed in her heart. What is this? This is fleece, you must be kidding me. Thea only felt that it was ridiculous. Although it was just a glance, the power of the thread was something that even she couldn't resist. Among the people she had seen in her life, perhaps only the Heavenly Father could resist it. If this was the golden fleece, then wouldn't the original male sheep be heaven-defying? She called Diana to take a look. A magical scene appeared. Diana looked in the direction of her finger for a long time, but didn't see any strange thread. Thea was confused. Am I the only one who can see it? Thea's little heart was beating fast. She asked Diana to keep a lookout for her and carefully studied it. It was too reckless to touch it directly. She separated a trace of her spiritual power and tried to communicate with the thread. At least she had to know what it was. As soon as the spiritual power touched it, it was shattered before any information could be transmitted. Thea thought that it was an offensive weapon. She carefully guarded for a long time, only to find that the thread was still hidden in the pile of fleece. There was no further movement at all. The eldest young miss was a little confused. There was no doubt that this thread was very magical. Sia calmed down and thought of several worst-case scenarios. In order to prevent accidents from happening, she prepared several instantaneous spells in advance and firmly locked onto her own coordinates. Unless it was an existence far more powerful than her, it was impossible to teleport her away. Only then did she try to touch the silk thread for the second time. Chapter 609. The second test also ended in failure. The golden thread stubbornly cut off the connection between the two sides and did not say anything. Diana could not help with this kind of mysterious thing. She carefully thought about various myths and legends, but could not remember anything special about this sheep. This thread should not be from the golden fleece. It's more like it was mixed in and was accidentally brought out by you. Diana carefully analyzed for her and could only come to this conclusion. Thea could also think of this. How could the golden sheep be so powerful just as a background? If even a hair of the golden sheep was so powerful, Hera would not have to worry about the firstborn in Hades. If the enemy came again, she could just close the door and let the sheep go. Then Thea began to persevere with the golden thread. On the fourth try, she increased the output of her spiritual power and finally saw something. It turned out that she was completely wrong before. The thread was not attacking her, but there was too much information and it directly exploded her spiritual power. Thea's spiritual power was not the same as strength and speed. It had always been her strength. Even if it was only a trace of her spiritual power, it was stronger than the total spiritual power of an ordinary person. Although she was not a god of faith and needed to respond to the prayers of believers from time to time, her total spiritual power could still crush 80% of the old and new gods today. She began to gradually increase her spiritual power while maintaining the necessary vigilance. At first, the images transmitted back were fragmented, like the ravings of a lunatic. She only saw scattered images of some tall buildings and people in the city. It was not until she injected a full 1/3 of her spiritual power that the mysterious thread was finally revealed in front of her eyes. What the hell was the golden fleece? Thea deeply realized the importance of the stacking of modern corporate items. She should tell the old man Zeus about the advanced concept of classification later. The way he piled all the treasures together was too low. After a long time, the old man would not know how many treasures he had. Now the thread mixed in the golden fleece was a clear proof. Diana couldn't see it because she didn't have enough mental power. Hera was a god who was good at magic, and she was now in charge of the king of God's scepter. If she looked carefully, she would most likely be able to see it. It was only because she hadn't been paying attention that a treasure was mixed in with the wool, allowing Sia to pick it up. These were the threads of the three goddesses of fate. The three goddesses were Croso, who was in charge of the future and weaving the threads of life, Lachesis, who determined the length of the threads of life, and Atropos, who was responsible for severing the threads of life. The three goddesses were born at the beginning of the universe's chaos. They controlled the fate of the 12 titans represented by the second-generation god King Uranus, and the 12 Olympian gods represented by Zeus. Their authority could not be measured by the standards of the old gods or the new gods. They were not gods of faith like Ares, nor were they gods of nature like Zeus. Their status was more transcendent. As the masters of fate, they were more like conceptual gods in Thea's eyes. The thread that Thea was in contact with was the thread of the future woven by the smallest of the three goddesses, Croso. It contained a power called fate. Ordinary people would talk about the future with longing, but from the perspective of the gods, there was only fear. The gods' level of life had reached the peak. In fact, they were very afraid of change. Today there was a new god to replace the old one. Tomorrow there would be a new god to replace the old one. Wanting to transcend the arrangement of fate was an impossible task. Just look at Reverse Lightning, who had racked his brains, and it was clear that no matter how hard he tried, he was still unable to escape the shackles of fate. The more he struggled, the closer fate would entangle him, until he breathed his last. Ever since the day she found out about her fate, Thea had been preparing for it, not only for her family but also for herself. Back then she had wanted to ride on the coattails of Superman and Batman, but now the tables had turned. It was time for others to ride on her coattails. It seemed like she had gained a lot, but fate still did not let her go. Instead, it pushed her into the teeth of the storm. Because of her struggles, fate's shackles on her became tighter and tighter. Putting everything else aside, she was the main force in the war against Darkseid. Whether it was from the perspective of the Heavenly Father or from the perspective of the people on Earth, she was responsible. Those who were weak could do nothing, but those who were strong could not do so. Transmigrators could not do whatever they wanted. As long as they were in the game, they were also pawns of fate. Whether it was Reverse Lightning from the 25th century, the Queen of Emerald Eyes from the 31st century, or Lantern One, who had traveled 10 billion years and was nicknamed Reverend Eating, they all proved this. It was as if there was an invisible hand constantly pushing her forward. And now this thread brought Thea a possibility. Perhaps she could break free from the shackles of fate in the future? It was too early to talk about the future. Aside from the unconventional forces, Thea was considered a powerhouse on Earth and in the universe. But so what? Even the fate of Darkseid's first lantern had been sealed. It was still a long time before she could break free from her fate. Thea tried to put the thread of fate into her spiritual space, but unfortunately the thread could not go in at all. Should she find a place to hide it? But she was still worried. She now understood that Zeus had probably hidden the thread of fate in the golden fleece because it could not be taken away. Thea could not think of a better idea. The golden fleece could not be hidden, and she could not parade it around the city every day. She chose to hide it in her hair. She had blonde hair anyway, so it was not out of place. The golden fleece was still shining after the thread of fate was taken away, but it no longer had the inestimable value in Thea's eyes. It was now just a decent decoration. Should I make a scarf for you? Thea looked at the long-legged goddess mockingly. The golden fleece was of no use to gods who fought and killed all day. Diana knew her character, so she just laughed it off. The next day, Hera asked her about her thoughts on the underworld invasion in private. Although the main reason was that Thea did not have good taste, the second reason was that Thea did not tell the truth. As the subject of the transaction, the two sides had completed the transaction. Thea could take it with a clear conscience. She was willing to give it to her, but she still felt a little guilty when she remembered that Zeus was still alive. Your Majesty Hera, let me give you 3 suggestions. If Hades were to attack Mount Olympus, she would feel that the reward would be too much for her to handle. If she were to put in the effort to settle the matter, Zeus would have nothing to say even if he were to think about it in the future. Oh, please go ahead. Hera saw that she was serious and became serious. First, I suggest that you recall Hercules. He is an important fighting force of Mount Olympus. Wait, you mean Hercules is still alive? Hera was a little incredulous. I saw him a while ago. He just escaped from the seal. Thea nodded and waited for Hera to digest the news. To be honest, the relationship between Hera and Hercules was at the level of hatred in her opinion. Hercules was the son of Zeus and Alcmene. This woman was Zeus' great-granddaughter according to seniority. She was very evil with Zeus and gave birth to Hercules. The feud between Hera and Hercules could be written into a book. What's the next suggestion? Hera gritted her teeth. She was not very willing. Join forces with Poseidon and attack the underworld, Thea said with certainty. Chapter 610. Hera looked at her as if she was crazy. Are you talking nonsense? We were discussing how to resist Hades' army, and now you're telling me to fight back and join forces with Poseidon? You heard me right. I mean to gather the gods and fight in the underworld, forcing Hades to sign the treaty. Thea felt that fate was encouraging her to rush forward, but she really had to follow the established route. If Hades attacked Mount Olympus from time to time, Diana would have to come back every few days, and she wouldn't have time to do anything else. The final outcome would be the defeat of the gods, who would give up Mount Olympus and flee to the human world. Didn't Hades have an endless number of soldiers? She didn't need to use guerrilla warfare. She didn't want to fight a war of attrition with him. She wanted to attack his weakness and lead the gods to attack his base. Our soldiers are far inferior to his, but the gods are here. If Hercules is included, our high-end combat power can completely crush Hades. Poseidon's army will also take a large part of the pressure. Seeing that Hera was still hesitating, she could only continue her analysis. Mount Olympus, Poseidon, and Hades. Among them, we are the weakest, followed by Poseidon, and Hades is the strongest. I heard that the ownership of the river Styx has always been the focus of their debate. We can use this as a breakthrough to attack the underworld. Hera was still hesitating. This idea was too bold. She felt that it made some sense, but she was afraid that it would completely collapse because of a mistake. She clenched her fingers tightly and couldn't make up her mind. You want to start a war? I heard it. I have to say that it's a good idea. Ares, who was already in his twilight years, suddenly walked into the room and spoke his mind. Thea ignored Ares and continued to give Hera ideas. Diana can go find Hercules, but you have to give up your past views and accept him again. I can also persuade Poseidon. Hera was a little surprised that Milady was going all out for the threat of fate. She didn't understand why Milady was so proactive. I'm still the God King. I'm not in a hurry. Why are you so anxious? She couldn't figure it out, but it was a good thing. She lowered her head and thought. Hercules, as long as he doesn't object, I can accept him again on behalf of Mount Olympus. As for the personal grudge between us, if he is willing to take a step back, I can pretend that it never happened. Hera said through gritted teeth. The grudges between her and the Hercules were far too abundant. How could they be erased with a smile? How could that be? The only way was for both sides to take a step back at the same time. Otherwise they would start fighting when they met. As for allying with the Sea Monarch, she had obviously spent a lot of time thinking about it. Once the alliance was complete, he would have to send out his troops. He couldn't possibly tell the Ocean Emperor that he was just teasing him and that he should just go back to where he came from. If that happened, the Ocean Emperor would have to attack Hera first before using the underworld. Not long after, she thought of a new question. Can you find Poseidon? I only know a general location, but I remember that he was very close to the Atlanteans. Of course, Thea knew about this. Otherwise, she would not have come up with this idea. Don't worry, I'm also friends with the Atlanteans. Poseidon had always been a god worshipped by the Atlanteans. It was said that he lived in the deepest part of the sea. Thea felt that it would not be difficult to find this god with the help of the Sea Monarch couple. As for how to persuade him after that, it could only be said to be improvisation. There was a 70% chance that she would use her fists. The nature of this world was that there was no need to show off. Whoever had the bigger fist would have the right to speak. The strength of the sea monarch was far inferior to Zeus. In Thea's opinion, he was most likely at the same level as the firstborn. Against an enemy of this level, she did not think that she would lose if she went all out. She even wanted to take a look at the sea monarch's treasury. What if there was a treasure like the thread of fate? Since you are so proactive. Alright, I agree. Hera thought about it and finally made up her mind. Thea was really speechless. Hera was good at scheming, but when it came to serious matters, she was hesitant. Hera's personality flaw was too big. Also, you must conscript Apollo to join the battle. Also, order the 2 gods who escaped to come back. If they don't come back, they will be expelled. Thea was still a little afraid of Apollo. How could he just stand aside and watch? Forcing him to join the battle? The sun god naturally had some characteristics of light. Anyone could surrender to Hades but not him unless he wanted to become a dead sun. Hera was actually very dissatisfied with Apollo. He was the only god who did not come, but Hera did not have many ways to keep him in check. I'll call Cara Danvers. You can take her to threaten Apollo. Thea also knew that Hera was not the god king. If Zeus was still the god king, no one would dare to provoke him. How dare you not come when the god king summons you? Do you still want to live? In the end, what determined everything was still strength. Thea's plan was to gather all the gods to fight Hades and completely defeat him. Of course, if she could also plunder his treasury, Thea would not mind. Accepting Hercules, allying with Poseidon, and forcing Apollo. If all 3 of her suggestions could be realized, it would not be difficult to force Hades to sign the oath. After all, what determined the world was still the high-end power. Thea even wanted to use the Flash to deal with Hermes, but it was not the time to mention it. After making up her mind, Hera made a prompt decision and went to Earth with Thea's incarnation to find Supergirl. The Martian hunter was now focused on teaching his niece, so he did not have time to pay attention to Supergirl. Apollo had hidden himself very well. However, under the authority of the Divine King, even if he was a fake Divine King, he had nowhere to hide. He had used this tactic several times. It did not matter whether it was old or not as long as it was effective. Hera's trip was not dangerous. She only had one goal, which was to beat Apollo to the ground until he was convinced. Diana went to find Hercules, which was also not dangerous. At most, she could persuade Hercules to give up his grudge with Hera, but it would take a lot of talking. Thea's task was the most important. She had to persuade Poseidon to join the battle. Without his army as cannon fodder, the gods would be in trouble. However, the premise of persuading him was to find the location. Hera's authority did not have jurisdiction over Pluto and Poseidon. This was the agreement between the 3 brothers. They did not belong to Mount Olympus. Hera only knew the approximate location, so Thea had to find it herself. Time was tight and the task was important. They split up. Thea left Mount Olympus and went to find the Neptune couple. She remembered that there were records of Atlantis and they might even have some contact. Poseidon? The Neptune, who was spending time with Mela, was surprised by Thea's visit. He was especially surprised by the name she mentioned. Wasn't that a character from Myths and Legends? Chapter 6:11. You don't know? Thea was dumbfounded. Was there a problem with her plan from the beginning? You don't know? Mira asked at the same time. She looked at her husband in shock as well. What do I know? The Sea King, Arthur Curry, was dumbfounded by their questions. He was making oatmeal and quickly turned off the gas. With his sharp mind he realized something. Thea was confused by the couple's questions and answers. Seeing the slight change in Mira's expression, she signaled for her to speak first. Poseidon has always been a god worshipped by Atlantis. Didn't the Elder Council mention it to you? The Sea King shook his head, indicating that he did not know. He had a strange expression. No one has ever mentioned it to me. I thought you knew. Mira was a little speechless. She felt that she was being ignorant. At the same time she was also a little annoyed. She should help her husband with his studies. He had lived in human society all his life and knew too little about many of the customs of Atlantis. Sia coughed softly when she saw the young couple's lovey-dovey look. Unlike a simple young couple, she felt a strong sense of rejection and conspiracy from it. She didn't need to think to know that it was the Elders' Council behind this. She was a political figure now, but she still didn't like politics. Unfortunately, she couldn't escape the influence of politics because she was in the middle of it. Even the evil Lord Darkseid, despite being so powerful, still had to make some compromises with politics and split up the power in his hands. For example, he let the Wasteland Wolf lead his army, and Dysard managed all the affairs on the Apocalypse Star. Darkseid could kill these people instantly, but if he wanted them to work for him, he had to make some concessions. This had nothing to do with strength but a deeper problem of order. The Elder Council that the Sea King was talking about was the product of a few parties' coordination. However, she did not want to be involved in other people's affairs. She had enough problems. She just wanted to find the Sea King's hiding place. Understanding her intentions, the Sea King was very happy. Let's go. You haven't been to Atlantis, right? I'll ask the council. Besides, there should be records in our library. Thea immediately followed them. To be honest, she had admired Atlantis for a long time. The couple jumped into the water. Thea, who was already a god, did not need any water armor. She could follow the couple with her own divine power. The three of them dove all the way down and passed through several huge underwater caves. Thea followed them as they flew through the sea. Thea followed them with her divine power. 10 minutes later, they had entered the deep sea. This was a forbidden area for humans. Perhaps only the most advanced underwater detectors could observe this place. Many nameless deep-sea fishes caught sight of the three of them. Some of them chose to avoid them, while others pounced on them fearlessly. Unfortunately, they were all controlled by the Sea King's ability to control marine creatures, so they turned around and went home. How did your body survive in the deep sea? Miala was very curious as to how Thea could keep following them. She wanted to use her ability to control water to help her, but seeing how relaxed Thea was, there was no need to do so. Thea could only laugh and change the topic. She bragged that she was some kind of god, and that she could come and go as she pleased in this small pool of yours? She was not thick-skinned enough. At first, they were worried that Thea would not be able to withstand the huge water pressure. Seeing that she was observing the strange environment around her as if nothing was wrong, they stopped worrying and used all their strength to swim to the deepest part of the sea. There was no sound in the depths of the sea. It was pitch black from top to bottom, left to right, front to back, and her sense of direction was completely confused. Her well-known phobia of the deep sea was not just for show. Fortunately, her eyesight had been following the Sea King, so she did not lose him. After passing through a few trenches that had yet to be explored by human beings, the three of them entered a cave that was invisible to the naked eye at the northwest corner of the trench. They found themselves in a rugged and winding tunnel. Between the walls of the tunnel, there were some aquatic plants that were emitting fluorescent light. The tunnel was several hundred miles long. The three of them passed through the cave without making any sound. In the deep sea stood a magnificent and vast city, Atlantis. This city that had sunk into the deep sea still retained its former beauty. The blue stone pillars still emitted light even in the deep sea. Many tall and artistic buildings dotted the city like stars in the sky. The layout of the city was like two concentric circles, divided into the inner ring and the outer ring. With just a rough look, Thea could see the power structure here. The nobles lived in the inner ring of the city center, while the common